What up? Ooh, this has been a weird day. Hey, what up, Viking? How's it going? So, we were supposed to be streaming very way earlier. I was actually awake earlier. I was actually very much awake. However, my throat's like been killing me today. So I didn't think I was gonna be able to stream, and then I said, fuck it. I'm gonna just power through it, and whatever happens, happens. So we'll see how this all works. Need to do this. Okay. Give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. There we go. Cool. So, last we left off in Buried Stars. We have Ina and Seil. And a lack of music? Oh, because shit's serious now. One of these two is a killer. One of these two killed Hyusung. We need to figure that out. So, we need to figure out who it is. So, yeah, this guy died. We found out that the person masquerading as Sungyeon Shin was outside worker. So everyone's like, oh, whatever. However, since Hyusung's dead, now we gotta figure out who killed him. So, just call everybody. I think we'll just stick with Ju-young. So I just want to make sure, though, save-wise. So I have my Gloomy Doubt down here, Gloomy Doubt up here. There should be music. Should there be? I mean, I could reload the game. Let's see if that fixes anything. What up, Sage? There we go. For some reason, the music just didn't show up. Let's do our phone calls here. I'll just stick with Ji-young. So let's call Ina. I know you're standing in front of me, Ina, but we have to call you. How could you accuse me of doing such a thing? You know how embarrassed I am, right? I'm sorry if what I said hurt you. What I hate most is being involved with a crime. No, I actually wanted to make things clear. Ask me all you want. I'll tell you everything, except for some of my secrets. Do you? Yeah. You didn't intend to single me out, did you? No, not at all. Fine. Cool. Oops. That's the wrong button. And then we reload number 2, so that way we get all the phone call conversations. God, my throat hurts like hell. But I'll be fine. I'll try to make it through this. Excuse me. I don't know what's right anymore. You know, about the attacker. The stage collapse is an accident. Hyusung went to the dressing room on his own. The attack was clearly impulsive. No one held a grudge against him. We all met one another in B-Stars. Although there was a lot going on, it's only been a few months. Maybe because of the ranking? After all, he was just bluffing to eliminate us from the show. I don't think people were really threatened by him. There's no reason. No one would gain anything out of this. It's getting more complicated. I'm sorry. I'd better hang up now. Okie dokie. You do that. Alright, so also I will admit that last time I suspected Seil way too much for being as Sungyeon because he has the tablet that we knew about, and it's, you know, I was suspecting him a ton. However, that's not going to stop me from thinking he is the murderer. He's the only one who hates Hyusung, like, it just makes sense. Do you like how things are going so far? We shouldn't suspect each other just because Sungyeon is off the list now. If a physical fight occurs before we get rescued, we'll have to avoid that happening. For sure, but anything can happen in this situation. Let's say we've caught the attacker, then what? Then what do we do next? Are we going to apprehend them, tie them up? That's why I think we should stick together and wait until we get rescued. The police or rescue team will eventually figure out what happened. It's not our job to investigate. Well, we need to investigate anyway. Excuse me. Well, Ina, it's time. Excuse me. I hate how fucking congested I am. Question. I'll be specific, so listen carefully. I went straight to the dressing room. When I arrived at the dressing room door, I felt nervous. I thought about what he might say and how I should respond. Then I called to him from outside the door. You called out his name? Yes, just loud enough for him to hear me. There was no response. I waited there for a minute, but she didn't go in. I thought the dressing room door was locked. Ina said she waited at the dressing room door thinking it was locked. Did you try calling him or using the messenger? Why would I do that? Ina bristled at his remark and put her hands around her waist. I just waited there. That's when the tremor came. It was pretty intense. When the tremor died out, I opened the door. It wasn't locked. That's what happened up until I entered the dressing room. Silence. Ina said she did try to contact Hyusung while waiting at the door of the dressing room. Interesting. So once again, 2 is stuff that we move forward, 3 is if we screw up stuff. That's the Seil question. I don't know what he was doing before he met me. Well, he must have come to the central corridor, and I guess he ran into me while wandering around the dressing room. So is that all? Of course that's all. What do you expect me to do, see through the walls? Ask me all you want, but be reasonable. Ask him directly, okay? I can only tell you about what happened after I met him. I mean, that makes sense why she would not like that question. Especially because that's the wrong button. Especially if, like, she doesn't know. Trace of return. I never expected the dressing room to be empty. Once I saw that it was empty, I got goosebumps. A chill ran up my spine. Is that why you went to look for Hyusung? Yeah, I thought maybe he was pulling a practical joke hiding somewhere. Ina ran her finger in the air as if drawing the central corridor. Look, I came straight to the central corridor from the stage, right? So I excluded the stage from my search list, and I was at the central corridor right before going to the dressing room. That's why I went to the staff corridor. The restroom wasn't, to be honest, it didn't even cross my mind, but the staff corridor was empty. I've gone all the way inside. My hair stood on end when I realized that it was empty. I hurriedly came back out of the central corridor and met Seil there. Time of encounter. Ina checked the staff corridor, came back to the central corridor, and met Seil there. I was so surprised. I guess you're able to loosen up a bit, though. Is that when you guys came back out? Seil said we should go back to the stage. The dressing room was empty, and Hyusung was nowhere to be found. I agreed that we should go back to the stage first. That's how we came back to the stage. The proposal returned. It was Seil that suggested returning to the stage. They thought it was more important than finding Hyusung. Go figure. No, so it's after the tremor. So the way that the events go as we think so far is that Hyusung locked himself, or what we thought, locked himself in the dressing room to meet with everyone one by one to try to convince him to drop out, because he was told he was going to die at 2 a.m. Ina goes alone to meet with him, thinks the door is locked, calls out his name. Nothing happens, so she decided to, just stand there. Then a tremor happened. At that time, Seil decided to go as well. So Seil, a few minutes later, decides to follow after Ina, thinking that she's going to be in trouble. At that point, she finds out that after the tremor, the door is not locked, so she goes in to explore. At that time, Seil's in the central corridor. Ina explores the dressing room, trying to figure out where Hyusung is, but Hyusung's not there. Seil, meanwhile, said that he was going straight to the dressing room. At this point, Ina goes to the staff corridor, missing Seil entirely, which is why I think it's Seil. Ina misses Seil entirely and goes to the staff corridor, which is to the left of the dressing room, which is completely blocked off, but thinking that he might have went there to hide or something like that. It's due to the tremor. Seil said that he went straight to the dressing room and didn't find Ina, but once he left the dressing room, Ina came out of the staff corridor, and that's how they met and then went back to the main stage. So that's why I think it's Seil. He's the only one who had time to do anything. You want me to tell you why I went there? Where should I begin? It's not like we were friends. And it repeatedly crossed and uncrossed her arms. And then he locked himself in the dressing room. He said something about having aces in the hole. I was sure he didn't mean a gun or a knife, so I was keeping my eye on Fader. Sure enough, he wrote something about making an announcement or something. That's when I went. I went after Q-Hawk came back, and then he wrote another post. Yes, it was right after, to be exact. God knows when he might say what, and I didn't want to feel nervous every time he wrote something. I thought I might have to give him a good scolding so that he would come back to his senses. And that's why I went to see him. That was the only reason. Triggered. Ina left by herself after seeing the last comment Hyosung posted on Fader. I mean, once again, one of them is still lying, or it's possible that both are still lying. So it's possible that she actually did meet him inside the, yeah. The staff order came to the central corridor and met Seil there. Yeah. No, so it wasn't at the dressing room. She met him in the central corridor. So, nemesis. I wasn't on good terms with him either, but Seil and Hyosung were like sworn enemies. I sometimes didn't understand why Hyosung was so hell-bent on needing Seil. Most of the contestants tried to maintain good relationships with the staff. I mean, you don't have to be suck-up, but why would you want to lose favor with the staff? Ina put her finger on her lip and paused for a moment. From my experience, Hyosung always initiated the fight. He provoked and ignored Seil. Under the circumstances, it's hard to say anything positive. This entire game, I've pretty much doubted Seil. Like, I've never really liked Seil, so... Perception. So, sorry, like I said, still congested, so I might be sneezing a bit. Are you asking because you really don't know? Do-yoon, you were the one who told me the door was locked. You said Hyosung locked himself in, don't you remember? It's possible Seil's a red herring? Well, Seil, here's the thing, Seil's a red herring for who Sang-yeon is, because in the first ending of the game, you find out that in his backpack, which he refuses to show everybody, has a tablet computer in it, meaning he still has a way to like communicate with people. So I thought he was Sang-yeon, who is essentially a person claiming to be the ghost of the dead producer and saying that every contestant will die unless they air their sins or something along that sort. But it's found out through an unrelated third party who still doesn't really make too much sense to me. Like, he just kind of shows up and is just there for story purposes. Figures out who it is, reveals them to the world. And the entire time I thought it was Seil because he had the tablet computer, but it wasn't Seil, so. I'm just suspecting him of everything. That's my plan. He could be a red herring, but like, I just don't like Seil. He did though. He opened the door for me after making sure I was alone. Yeah, Q-Hawk also said the same thing. He wasn't exactly welcoming people. He also said you hesitated at the door. Let's just say I waited there for a moment, including that. I'm sorry for confusing you. I'm sorry if I got you confused. What's this all of a sudden? That's not what I wanted to hear. You could just say it was locked when you went there, but open when I went. Maybe Hyosung didn't lock it when he left the dressing room. What else then? Ina massaged her shoulders. I'm so frustrated that my shoulders are cramping. Anyways, you said this wasn't an interrogation, right? How would I even do that? I'm not a detective. But your eyes are telling me otherwise. Anyhow, that's what I had been doing up until an intense tremor came. Reason for waiting. Ina was waiting before the door only because Do-yoon and Gu-Hug said the door was locked. Very, very true. That is absolutely true. Silence. Some details you have there. Why didn't you go for the police jobs instead of joining the audition? That's mighty thorough of you. Ina gently folded her limbs. You were asking me why I just stood there and didn't even try to contact him, right? You said you felt nervous when you arrived there. It's true. Why do you think I just waited there? Was there anything else? Not really. Let's just say they all belong to the same category. It's hard to explain. She didn't like to explain why she didn't call you someone. What? Well, we're not going to accuse her of hiding anything, so it was just a normal conversation. This is for having a conversation. I won't be partial in my judgment. But at all, she said nothing about knocking on the door, though I may have missed it if she said that. Yeah, no, she did call Hyusung's name, and I believe she did knock on the door as well. When she approached, it just nothing happened. She didn't try opening the door because she thought it was locked because everyone else pointed out that it was. What are you, a judge now? Ina let out a sigh. I didn't want to leave any records. Records? Messenger, call records, I just want to leave any tracks. What does that even mean? You heard me. I think I made the right decision. If I left behind any kind of trace... Ina grabbed her arm with her hand. I would have been the last person to call him. I guess so. I would have been pushed deeper into the corner and I couldn't tolerate that. They can portray me as snobby or rude all they want. I just want to be treated as a criminal. Music for silence. Ina didn't want to contact Hyusung while waiting by the door because she didn't want her interaction with Hyusung to be recorded. Well, that's suspicious as fuck. However, I mean, it makes sense, by the way, that these two are the two that are most suspicious, because in the first ending, Ina accidentally kills Seil by pushing him on a spike, and then she says that she's gonna kill herself in the dressing room, which we find out is a lie. So she is full of lies. Time of encounter. I thought my heart was about to burst when I ran into him. He came out of nowhere like that? He suddenly appeared from the dressing room. I thought Hyusung was taking a leap at me, but it was Seil. He said he was glad to see me, but I almost gave him a neck chop. Then I would have had to carry him outside. Well, okay, how did you come back? Well, I mean, she walked. Duh. Anything bugging you about Seil? She knows that Seil's the killer and she's scared now. Nothing strange about Seil. I was surprised because he showed up out of nowhere. But then he looked as surprised as I was. I remember thinking to myself, oh, I'm not the only one here that's scared. Ina shrugged her shoulders. When we met, I was coming from the staff corridor and Seil from the dressing room. After that, we came back together. On the way back, there was nothing special. We opened the door within the corridor and walked straight toward the stage. The place looked more damaged following the tremor, but it wasn't that bad. So he came back straight away and met Ju-young on the way. Right, I was still freaked out, but let's skip that part. A girl with long hair wearing a white dress, you get the picture, right? Anyhow, the three of us were together until we came back to the stage, which means we can vouch for one another. Which is a good thing. Complimentary. Ina and Seil met each other in the central corridor. Since that moment, they had been together and could testify for each other's alibi. So yeah, it's the before that is the problem. Before that is the problem. Proposal overturned. I thought coming back to the stage was the right decision. Things were eerie and I was back with someone from the group. I was actually glad when he suggested we go back. But you didn't question anything? The tremor also gave us a reason to come back. I realized how narrow the corridor was while walking through it with Seil. I mean, their safety is most important, easily. I'm glad you decided to come back. The attacker could have been hiding somewhere, waiting for their chance. You're right, although you're thinking about the outcome now. I wasn't yet aware about Hyusung's incident, but it was still eerie. How are we supposed to fight the attacker? If the attacker got us while we were looking for Hyusung... Ina shuddered at the thought. I don't even want to think about it. That's fair. I mean, it makes sense for them to be very scared right now. Trigger. What's wrong with me going there to see him after seeing the Fader post? Hyusung's last post said eliminate me if you can. Okay, what did you think that meant? He was planning on creating chaos with his announcements. Dean tilted his head and Ina let out a loud sigh. Hey, consider the context. He's been blabbering on about forcing us out or using a weapon, but now he's asking us to bring it on. What am I supposed to make out of that? He was waging war against not only S. Sung-yeon, but also all of us. I mean, yeah. That kind of makes sense if I'm to consider the context. Kind of makes sense. Make up your mind. I can't tell by the look in your face that you don't know anything. Everyone feels pressured by different things. And anyone can become a coward depending on the situation or topic. Anyhow, that was a trigger for me. Ina showed the palm of her hand. That's all you need to know. Ambiguous target. The last Fader post by Hyusung, which provoked Ina to come to the dressing room next, was actually very unclear in its meaning. That's fair. I think that's probably the right one, because if I said the other one, oh, she would have been upset. All right, let's talk to you, Mr. Depresso boy. I don't know what Ina was doing before I met her in the central corridor. You didn't even know she was there? As I said, Ina, Hyusung. Even the mystery attacker, I didn't sense any of them. Seil suddenly stopped shaking his head and stared at Dooyun. Wait, are you by any chance... Are you doubting Ina's alibi right now? I really have nothing to say. You seem all puffed up after blowing a Sungun's cover. Jesus, dude, I'm just asking a question. Can we please stop being so, antagonistic? This is literally what happens every time you talk to Seil. Every time you talk to Seil, it is just straight up him being an asshole. Every fucking time. I'm sick of it. There wasn't a soul. On the way to the dressing room, not even when you were inside, not a soul. Like I said, I went straight to the dressing room from the stage, and I waited there only for a brief moment. I met Ina when I came out and we came back. It was only 10 minutes at most, and the door wasn't closed when I was in the dressing room. I guess the only gap would be when Ina and I missed each other. Any further questions? Well, this is doubting Ina. Did anything bother you inside or outside the dressing room? I told you, there's nothing special. Why wouldn't I tell you if there were? So continue while moving his fingers. We also know that Seil is Ina's stalker, which is very terrifying. In the end, I came out to head for the stage, and that's when I met Ina. In the central corridor, right? She came from the door by the staff corridor. From there, I came right back to the stage, and there wasn't anything special. Is this what you wanted to hear? After all, my account is the same as before. Reiterate position. Seil repeated his claim that he went straight to the dressing room from the stage, and when he came out after a while, he met Ina in the staff corridor. I don't trust the boy at all. I don't trust the boy at all. I don't trust him whatsoever. Fuck you. We met, came right back to the stage. What's wrong with that? And nothing bothered you on the way back. Of course something bothered me. Hyusung wasn't there. Ina said she didn't see Hyusung either. How about your surroundings? Seil scratched the side of his head after hearing Dooyun's remark. I was in no condition to check my surroundings. I came back because I met Ina. She was the reason why I went there in the first place. You know that, right? I just find it odd that you didn't even bother to check for Hyusung. You're like, let's just get Ina and get out. I know you don't care about him, but come on, dude. I was just following Ina. She went to see Hyusung all by herself and I was worried about her. Even if she insisted on going alone, I couldn't let her take all the risk. But you've been saying that Hyusung was only bluffing. Still, she could have felt nervous. Probably you're afraid about Hyusung, right? Were you worried about Ina? Were you worried that Ina might quit the audition because of Hyusung's threats? Whoops, wrong one. Ina would never give in to his empty threats. Seil took a step back while staring at Dooyun. She's different from you guys, you know that? You and Gyuhuk went there to persuade Hyusung in a peaceful manner, and even if something went wrong, you would have been able to suppress Hyusung physically. But Ina and Juyoung are not like you. Of course I was worried about their safety. Plus when Ina went to see Hyusung, she was agitated. I could also feel her anxiety. Transfer. Ina went to the dressing room looking anxious, and Seil also felt a sense of anxiety. Sir, we could have stepped in and been a good fighting force. Easy. Piece of cake. Ina. Were you worried about what Hyusung had to say? You asked me to check Fader for you for any new posts, right? You guys said there was nothing special after talking to Hyusung. He failed twice with you guys, so I figured he might try to take a different approach. Really? Do you think I went there to put a muzzle on him or something? Unknowingly, Dooyun waved his hands. If needed, you guys would have taken down Hyusung by force, but Ina and Juyoung are not like you. So either way, it just doesn't matter. Alright. That's depressing. So you just get depresso every fucking time, dude. Hey, what about a transfer? That sounds like an overstatement. Are you saying I was actually trembling? You look nervous, plus you left by yourself. That's true, but Hyusung demanded that we voluntarily resign, which was preposterous. On top of that, he blabbered on about making some kind of announcement. She's so afraid of what Hyusung was going to reveal. Well, Seil already said no to that, so it's hated dropping out of the show. I guess you hated the thought of quitting voluntarily, given the fact that you tried to talk him out of it or somehow. I'm learning about the characters! Of course, I can't just quit after I've come this far, and who knew what he was going to disclose? I know that, so we talked to him in person, but not me. Ina reached her hand out to stop Dooyun. Anyways, you and Gyuhuk told me that Hyusung was only bluffing, but I'm still feeling uncomfortable about what Hyusung was going to say to you. Ina turned her head to face Dooyun. Yes, anything wrong with that? I still feel anxious. Continued anxiety. Even after hearing that Hyusung was only bluffing, Ina still seemed nervous. I mean, it makes sense. I fucking know the characters. Nemesis. Everyone knew they were on bad terms with each other. Did he even get along with anyone? He hated everyone except you. Seil lowered his voice. And he made it this far thanks to his pretty face, right? All the staff members were getting sick of him making rude remarks. His dance and vocal skills were pathetic. If it weren't for editing, he would have been dropped already. It's mostly his fault that the show was getting blamed for fabricating things. Even Sungyeon lost her cool and covered for him. Tell me if there's anything I said that's wrong. Seil would probably want to hear this. Do you think Sungyeon's favor was the problem? Of course, you might be a victim of that as well. A free ride damages everyone. It's true that fans from Fader determine the ratings, but the right thing is for the contestants with greater talents to make it to the next round, right? If Hyusung makes it to the next round, one of the contestants will get eliminated. Ina almost got eliminated because of him. It was Beastars that allowed it to happen. Seil stared at Dooyun. That doesn't mean he should exploit the niche. In a way, he's a fraud. A fraud? Yes, a fraud. His talent has been overestimated. He's gained more rewards than he's worth. Sungyeon was supposed to push him out, but she protected and supported him instead, mainly because they were fucking on the side, but that's besides the point. He doesn't know that. In the end, they both dug their own graves. Fraud. Seil claimed that Hyusung wasn't talented, but he had achieved more than he deserved. Seil also complained that Sungyeon was very subjective regarding that matter. Yeah, by the way, in case anyone doesn't know, Sungyeon and Hyusung were fucking on the side. By the way, I'm just curious. Dang, Hyusung's still getting votes and was gonna pass us? That's depressing. Misperception. After he came back, he said the door was locked. It was locked when I was there. Gyuhuk also said the door was locked. And then I guess it's safe to assume that it was locked on the third visit too. If you look at it that way, there's nothing strange. Seil crossed his arms over the messenger bag strap. There's no need for you to ask me that. Unless you're cross-checking Ina's and my accounts out of distrust. What do you think? Do you think I'm trustworthy? What if Ina and I are collaborating with each other? I haven't considered that. I'm glad then. Of course, we aren't collaborating. If I was going to lie, why would I say the door is open when it was locked? That is fair. Silence! I can understand why she didn't want to leave any history. He made it clear that he was going to threaten everyone. There's no need for her to leave any history of mudslinging by using her phone or the messenger. Leave history? It'd be easy for him to use the history to his advantage by editing it however he wanted. If I were her, I would have told him to take off his watch first. Seil sighed after he saw the baffled look on Dooyun's face. He could have recorded the conversation. Oh, that's true. The look on your face tells me that you had no idea he could do that. Maybe we should have taken away his watch so that he couldn't access Fader. Then this wouldn't have happened. Maybe you're right. I'm just speculating. He probably wouldn't have done that same thing so that he could have had his watch back. Man, dude, you depressed to me? Rude? Why would you do that? No. Seil depressing me. Time of encounter. I stayed in the dressing room for a minute, wondering why nobody was there. You said you also checked the door by the staff corridor too, right? Yes, it was also locked. I dropped everything and left the dressing room, and that's when I met Ina. So did you meet her in the central corridor after you left the dressing room? Seil seemed to be drawing the surroundings in his head. Yes, she appeared from the door that connects to the staff corridor. She said she checked the dressing room and the staff corridor, but Hyusung wasn't there. I had an eerie feeling. I mean, it makes sense. Regardless that he's probably the one who killed Hyusung, makes sense. Proposal of return. So I told her to go back to the stage. I just had a bad feeling about the whole thing. You said Hyusung was in the dressing room, but he was nowhere to be found. I guess he was already in the restroom by then. Anyway, I met Ina and we didn't know when another tremor might occur again. I'm the only staff member here now. If a contestant gets hurt or gets in trouble, I'll be held responsible. Although it's too late anyway. Did you think that Hyusung would be okay? Hyusung was nowhere to be found. Did you think he was okay? Yeah, I figured. I went there to find Ina in the first place. I just thought he was hiding somewhere, plotting something again. He disappeared while making threats to everyone. I didn't want to get in trouble by looking for him. I have to take care of you contestants. It's my job, and out of the two, I prefer taking care of Ina. What do you mean out of the two? Seil continued after a brief pause. I must consider their talents and mental health. One is a contestant in his last place who lacks talent and creates chaos by threatening the others. The other is a contestant with great talent and delicate mind. You get the picture. Ina needs a caring hand more than the other. If you're so worried about Hyusung, you guys should have dragged him out of there. Care. Seil said taking care of the contestants was also his responsibility. He stressed that Ina required special attention because she had a great talent and sensitive mind. Dude, we already know you're the stalker, but like this is getting to weird levels. Like this is getting to really weird levels. Like I'm a little, you know, creeped out. I'm really creeped out actually. Jesus. Was Ina in a bad state? Bad state? Why do you ask that? Because you only cared to take care of her with you. Well, she looked a bit scared, so I hurried. Seil gently cleared his throat. I came back with Ina for a good reason. Consider the circumstances of what was important. What do you mean by important? I have to take care of your contestants, and yeah. Trigger. Then he wrote another post saying he had something up his sleeve. Ina said she went there to say something to him. But it's true though. She should have said something to him. Popularity vote, resumption of the show. You saw how he was always checking Fader. Most of Hyusung's fans are Fader users. You write something funny, they start sharing it. You should have done something before things got out of hand. Seil stopped talking and stared at Dune for a moment. And Ina wasn't the only one who was on bad terms with Hyusung, right? He's been ignoring everyone, including me. And she went there because things weren't looking good around here. I mean, that's a little understatement, but that's okay. Alright, last one. Transfer. What's wrong with me sharing her feelings of anxiety? It's true that everyone felt anxiety for their own reason. I'm just curious as to why Ina's name came up. Think about what Hyusung has been doing. He wants to climb up the ranks by putting down other contestants. He's so pathetic. He thinks he could take first place by making everyone else resign. The production crew might even cancel the whole thing. Well, he would have never done it if he was able to think that far. Seil stopped talking and adjusted his glasses. I kind of predicted his move when he went to the corridor by himself. Is it about his threat to us? That he would try to threaten us to quitting? Yeah, it was pretty obvious. He was running out of resources. He thought he could aim for the show to resume as long as he secured the popularity vote. But things have gotten worse, and he was inspired by Sung-yeon. He thought he could make other contestants quit by threatening to expose their weaknesses like Sung-yeon did. Seil frantically rubbed the floor with his foot. I knew what he was going to say to Ina. That's why I was so nervous. And that's what I meant by sharing her feelings of anxiety. Detection. Seil kind of knew that Hyusung was likely to threaten the others since the moment Hyusung left them. He also said he could guess what Hyusung might talk about. Alright. Before we continue, let me just double check, see if we missed anything. Nope. Missed no rapport, missed no conversation. So we are good. Let's move on. 50 keywords acquired, 0 profiles. And reporting improved. Let's go. An uneasy feeling remained. Dune quietly chewed over the conversation. There was something unclear about Ina's account. Ina glossed over something intentionally. Is it these three? I think it's these three. Ina left after reading Hyusung's last Fader post. She said she was afraid Hyusung might spread rumors, but Hyusung's post didn't mention anything specific. So what was she provoked by? Ina said she waited because she thought the dressing room door was locked, but she didn't even call Hyosung to open the door. She said using phone or messenger would leave a history. But why is the call history a problem? Maybe she wanted to hide her secrets. True. Hold on, sneeze. Excuse me. She said she waited in front of the dressing room because of what Gyuhuk and I said before, that Hyosung had locked himself in behind the door. She also said that she felt reluctant to enter the room as she was facing the closed door. That's understandable. If I go any deeper, there'll be no end to this. Okay, so it's not reason for waiting. Try that again. I forced myself to think something was right. He couldn't just continue with this talk. He still had to think about Seil. There are a few things in Seil's account that bugged me. Sir, hold up. Close. Give me 1 second here. Sir, we need to actually figure this out, please. Thank you. I'm not letting having one wrong answer and then like bad stuff happens. Continue anxiety, perhaps? Probably. Let's try that. Oh, shit. That was the right one. Well, let's try this again. Ah, fuck. Well, we know it's continuing anxiety. That's it. There are 3 things on my mind. They didn't seem to know what Hyosung was going to threaten her with. She was visibly provoked by Hyosung's last Fader post. Ina didn't want to leave any form of record regarding her conversation with Hyosung. What was Ina worried? We're back. I think we're back. Are we back? Chat, are we back? I hope we are. Looks like my internet's back up. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. I think we are back. Looks like it's back. That's good. Okay. As long as one person's like, yo, I think we're back. So I'd like to mention right now that before the stream, one of my brothers was like angry at me because he was like, oh, you must be trying to upload something or whatnot because internet's acting really funky, which I've been out and then also in bed most of today, so I haven't even touched my computer until the stream. So he backpedaled real fucking fast because everyone wants to blame me in this house. And, you know, I just was like, whatever. But I had a feeling that internet was going to cut out at some point. The problem is, I get the feeling that someone's going to text me and start blaming me again. So, we'll see. Anyway, Seil. Seil claimed that Hyosung was intelligent, objective. So said, taking care of the contestants was also his responsibility. He was just trying to hide something regarding Ina. Excuse me. He said Hyosung was fully capable of threatening the others, but before I went to the dressing room, Hyosung hadn't threatened anyone yet. He said he kind of knew what Hyosung was going to say, which doesn't sound ordinary. Do you really have any idea what Ina was worried about? Seil said Hyosung received some benefits he didn't deserve, something beyond his talent. Seil very firmly referred to it as fraud. He also said Sungyeon lost her cool when she was with Hyosung. Seil didn't sound like a staff member, rather he sounded like a contestant who was angry at Sungyeon's favoritism. He said it was all about taking care of the contestants, but in the end it was all about Ina. Excellent talent, keen sensitivity, he sounded like a manager referring to his artist. When it was Ina's turn, he grew restless and followed her immediately. Maybe about the contestants, he meant only one contestant. 3 things are, first, he seemed to know what Hyosung would threaten us with. Second, he talked about Hyosung and Sungyeon from a perspective, the contestants. 3, he praised Ina and tried to act as if he were her manager. Doubt Seil. He reacted as if he knew what Hyosung was going to tell. He was mad at Sungyeon's favor to Hyosung. He tried to micromanage Ina on the excuse of contestants' care. The itching feeling inside his head had never subsided. Maybe he was wrong to discuss this topic again. Have you found out anything interesting? Plug hole. This guy again. Well, he summarized the story. He tried to work it out, but it ended up getting more complicated than necessary. First, we must check whether Ina was really standing in front of the closed door. We also need to figure out how the attacker made Hyosung to go to the restroom. And how Seil knew that Hyosung had gone to the restroom, or how he made Hyosung do so. How Seil knew that Hyosung had gone to the restroom? Obviously, you know it's Seil. It's very unlikely, but it's also possible that the two of them conspired to attack Hyosung together. A lot of missing puzzle pieces. It'd be best for you guys to stick together if you want no more thriller. If you look closely, anyone could have their motive to hurt Hyosung. Don't step forward if you're not ready. Wait until it's the right moment, just like how we did to Sungyeon. Making a small mistake will make you a double crosser. I don't like it either. What will you do? Throwing bombs? Swallowing without water? It didn't seem smart to go any further on their accounts. You had to approach them in a very subtle way, otherwise things might get out of control. Okay, I told you as much as possible. Me too. I look pathetic. Are we done here? Yoon quietly nodded. Alright, Detective Han agreed on calling it a day. It was surprisingly exhausting. I can agree more, I'm exhausted. We can just wait for the rescue team to arrive now. The atmosphere died down. Yuhak muttered under his breath while looking at his watch. They announced the survivors list again. The rumors about survivors spreading on Fader now are all groundless fictions. It's true that Hyosung got injured at the accident site where rescue operations was underway. The rescue team is still securing an access route. The network of the accident site is really bad, so we have yet to confirm details about Hyosung. The other survivors, Juyoung 28, Yuhak 26, Ina 25, Doyoon 25, and the audition floor director Seil are all safe with no injury. Aw, look at everybody. Look at everybody. I realize I'm a year older than Hyosung. I started this series the same age as Doyoon. It's crazy. The updated survivor list also contained everyone's pictures. Just by the look of it, it looks like it's like the list of Beastars finalists. Am I on the list too? Of course, you're a survivor. Seil frowned after seeing the list from the contestants' watch. Pictures for what? Our names and ages would be enough. Doyoon, can you see this message? Huh? Doyoon's gaze turned to the watch. Yes? The situation is heading in an unexpected direction. Regarding the injury of Hyosung, you know what the post on this timeline is like. People behave as if they were very rational, but they make all kinds of stupid assumptions. Doyoon unknowingly bit his lip. Ugh. Sungyeon is gone, but still they fall into our trap. In my opinion, if people there get to know this, everyone must be depressed. Is there any way to stop them from reading Fader? Nope. Doyoon suddenly raised his head. You could tell it was too late just by looking at the facial expression. The beginning of a national crime show? How absurd. Can I see it too? Yuhak showed his watch to Seil. Seil staggered to see the watch screen. This is so frustrating! Come on, the staff would surely be excluded from the suspects list. Not really. Juyoung raised her head and stared at Seil. Ina opened her mouth after looking at the timeline again. What's this about? I think I've seen this floor director, the floor director of the photo. I'm just wondering, but would anyone search for contestants of Beastars Season 2? My home internet's so slow. Oh? After seeing Masked Town's comment, I searched. Oh? Is that Seil a contestant? What? Oh, I remember a guy eliminated from the preliminaries a few years ago. I should get on Masked Town's good side. Uh-oh. What? What? He was a contestant? I actually did not expect this. Wow. He's participated in Beastars before? Still seemed unaware of the situation since he didn't have a watch. Seil always talked as if he was a middleman between the staff and contestants. Maybe it was because of his past audition experience. After the face and name were revealed, your floor director Seil's popularity is soaring, man. What's the fuss about having participated in the show? Don't bet your life on uncertain things. People could say whatever they want out there, but not inside there. Why won't you answer? That makes me worried, restless, frightened. Why, is there something else? Click off. Hold up. We have infinite time now. We have infinite time. Man, it's nice having two screens. Nice having two screens. Ask? He's gonna find out about it anyway. So yeah, I think asking is probably the best thing. Seil, I have a question. What is it? Have you ever competed in B-Stars before? Seal's eyes widen, his mouth closed shut. It's been brought up on my mind as well. Is that true, or is it one of the Fader rumors? Yeah, I figured, but we gotta ask. Why on earth would somebody post? I think somebody posted after the survivors list came out. Seil lowered his head a bit and bit his lip. What's so important about that now? Never heard about my competition history, right? That's because nobody was curious anyway. When I was about to get quiet, Ina took another step towards Seil. She looked ferocious, unlike before. Actually, that's not the real issue here. What do you have to say about this? Ina thrust her watch before Seal's face. Seil took a step back and slowly checked the watch screen. What a pineapple. Are we about to see the stalker pictures? I think we're about to see stalker pictures. Suddenly his face turned pale. This is... What are you talking about? Look at the Fader posts. They're strange. Yep, it's a stalker post. So we're back on the path from the original part, right? I just saw something creepy. Yep. So there's Ina and then Seil. So we've seen this picture before. Damn, not in just one photo, but in several photos. There's Seil again. The focus was on Ina, but a familiar man was seen in the background. You can see clearly by zooming in. Yeah. The Fader users even enlarged the photo so that you'd be more recognizable. It was unnecessary to do that because I immediately knew it was you. When did they take? It was taken when I went to Busan. I remember when. But that's not the question. The real question is why you were there. Ina's eyes slightly trembled. Was it you? Who? My stalker. No way. His sharp cry echoed around in the ruin. How can you say that? Ah, we've seen this face before. I went out of my way to take care of you. Why do you all look serious? You really think I'm the stalker? Maybe not. Maybe not. No, absolutely not, period. Then explain your presence in the photos. Actually, something else came up on my timeline. I saw a post on my school bulletin. That guy with green hair introduced himself as a reporter and interviewed about Yuhuk's club activities. B.S. G.H. Lee. Attention, watch out for that guy Seil. He came to my school lying that he was a reporter and collected private information about the contestants. He's definitely up to something. Some say that you look like a guy who asked around about me at my school. Eyewitness account of having seen Seil in public. He asked around about the contestants near their schools or homes. Are you kidding? How can they tell it's me just by looking at the photos? Why is everyone suddenly talking about you? What did you really do? Wow, this is ridiculous. Seil took a step back and began to laugh all of a sudden. What really happened? That's actually my question. Are you accusing me like this based on some groundless posts on Fader? Are you responsible for what happened to Hyusung as well? Oh Jesus Christ, what have the pictures got to do with Hyusung? I've seen only posts and people say that Seil guy and Ina must be separated for his safety. That guy is Ina's stalker. Looks like he finished Hyusung off because Hyusung tried to threaten Ina with something. He was about to threaten me with something to kick me out of the audition, so you silenced him. Because you already knew everything he was going to say. Jiyoung held Ina's hand. Wait a sec. Seil, it's important that you give us a proper explanation. Seil took a step forward toward Ina. Jiyoung and Ina both took a step back when he did that. Ina, please don't accuse me of being a stalker or murderer because I'm not. You can't do this to me. You know I sincerely care about you and your safety. How can you trust the gossip on Fader over me? Think about all the suspicious posts brought up just during the last couple minutes. I should trust you without a proper explanation? I told you the picture was a coincidence and people mistook me for someone else. That doesn't explain everything. You're treating me like a guilty person. Who is really innocent here anyway? The atmosphere grew somber with tension. I already told you everything. I didn't kill Hyusung. I don't have any smartwatch or a phone. I can't make a phone call. How would I ever know Hyusung went to the restroom? Maybe he didn't, but you just happened to find him in the restroom. Please stop assuming that I'm the attacker. Give me something to prove your innocence. That's what I've been doing all along. What should we do about this? We can't just disregard everything as coincidence. We've diffused tension. Easily diffused tension, because otherwise people are going to be pissed. We need to stop them first. Please do. Okay, we all need to relax. I need to hear what you're hiding from us. It was gonna be one inside of the other, like we knew that. It's all started because he lied to us. Everyone started to raise their voices. How's it going there? No mass fight, I guess? Don't screw it now. We've done well so far. Dean suddenly came back to his senses. The mood here is not so good. No doubt, you guys have been trapped there. Just stick together, control yourself, and take charge of the situation. If this leads to a physical struggle, there could be an accident. Wait, I said wait. Everyone felt silent at Dune screaming. Relax, both of you. Hey, is that your stance? I'm just worried you might hurt yourself. Which is fair, because Ina accidentally kills Seil in the first room. Jing nodded and stood next to Duyun. We can't allow any more casualties. I have nobody on my side. Sure, we can talk this out. What do you mean? You're about to finish an innocent person's life. I'm also against this quarrel, but we can't just ignore things that have risen to the surface. If we lose control, we cannot stick together anymore. Okay, then let's put aside everything except these fader posts. That's not putting anything aside. So you're just going to keep your mouth shut? Well, Sue glanced around for a moment. Okay, fine, but I won't tell you every detail since there are some things I'd like to keep them to myself. You think this is a joke? Jung stopped Ina, who was about to take a leap at Seil. Okay, tell us what you can. Seil dropped his arms weakly. Seal's eyes regained focus behind his glasses. What do you want to know? Ask me. Jesus! Things are getting intense up in here, aren't they? Seal's a contestant, and he's also guilty. Like, we already know this. Damn it, Seil. Everyone's on edge now. Everyone is on edge. Let's check Vader. He always had Ina's photos and clips stored on his personal tablet and enjoyed watching them whenever he had a chance. Witness backstage. A Vader post said that Seil could often be found watching clips of Ina on his tablet and that many people already knew about this behavior. But after getting scolded by Sungyeon, he took it out of his subordinates. His nickname was Notebook Guy. He wrote down everything to report to Sungyeon. Gopher. Seil was like Sungyeon's servant, and he always carried a notebook to take down everything, including people's small mistakes, and report them to the producer. I like how there's a guy named Boycott Duyun, and then they're like, man, Sungyeon's actually not is worse. We couldn't say anything because we just followed what the floor director instructed. She said nothing more about that, but she was in a very bad mood, practically taking out on him. Public criticism. Seil was severely scolded and condemned by Sungyeon even in front of other people. Getting through this real fast. The Badger Meat is pretty good about this. That's him. I remember he frowned at the cheering pictures for Hyusung. He asked us to put aside all pickets saying that he can block passage. Cranky. Seil left a bad impression on the fans who attended the open broadcast. Those fans seemed to share something about him. Didn't know what Hyusung was going to expose. My fault. She cried and laughed however she wanted. She demanded too much from me every single day. Was I supposed to satiate her endless greed? Scandal explained. The entrepreneur who was rumored to be Jung's lover wrote a post. He broke up with her due to her mood swings and gold digging, and he demanded everyone to leave him alone. Interesting. She didn't expect no one would recognize her if she had changed her name and hidden her past. Past laundering. Someone revealed that Ina was the daughter of a swindler who had committed a serious crime 8 years ago. She was harshly blamed for hiding her past to enter the audition. Okay. Man, there's still so much stuff. This game is starting to escalate. We've already seen that before. Saw that before. Saw that before. This is known as a photo of Ina's stalker. Isn't he the floor director guy? Testimonies, photos. Eyewitness accounts of having seen Seil in public. Fans took several photos of Seil looking around Ina. Again. Thanks. That guy is the man who made a scene on the stage complaining of being eliminated from the preliminary stage. Audition history. An eyewitness testified that they knew who Seil was. According to them, Seil was a contestant in a previous season of Beastars who was a real eyesore after his elimination. Man, no one likes Seil, not even me. Crazy. Everyone's pictures. Man, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. 7 keywords. How's the rankings? Didn't really change. Let's call people on the phone. Ina, this is not a good time to talk on the phone. If you got something to say, do it in person. Bye. You know, that checks out. That's if you got something to say it to my face. But Ina's like super pissed. Girl is super pissed. Why? I don't want to talk to you yet. Sorry. Gyuhuk, do you think we're on the right track? Testimonies are pouring in as if people have been waiting for this moment. Seil in the photos, that was weird. He could show up once by chance, but he showed up in every photo. I saw Ina was frustrated. No wonder she was upset. We'll only grow more suspicious of Seil if he doesn't clearly explain himself. What is Seil thinking? It's not like I can read his mind. In this state, he won't be able to shake off all those suspicions. Honestly, I'm thinking that I will talk to Seil last. Usually I just go from left to right, but I think talking to Seil last is probably the best idea. Just so that way we get a big focus on just Seil. Anyway, still gotta talk to Ju-Young, and then we'll do a save, and then we'll go talk to everybody. What do you think? We shouldn't jump to any conclusions. He'll answer the questions, but I won't fully trust them. You know, this industry is full of people backstabbing one another. But we need to distinguish the truth from assumptions. Do you think this is just a rough assumption? I don't know. I can't think straight right now. I shouldn't have checked Fader. That's fair. Seil is somehow guilty, Ina. Eyewitness. Out of everything, this is the worst. Why did he hover around the contestants? He's part of the production crew, not a scriptwriter or a camera crew. He doesn't intend to give us a clear answer. Ina tugged at her hair. Are we trying to fish a huge secret out of him? Can't he just reveal what he did for the show and why he did so? Given the circumstances, he might be panicking. And if he continues to do that, I'll panic too. After all is said and done, I thought he was the staff member I was closest to. I felt the same, but now I have no idea what he's thinking. We still have to wait a few more hours until we get out of here. He really has to answer us. Damn! First things first, and you already depress us, Ina. Why is Ina depressing us? Also, it's really hot in here. Let me turn on a fan. So I'm gonna grab one of my Gatorades because Gatorade is delicious. Excuse me. So we all think it's Seil, right? It's backstage. That was very unpleasant. How come nobody told me about that? I had no idea what was going on. Ina suddenly stopped while biting her lip. Things for what? For killing Hyosung and maybe even potentially the claps. Yeah, well, I think he's the attacker for sure, but also I think he might be responsible for the claps here too. What's the matter with you? The photos, videos, is that it? About what? You gave me tons of advice for nearly everything. About walking, talking, my hair, facial expressions, dancing, and even singing. Talk about how I should change and how I should do things better. We're talking about this. No way. He was trying to control every aspect of you. Yes, I'm sure he wasn't doing that to you, Ju-Young or Gyuhuk. With me, he tried to micromanage everything. Ina gulped and continued. I'll tell you what happened. It was at the end of the preliminaries. I came down after the rehearsal and he approached me from behind the stage. He said I needed to change my clothes and makeup. He said he already prepared new ones for me. Definitely a stalker. Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. But attacker, not so sure. Still think it's him. It wasn't from Sung-yeon? No, it wasn't. He said he had an idea for me. He said Sung-yeon wouldn't notice the minor change. Ina braced herself with both arms. He even stopped my interview and made them do it again from the start. He said some of my speech didn't fit my character concept. He even told me what gestures I should make. Even the camera crew was getting sick of him. He's never done that to me before, so did you go along with it? I said I would, but I never did. Now I know how he was able to make comments about everything I did. He's been watching me, always. Interference. Seil tried to micromanage Ina in every way, from her stage costume, speech, behaviors, and even little hand gestures, on the excuse of helping her as a staff member. Damn, this guy be crazy. This guy be crazy. Gopher. What do you think about this rumor? Well, at first I thought it had nothing to do with the situation at hand, but after giving it a thought, I realized I was wrong. How was that? Ina glanced around. It seems he has an ambivalent personality. I didn't think he was the type of person to hurt or be rude to anyone, but from what I hear, he's a bit different. Oh, he's rude to everybody. He acts very squirrely and panics a bunch. Not really panics, he's just very depressing and very angry at everyone except for Ina. Like, that is how he is 24/7. There is a reason why the joke of this stream series of Buried Stars has been Depresso Espresso Seil, because every time you talk to him, it's either report down or sanity down. But the rumors on Fader was, oops. I know you can't expect to hear only positive things about someone when you begin to hear every story, big or small. But if he doesn't tell us, it's hard for us to think objectively. Depression the game? That's what Katsy would say. Katsy's been calling this depression the game, but I feel like this. So I've talked about this in other streams, like some intermissions, especially yesterday's very odd intermission, but like, it's just like there's like everyone's panicking and everyone's worried because obviously they're buried alive. They know there's an attacker next to them and they had to deal with like S. Sung-yeon for a while, but there hasn't been any really big like twists, I don't think. Kyusung dying, like, it was like, oh, that just went along with what S. Sung-yeon said. I mean, but like this entire time, for me at least, I've just always suspected Seil and just never swayed from it. I feel like any other person who's not super like savvy for visual novels might just kind of be like trying to think of everything. But I've played my fair share of visual novels that it just, everything kind of points to Seil. And this, it doesn't seem like it's one of the games that likes to do like the whole red herring. But I mean, if it's not Seil, then I mean, this will be a lot better. But I've been like kind of nervous that this is just going to be following into some tropes. So I'm a little worried. Here's that he's the one the game wants you to target or go red herring. True, but that's the thing is like this game. So here's the thing. Like I played Danganronpa, I played Aya of the Somnium Files, I played 428 Severe Scramble. There's always like the red herring sort of things in those games. And like, you know, like Danganronpa, I'm not going to spoil anything with Danganronpa because we haven't streamed it yet. But like I know what happens in the games. And there are definitely red herrings in those specific games. The problem is this might be speaking too much about like what I think about this game, but I think the problem I have with this game is plug hole. Is that, I don't know if that's normal or not, but like plug hole is like really handholdy and is like kind of the one that like keeps things veering into everything has a logical explanation and there's very little red herrings. Now obviously I was a little wrong because you know, Seil, I thought Seil was S. Sung-yeon the entire time because of the tablet in the first path, but assuming I never saw that first path, right, I would not think Seil was S. Sung-yeon, but I would have still thought Seil was the attacker, just because Seil, out of everybody here, since we're all trapped underneath, he's the only one who has any sort of animosity towards Hyusung. So I would have still thought he was the attacker, but if I did not see the tablet, I would have not suspected him as Sung Yeon. That being said, Plughole like kind of just steering us into specific directions and being like, this is what you need to focus on. Like, I'm not really a big fan of it because I'd like the characters to more so think for themselves, or at least do Yoon, but I don't know. Like, I would like to believe that Seil is a red herring, but based on how I feel like this game has been going, I would be very surprised if it wasn't Seil. Like, I'd be really, really surprised if it wasn't Seil who was the attacker. I mean, if he's not the attacker and I'm wrong, then I'll throw out my opinion of the game and I'll just kind of try to be unbiased. I will just say that, like, I've been enjoying the story of this game and I've been enjoying the game itself, but I haven't been super like hooked on it because I feel like everything kind of has been straightforward. And I like twists. And the only twist we've gotten so far is the fact that Seil was a contestant on the game, which that threw me for a loop. That's a good twist. I wasn't expecting him to be a contestant, a former contestant. Like, that's pretty cool. That's actually a really good twist. And the first pass with everyone dying, like, that's just the typical path, so I just kind of was like, okay, whatever. So, anyway, public criticism. I didn't know Sung Yeon was being that harsh to him. I didn't think she was a person who would publicly talk down to others, but I'm starting to realize that she was such a person. I assume Seil didn't get to decide anything. He must have received orders even though he didn't like them. Ina fiddled with her hand on her chin. He acted like Sung Yeon's spokesman, so I thought he was quite intimate with her. Not everything he said about her was positive. Neither positive nor negative. He only said that Sung Yeon must have had her reasons. It must be a terrible feeling to be criticized in front of other staff members in the audience. It seems that we didn't know much about how things are working around here. Well, yeah, if you're a contestant on a show, you know very little about what's going on. I've talked about the fact that I've wanted to, like, maybe one day be on Big Brother for US, just because, like, I feel like it would be a fun time, even though, like, a lot of people in the past, it was like just everyone just having a fun time or everything. But now the game's gotten to the point where everybody's like super strategic and such. But I still would like have fun with it, but production would not, like, you know, production really wouldn't focus on it. Also, just got a notification from work. Sorry, 1 second. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that was work. Did you know they had that said to him? I heard about it for the first time from Fader. If you didn't know, none of us could have known. Ina reached out her hand to stop Doyoon. I know there are different sides to everyone. Is that what you were going to say? You're right. But to what extent? Does it include a stalker side? Well, yeah, no, he's definitely a stalker. Scandal explained. They're just rambling. I would have believed that nonsense if it were a year ago, but not now. I'm speaking from experience. Jooyoung joined the audition so that she could somehow get back on the stage. You know that, right? Ina and Doyoon locked eyes. I know, when I saw her. All that nonsense he's babbling on about has nothing to do with Jooyoung. That's my boy. He's playing dirty since she can't refute anything right now. Talking about mood swings, he's out to get her. She would never date a jerk like him. I'll make him pay for his bullshit once I get out of here. We need to take good care of her first. You need to take care of yourself first. Me? Who are you worrying about, kid? Listen, we worry about you. Past laundering. I want to deny it, but my chin is shaking. I ended up here after all. Ina clicked her tongue. She looked very pale. So, was it worth hiding it? But you had nothing to do with the whole thing. What does it have to do with this? You saw the post, right? To summarize, it was concealing her identity. That Phil Woon Yu changed her name to Ina Oh and pretended to be someone else. And that she's been laughing and giggling at the audition. Ina. It's a relief to hear you still call me that. What do you mean? You are Ina. Mom divorced him after he went to prison. I changed my family name to match hers. I changed everything I could after joining the show. Name change. Your previous name was Philboon Yu. You changed your name and took her mother's last name, who had gotten divorced when her husband went to prison. I guess I underestimated this world. It would have been weird if I didn't get caught. Ina put a hand on her forehead and let out a long sigh. Let's think about the outside world later. For now, we should focus on what's at hand here. But what about the mess we have here? June didn't know what to say. Ina smirked with a grim look on her face. Stop stuttering, I already know. I know where we stand, and I'm focusing on the present. Rapport events, let's go! Deal. My previous name, they gave me that name even before I was born. In Pilboon Yu, Pil means must, and Woon means male. They must have wanted a son badly, huh? Well, you are Ina O now. Yeah, it's a meaningful name to me. What does it mean? Ina lowered her head to see her own feet. Ina means a clear river. I wanted to let go of all the ugliness in my life through the river. Now that my life's all messed up, I'd better rename myself to Sinha. Messed up how? What do you even think that way? Sin? Yeah, because my life is full of sins now. Ina's a beautiful name, and that's what other people say. Is that a cynical joke, or are you a super positive person? You should have been really determined to change your name, Mina. Not a big deal. I just didn't want to inherit anything from my dad. Her eyes glared. I changed everything, my hair, face, gestures, even the way I talk. I didn't even tell my crew members about it. Sungyeon was not an ordinary person for sure. How did she even... She knew about your past? Did she tell you that she knew it? No, I revealed it myself during an interview with her. When there were just two of us, somehow I felt like telling her my secret. Strange. So what did she say? She encouraged me. Told me how she understood my situation and supported me. Looking back, it was such a touching moment. But she said I lacked something. She said I should make a full commitment to turning into a totally different person. So that's how Ina's character was made to Beastars? It was a complete transformation. Not even my acquaintances could recognize me. Sungyeon had a certain character good for her show, and I need a new start in my life. So we made a deal. Mutual pact. Ina revealed her past to Sungyeon. Sungyeon offered her an opportunity to transform her life and career at the cost of her strict adherence to the show's concept. Makes sense. Poor Ina. Deal. She told Sungyeon about her past after joining the audition. Sungyeon sympathized with her and suggested a complete transformation. Yikes. Crazy. Testimonies. Photos. One more coincidence, he might be sitting in my bedroom next. It can't be a coincidence. Of course not, it's ridiculous. It gave me the chills when I saw the enlarged photo. I never thought revealing the list in photos would lead to this. We would have never known if it weren't for the list of survivors. I think it's a good thing. It's probably a good thing. If we could settle some of our doubts and focus on being rescued. Never mind! Listen to yourself. Aren't you shocked, or is it just doesn't concern you? That's not what I meant. Do I have to analyze what's deep inside your head? My head's about to burst at the thought of Hyosung and what's going on. Ina put her hand on her forehead and shook her head. I just hope this isn't the worst case scenario I've been envisioning. What's the worst case scenario? I can't say it aloud. Any single word could become my reality. We need to end this before it gets to that. This atmosphere and this isolation. Okay. Okay, bye. Meow. I'm nervous. I'm also worried about how you feel. As soon as we took Sungyeon out of the picture, another problem arose. Well, it's true we are at a disadvantage. You sometimes act on impulse before we can stop you. I won't do it if you stop nagging at me. What if the situation gets worse? Well then, I have no idea. Ina shook her head with a blank look on her face. I just hope this isn't the worst case scenario I've been envisioning. What's the worst case scenario? Yeah. Man, that was just a choice. He gave us some stuff. You'd think I would just be done being congested, but it's just sucks, man. It sucks. I'm sorry. When did this picture exist? Have we seen this picture? I don't think he tried to hide his audition history. I mean, he's not obligated to reveal his past as a former contestant. It was a painful memory to him, not something he'd be proud of. What's important is at the present, not the past. The problem is that the present is what's bothering me. He became even more defensive after his past was revealed. I can understand that. He could be tangled up with all kinds of other things. Nina lightly kicked the floor with the heel of her shoe. But it's certainly not the time to exercise his right to remain silent. He needs to answer us to continue our discussion. It's not like we can turn him upside down and shake the truth out of him. Shake him up, fuck him up, punch him in the dick. Alright, let's talk to Yu-Hook. Eyewitness. They have been saying all kinds of things. Ever since the survivors list with the photo and name came out. This isn't the situation I expected. Yu-Hook covered his mouth and paused for a moment. The things we're hearing now, do you believe them? I can't help but believe it. We have to believe them to a certain extent. They came out after his face and name were exposed. I think some of them deserve credibility. About half of them must be nonsense, though. Yu-Hook put his hand on his forehead and raised his head again. But if some of them turn out to be true, Seil might know more about us than we think. Do you think he ever showed it unknowingly while in here? Jin paused to think while staring at Yu-Hook. Well, yeah, because of what Hyusung said. When Hyusung called us out one by one to blackmail us, he said he knew what Hyusung was going to say. Seil said that? He said he knew why Ina was feeling anxious. Yu-Hook stared into the air while rubbing his chin. Given the circumstances, they don't sound like groundless rumors. Early recognition. Seil claimed that he could guess what Hyusung was going to threaten, as if he knew why Ina was so nervous. Yikes. Yikes. Witness backstage. It's true Seil is paying special attention to Ina, but he's more like a road manager than someone that has feelings for her. Do you think that's how he ended up in Ina's photos? Oh, shit. Well, I think that's crossing the line. I can understand how staff members might have preferences, but prying into a contestant's private life is a different matter, and him keeping quiet about it isn't helping at all. Yu-Hook lowered his hand from his forehead and continued. Of course he can watch Ina's videos, but it's a problem if he does that in the studio so often that lots of others see him. That seems inappropriate. Seil hovered around us too, which can mean that Ina wasn't the only one. That's what he needs to explain clearly. But he just tries to avoid the topic. Frickin' Seil, always being a problem to everybody. Damn it, Seil. Damn it, Seil. Everybody blames Seil. Go for it. They say the best thing a middle manager could hope to achieve is the maintenance of the status quo. Although that came from Fader, there's no guarantee that the user who wrote the post is really a former staff member. But the things they said about the notebook and such were pretty detailed. Yu-Hook stopped talking with a brief pause. It's true Seil kept his distance from the other staff members except Sungyeon. Sungyeon wasn't welcomed by other staff members either. She was favored only by the executives. It's possible Seil was criticized as Sungyeon's henchman. He must have felt that it was unfair. Sungyeon didn't seem to value Seil. She was rather condescending towards him. I didn't see them together often, but I could sense Sungyeon's tone and manner. No matter how hard he tried, he wasn't getting anything back from her. Was he trying to date Sungyeon too, and then finding out that Hyusung was sleeping with her fucked him up? I saw the post too. He said he used to work for Beastars. He was gleefully lashing out at Seil. I almost felt bad for Seil. I thought Seil and Sungyeon had known each other for a long time. I was surprised to see him with so little authority and stature. It's like there was nothing he could do on his own. Maybe all this criticism toward him resulted from Sungyeon's orders. Maybe he was following Sungyeon's orders. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Excuse me. If she was that coercive and as bossy as you and those Fader posts describe, he believed that what he did was what he wanted, which means he's already brainwashed. Brainwashed? Brainwashed to obey Sungyeon and her unreasonable orders. When you start to believe that defiance is to no avail and that you can't escape, your ego will start to identify yourself with your perpetrator. I'm speaking from experience. Gyu-hook shook his head and then looked at Do-yoon again. I can only speculate in the case of Seil, but... A man who loses his free will cannot tell the difference between his own thoughts and his perpetrator's orders. It's fair, I guess. Sorry. Work stuff. Cranky Seil! We don't know what goes on around before we get up on the stage. The staff has to control the crowd, so they can't be kind to everyone. We always see the stage when everything is under control. Gyu-hook nodded at Do-yoon's remark. If it was always like that towards the audience, we might have heard about it. The fact that it's coming out at this last minute must imply that it was an occasional thing? I think so. Maybe the post was written by someone who was offended by him back then. At a time like this, anything would call for a response. But to be swayed by it, there are just too many other important issues. We'd better focus on other topics. It's like, I mean, it's like some people, now that they know that Seil is here, it's like everyone knows that's outside that Seil is not a good person. But from season 2. Why do you think he stepped forward unnecessarily? Maybe he was trying to gain something out of it. Well, it was a hot topic. He was talking nonsense about her being greedy or whatever. Anyone who knows Ju-young can see that he's lying. Do-yoon briskly nodded while staring at Ju-young. People just run their mouths out there. And we get hurt by their comments. I hope she didn't read the post, but someone must have forwarded it to her. That's how Fader works. I hope she doesn't mind. That's fair. I just hope that Ju-young, like, I'm just gonna be honest, I just hope that Ju-young's good because she's pretty. I'm a weak man, what can I say? Whether it's true or not, children are not like their parents. You can't denounce a child for their parents' wrongdoings, unless the child knew what their parents were doing and went along with it. I agree, I'm worried about Ina. If it's true, she must be feeling conflicted. Family matters can arouse feelings of ambivalence, and even more so in her case. Ambivalence? Does that mean she might still have a bit of affection for her father? After a brief silence, Gyu-hook slowly nodded. Well, at least in my case, yes. Just like a reaction to my childhood, it leaves me with confusing memories. Mature maybe, but I think it's the same for most of us. Ambivalent. Everyone has ambivalent feelings towards their family. He now feels that this hostility towards his father is childish. Forget about the confusing memories, I'm just worried about Ina. You're right, it's not like we can refute or explain the rumors from here. If this continues, it's dangerous, I think. Testimony's photo. I might be convinced if it happened only once, but that wasn't the case. The photo was taken by a fan who happened to walk by. The photos were taken by different people at different locations. Gyu-hook pondered while rubbing his chin. This can't be a coincidence. Everyone's talking about Seil now, but Seil has nothing to do with the collapse of the stage or Hyosung's death. That might not be true though. Do you think they are related? None of us were Sungyeon and they weren't even the attacker. We have the victim, but no attacker. Gyu-hook sank his head and whispered to himself. We believe that none of us had a reason to hurt other people. We couldn't come up with any reasons. But now we're seeing all these suspicious clues. I mean, let's be real, Seil has every reason to kill Hyosung. I can understand why he didn't want to tell us. I'm sure his self-esteem has been severely damaged. We know what it feels like to have our stories exposed without our consent. Do-yoon quietly nodded. It seems that Seil had a long history with Beastars. I wish we could just leave it at that, but that won't be easy. Gyu-hook turned his head to face Seil. That's not the only thing. We don't know anything about Hyosung's incident. At a time like this, a little doubt could lead to a serious accident. I hope Seil can cope with it. That might be hard though, you know how it is. If he's not used to Fader, the controversy like that would just make him want to run away. Fair. Time for Ju-young. We're getting closer to Seil stuff. Someone said he hovered around the contestants. If that's true, why did he do it? Do you want to know the reason? June put her hand by her face and paused to think. Does it really have to be Seil? If it's true, it means a production crew member was involved in the field work. It's gotta be because of Sungyeon's order. Like, we all know it's Sungyeon. If Sungyeon gave the order, he couldn't have refused it. But I can't imagine why, though. It's possible that he was following an order from Sungyeon. It might have been out of the scope of his normal work, but once an order is given, it's his job to finish it. Ju-young's gaze turned to Do-yoon again. Did the show want more information about contestants? I thought what they showed was enough. We don't know what Sungyeon had in mind. So I guess Seil's the only one who can answer our questions then. That's true. Frickin' Seil. Being the one full of everything. Witness backstage. He'll probably insist he was just monitoring. But most of the photos and accounts are related to Ina. Why are we hearing about all these problematic stories now? The list of survivors triggered this unexpected controversy. It was the first time the photos and names of the staff were revealed. Normally people would never know the faces of the staff. The two of them fell silent for a moment. We should be able to filter out the right information. Now that we've received an influx of information, it's all the more confusing. We can no longer disregard it since the public knows about it now. Also, Ina is scared. I thought she got angry. You don't know Ina well. Ina's dead scared right now. At least you two get along very well, Ju-young and Ina. I would like to... Yeah. Seil always carried that notebook with him. You can't fabricate that kind of story just by looking at photos on Fader. It was apparently ill-intended, though. Ju-young's gaze wandered. You okay, Ju-young? Something comes to mind, although it might be irrelevant. What is it? One of the eliminated contestants told me that Seil once made a very rude remark. He just needs to speak out about what he's doing because none of it looks good and because he needs to admit he was the stalker. I mean, yeah, he does need to admit he's the stalker, but if he's trying to hide everything, that means he's possibly like the culprit. So that's why we gotta figure it out. That's a problem if it's true. If it's not Seil's job to condone others, and the guy was already eliminated. It wasn't even related to his work. He was waiting for the bus to go home after the list of those eliminated was announced. That's when Seil approached him and told him that he was ugly and his voice was horrible. Yep, definitely not advice. Good thing we didn't choose that one. Seriously? Did someone already eliminated? Jin nodded after a brief pause. It was during Super Week. I'm not sure if you remember that little chubby guy. Seil also added that if he didn't have talent, she should have made it some connections. So Seil kept mocking him until the bus came. Did he tell you himself? Yes, he contacted me during the finals. He also said Seil was looking at his notebook even while mocking him. There it is again, the notebook. I know our personalities are diverse, including the good with the bad. But Seil didn't have to treat him like that. He should have kept it professional. Insulting dropouts. Seil criticized contestants that had been eliminated. He sarcastically remarked that those with talent need to find ways to pull strings behind the scenes. Interesting. Interesting. Public criticism. Were you aware? Sung-yeon reprimanded Seil in front of others. No, I didn't know. Sung-yeon preferred to deal with the contestants one at a time. She always talked to each other separately in person. I thought she did the same to the staff. Ji-young turned her grim gaze toward the stage. I had no idea what was going on in this place. I thought I was pretty close with some staff members. Maybe he thought it was unnecessary to tell us. I think you're right. He wasn't sure if we would side with Sung-yeon or the staff. No, he didn't tell us because he thought we were on Sung-yeon's side. Yeah, listen, we're not always on Sung-yeon's side, Seil. We sometimes want to believe in you, but you don't trust us. I guess it happened while he was working. He might have offended someone while trying to control a large crowd. I'm not saying Seil carried himself properly. Are you saying it has nothing to do with the situation at hand? It's a little different from his usual image, but... Ji-young briefly shook her head. A person's personality is not that simple. It's always diverse. We should keep that in mind. Yep, everyone's personality is diverse. Can't always take what you get at face value. Scandal, explain. Sorry. I'm at a loss for words. A serious relationship? Mood swings? Gold digging? Ji-young bit her lip so hard that blood started to ooze out. Don't do that, please. Ji-young, it's just their conjecture. So what about you? Which side are you on? Listen, I'm on your side. Easy. I'm on your side. I'm not your childhood friend, but I've known you enough through this audition. I don't believe any of that. Yeah, you're better than the friends I've had for a long time. A dark shadow briefly passed over Ji-young's face. That Fader post is a lie. What really happened was... it was an offer for a sugar daddy. That's fair. That makes sense. From that businessman? Yeah, that guy sent word to my agency's boss and he passed it on to me. His agency was nearly bankrupt and his forecast on the market was completely off. My group members tried so hard to survive but couldn't change the situation. He gave me the offer before our agency went bankrupt. Why would the agency ask you for such bullshit? He tried to persuade me by saying that we'd worked so hard to get there and we shouldn't stop. He said he trusted me and he begged me to accept the offer even though I might be reluctant. That's fucked up. That is such bullshit. I agree. Yes, it's absurd, right? But back then I accepted it. Proposal. The love scandal was about a sugar daddy. Ji-young accepted the proposal due to the urgent request of the CEO of her agency, believing that was the only way to protect her dream. When Ji-young was done talking, she took a step back. I'll tell you the end of the story when I'm ready. That's so fucked. Literally, she wants to live out her dream of being an idol and just being, like, on the stage. And the only way to do that is to have a sugar daddy and do whatever he wanted. That's so fucked. I feel bad for Ji-young. That's laundering. What are people talking about all of a sudden? She was in school 8 years ago. If her family didn't gain any profit, they were also victims to her father's fraud. Ji-young paused for a minute. She was looking pale. But there are even some who lost their lives. What if it's actually the family of the deceased saying this? Ina was already not doing so well, and this might make her worse. I'm not sure how she might respond, but she needs to be stabilized first. I'll keep an eye on her. She tends to act on impulse at times. Don't let her out of your sight. Fair. 2 more left, and then we get to talk to Seil. He could have kept denying it. He admitted it was him when someone posted in a large photo, but the photo wasn't even that clear though. Ji-young hesitantly began after a little pause. Maybe he was afraid that something else might come out. Do you think he was considering that possibility? If he denied it first, that would only put him in a more difficult position. Probably it would have been better for him to confess earlier, since then he has insisted that every single thing was a coincidence. But the problem is that it doesn't explain the whole thing. For example, why he went there or why he's seen numerous photos of Ina. He's the only one who can clearly explain all that. Only then can we settle things. One more! Sorry, I'm super excited to talk to Seil to figure out what the fuck he's going on all about. He was more knowledgeable about vocals and equipment than other staff members. He could also cover a broad range of topics, but I didn't know he was on a past season of Beastars. He also gave me some good advice once. He also gave me one, very intuitive and helpful. How about you? Yes, his advice helped me a lot. Ji-young nodded slowly. He came back as a staff member to the show that once deserted him. It must have been a difficult decision. I can't even imagine. Ji-young stared at Du-yoon while tossing her hair back. Well, I wonder what it was like. I think I could relate to him because I was also looking for a way to make a comeback. Longing for the stage even as a member of the staff. Seil actually carried out his plan. True. Alright, Seil. That feels like Seil needs to explain everything. That will be pissed, in my opinion. It's fucked regardless. Hiding more is only going to get him hurt and the others more. True. Let's talk about Seil boy. I'll try to explain what happened. Sung-yeon asked me to check on the finalists, and I did. You checked on us? Just casually, nothing serious. Remember how Sung tried to hide his criminal record? She wanted to validate the stories that you guys shared with the production crew. Seil wiped the sweat under his nose with the shirt sleeve. And she also asked me to conduct some interviews. But there was nothing special, so I don't really remember anything. What? Yeah, why Seil specifically? Why didn't she ask you to do such a thing? You're a floor director. Why would she send you out there to cross-check her stories? For one simple reason. My boss gives me an order, I follow it. And there's nothing particularly special about a request to double-check stories. I just wandered around asking a few questions. But you already crossed the line by doing that. I told you that I wasn't anything serious and that I don't remember anything now. That's not the point. See, you're not listening. I know it. I'm done talking about this now. Looking for interviews. Seil collected rumors about the contestants and conducted interviews with their acquaintances following Sung-yeon's order. But he said he couldn't remember much about the info since he didn't get any significant information. Well, we know that's a bullshit lie. Hold up, we know that's a bullshit lie. Also, I think that's probably the best we're gonna get from him. Witness backstage. How is that a problem? It was the stage footage, I was just monitoring it. And what's wrong with me being a fan? I don't understand why they're all bringing this up. Seil held his hands together and shuddered. Seil, you need to calm down first. Think about it, I'm so pissed off at Fader. They should have said something if they didn't like what they saw. They know I'm stuck in here after the accident. Talking about what's what and who's suspicious, they're all just busy running their mouths. People trying to frame innocent me when they don't know a thing about me. Let's try to calm them down. It was a bit excessive. It was a bit excessive. I'll try to filter out excessive accusations and criticism. There we go. Right, don't overdo it. It's like trying to frame someone from the get-go. If we get tricked, it will just create more confusion. I only did what I was told to do, but they are accusing me as if I attacked Hyusung. I'm stalking Ina. No, they're framing me. I need to do something about this. Okay. Gopher. Is it like a thing to mock me on Fader now? Now they're talking about my notebook in the training. But did you really write things down and report them to Sungyeon? Hey, I'm a busy person. Goes to show how indifferent you were. There's no need to explain. I know what kind of people they are. They must be the incompetent part-timers who never care to listen to their superiors. After barely managing to train them, they would just quit and leave. Seil raised his head and looked Dune straight in the eye. You get it now? You get what? You're nitpicking at me after listening to those scumbags. I only carried out the role that was given to me. Were you though? Were you? I get the feeling that you're hiding something, my dude. Public criticism, excuse me. It's no secret, everyone saw it. It didn't matter where or when. Seil snorted at Duyun, who seemed hesitant. It wasn't the only one. She reprimanded all the staff members. The music died again. God dang it, Alreef said in a bit. Sungyeon wasn't tolerant at all, especially during the finals. Just one mistake and the show was a bust. Anyone would be pissed off. Seil, that's about it. Nothing special too. Didn't expect she would go that far. I didn't know it was that bad. I'm feeling embarrassed. It's a mystery why you guys never saw it. I guess you guys had no interest. You're probably right. I'm sorry. Oh, it goes up. We're good. Thank you, even if you didn't really mean it. But that has nothing to do with the situation at hand. I just want to make one thing clear. What's that? Sungyeon did walk all over me, but I never held a grudge against her. Everything happened during work. In my head, there was a clear line. Business. Seil admitted that he was often scolded by Sungyeon, but he held no grudges against her because it was all about his poor work performance. Quick save. Alright, let's load. See if we can get the music back, because the music's kind of important. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Music? Music? I think that save is screwed. What if it's a PC bug? Do you have problems with the music? Huh? I'm just gonna do this. It sucks because I'm gonna have to take a thing down, but that's fine. Cranky. It must be Hyusung's fans, it's pretty obvious. They never listen to the staff. Many of them are at risk factors from my perspective. But you know that the staff has to take the sole blame if something goes wrong. The kids who came to watch the show were no angels. Seil leered at Duyun. You have no idea. All you have to do is just look pretty on the stage after everything has been sorted out. But they'll just be as gentle as lambs in front of you guys. I didn't mean to disparage your work. You did though, I just did my job. But everyone says I'm at fault. All my efforts were in vain. It's not a bad thing if I like take one thing down, right? Like it's not the worst news. It didn't happen. I'm just, I don't know, weird. It's like sometimes it ends and sometimes it begins. Some very diverse topics out there given the circumstances. What are you asking me right now? About Young's past, whether she really has a romantic relationship? This is obviously a trick question. That's absurd. If I said I knew something, you'd accuse me of doing dirty work. Then I'll give you the answer. I don't know and I'm not interested. That's all I can say. That's fair. I guess if I keep Seil maxed out, I think I should be fine. Just have to keep his rapport high. It's max, so. Fast laundering. What does that have to do with the matter at hand? It's like I'm being framed as a weirdo. People are demanding that she should drop out of B-Stars. They must be all saints. How come they, fucked up. How come they're okay with the real criminal, huh? You're no different from them. Me? In what way? You're pushing me with something that's insignificant. I'm just trying to have a conversation. I thought you wanted to talk about me. I'm the one who's faced with the most pressing issues right now. We need to somehow turn this crisis into opportunity. I'm no longer interested in other people's business. You're no longer interested in Ina's business? What a dick! You stalk her for how long, and this is what you do? Testimonies, photos. That's a coincidence. Seil, are you going to keep repeating the same thing? Are you going to believe me if I tell you more? I went to Busan on some business before the finals began. What business? Do I have to tell you about that too? Busan's not a small city at all. Maybe I went somewhere that happens to be near Ina's home. Excuse, Seil admitted that he was the man in Ina's photo, but he said it was just a coincidence that the photo was taken while he was passing by. Seil bit his lip. Anyhow, I did some monitoring because I ran into her by chance. Everyone watches the stage for a show, the staff is no exception, right? I might be able to discover new aspects from her away from the stage. That's all I can say about the photo. Sounds more like tailing her, dude. We don't want to say coincidences because otherwise he's gonna repeat the same thing. It's the same as tailing someone. Monitoring? What was the scope? Never mind. I knew you'd say that. Just having various perspectives to see if there's an element that could give more richness to the character. Everyone wants to show only the proud parts of themselves, but realistically, that's not possible. Are you sure you didn't go to Busan to monitor her? I told you from the beginning that it was a coincidence. And I monitor other contestants as well. I just want to point out that it wasn't anything special. Monitoring, Seil admitted that it was him in the photo. He said he saw Ina by chance and that he had only checked out on her as he would any other contestant. Damn it, Seil. He's a target of multiple attacks and being accused of being an attacker. Can't really fault him for wanting to focus on himself. Yeah, I know. I mean, I do need to ask him everything. Just for completion's sake, but... Too many coincidences. That's too much of a coincidence. Nothing makes sense. You're even found in more than one photo. I knew you'd say that. If you don't trust me from the get-go, you won't believe anything I got to say from now on. Give me more details. A coincidence is a coincidence after all. And monitor other contestants as well. Alright, so the left one's actually the better one. Weirdly enough, left one is actually, or sorry, the right one was actually the better one. So regardless, you'd lose rapport with Seil. Testimonies, so we do right. And audition history. Now I understand why people say Fader is a scary world. You said it was season 2. Yeah, it's been about 4 years. I thought everyone would have forgotten by now. I was wrong. The internet crowd can find out about any contestants regardless of their talents. Still quietly fiddled with his bag strap with a grim look on his face. It just keeps on coming. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why did you tell us earlier? It's nothing to be proud of. Do you know what happened after failing in the preliminaries? Seil stared coldly at Dune, who looked bewildered. I complained and made a big fuss about it, and it was all on TV. It was horrible. I'm even ashamed to talk about it myself. Indignity. Seil was eliminated in the preliminaries of B-Star Season 2. A humiliating clip about his elimination was broadcasted. That's... I came back here somehow as a staff member, but I have no other regrets. I just came to see what I could do. Seil firmly shook his head. This isn't important, right? Let's talk about something else. It is. Past history. Seil competed on the second season of B-Stars, but joined the production staff after being eliminated. He said no more dreams about auditioning. That's everything we need to ask. Is that everything here? Let's go click. Possibly? Sorry, I need to check something. Oh, we did get a Gyuhuk one. Sorry, I didn't know if, I didn't remember if we got a Gyuhuk one or not. According to it. Any doubts? Alright, let's move on. Seil's rapport went down, but whatever. 16 keywords, 6 profiles, which is what correct. Sanity and rapport worsened, but whatever. I know what you could do. There was an awkward silence. The conversation wouldn't be enough to ease the tension. What should I do? Reconcile with one another? Hand in hand cross the barrier. The expedition is far from enough. Make a choice. It's okay to skip it. Or if it's better to clear things up. The point is, we don't want any more trouble. I know. Then go ahead and do your thing. We aren't getting anywhere with this. What do we do now? We have 2 options. Resolve the conflict by getting to the bottom of this, or just let it be and wait for the rescue team to arrive. You think it's possible for us to let it be? Even as we speak now, things just keep surfacing. We can't just let it slide. But this isn't going anywhere even if we talk about it. We need to sort things out at least. If someone keeps dodging, you just have to stick your head in. I'll ask you again as I review your story. If you tell us the truth, the doubts will disappear. Seil raised his head when Duyun came forward. What? I'd like to summarize the things you just said. I've been telling you all this time. Well, it's not like I have any other option. Things keep surfacing and it's confusing everyone. I would like your frank answers. Where do I start? Seil closed his mouth and adjusted his posture. Monitoring is probably one of them. The latter 3? Well, I can only choose one to start off with, so we'll start with monitoring. Seil viewed his photos. He said he was on leave and saw her there by coincidence. That he was just fulfilling his duties as a staff member by checking up on her, just as he would for other contestants. What Seil did was not just monitoring. There were clearly posts that suggested the opposite. To refute that he was only monitoring Ina? Well, yeah, there's interference. Nope, that's not it. No, it's interference. You said you were monitoring Ina after you saw her in the street coincidentally. What about it? You got yourself involved in her audition in many ways. You tried to micromanage her behaviors in many cases. Is it a problem? I was just assisting the contestant. I'm not saying it's a problem, but you talked as if you were doing that to all the other contestants. But you weren't monitoring everyone else fairly since your target was only one contestant. Seil slowly dropped his eyes. You think people always walk the talk? Not always, but you need to clarify your point on this one. Seil microcontroller. Seil showed way more interest in Ina than other contestants. His behaviors toward her were very unusual. So there's one. Let's move on to other topics. See. Seil collected rumors about the contestants, interviews with their acquaintances, following someone's orders. No, he needs to remember. People testified that they saw Seil gathering information about the contestants. He said he never crossed the line while collecting the information, and he couldn't even remember what he had collected. He only said it to avoid the confrontation. There were clearly posts that suggested the opposite. It's not interference. Oh, early recognition. Easy. You said you asked around about the contestants, but he can't remember them anymore, right? What about it? Yeah, no, he presented himself as a reporter. You said you kind of knew what Hyosung was going to say, didn't you? But he never talked about it before. That sounded like you knew about the contestants way more than what rumors had revealed. It's because I heard more things about people than you. You said you don't even remember any of them. Seil gulped and briefly kept silent. Are you just trying to nag at what I said? You need to tell us the truth right now. Seil key info. Seil seemed to know more about the Beastars contestants than what the rumors said. What was the last keyword? Let's move on to other topics. There's one more keyword, so it's one more of this. That he was often something he had no grudges against. I don't think this matters. Past history. Has no more dreams about auditioning? Try this. So he was eliminated during the preliminaries in the second season of Beastars. He said so many people had laughed at him that he was no longer interested in a career in music. Did he really lose interest in becoming a musician? There were clearly posts that suggest the otherwise. Because him insulting the dropouts. Because that has nothing to do with Sungyeon. So you participated in Beastars in the past season. What about it? You said you have no more interest in the audition, but you openly criticized the contestants who were eliminated. You also said that contestants needed to pull strings if they were not talented. Yes, so? It sounds like you're still personally attached to the audition. Seil fell silent for some time. That doesn't prove that I attacked you, son. I know, I just want you to be more honest with me on this topic. Seil regrets. Seil's actions toward the Beastars contestants, both current and eliminated, show his unresolved conflicts concerning his unsuccessful past. Dune tried to question other relevant matters, but there was no progress. He's denying everything except his past audition experience. Dune felt exhausted by the situation, getting nowhere. Puggle? That's when Ina walked towards Seil. Let's do one more and call it a day. What is it? There's something we haven't checked yet. All eyes were on Ina. You have no idea? Ji-young slowly looked towards Seil. Suddenly, Ji-young turned her head to Ina again, and their eyes met. You saw it, huh? We haven't checked what's in the messenger bag. What's your interest in my bag? You said demanded you show your bag before, but we left you off the hook. This is my personal stuff. My bag has nothing to do with what's going on around here. No. Ina tilted her head and took a step forward. Feeling uneasy, Dune followed her. You won't force him to do anything, right? Please think before you do anything physical, because last time you killed him accidentally. Could you just show us what's in it? We're not going to read your notebook. After everything you put me through. Does this ever end? See, he's hiding something. Seil lowered his head as Ina shouted. Give me some time at least then. Why, so you can hide some stuff from the bag? Open it now. I'm really confused right now. Dune bit his lip and just stood there. All of Seil's arguments were refuted with various clues. Now that he was requested to open his messenger bag while being cornered, what would happen next would be anyone's guess. Seil took a step back and looked at the group. You guys all agree? My bag has to be opened? Nobody was willing to give an answer. This must be a freaking joke. After everything I've done for you all, this is what I get? Denial. Seil strongly denied the rumor that he was a stalker and refused to show the contestants contents in his bag. Does he hide something? So you say, but you know what? You brought it upon yourself. Ina moved closer to Seil. Dune silently grabbed Ina's arm. Ina, we aren't going anywhere with this if we just leave it all that, despite all that refutation. Ina pushed away Dune and took another step forward. But look me in the eye. Why? If you keep your head down, you won't see this. Ina suddenly lunged at Seil to snatch his messenger bag. What have you done? The bag was opened in the midst of their struggle, and the bag's contents spilled out onto the stage. A tablet? Told ya this dude got a tablet. It was clearly a tablet PC on the floor. You said you only had a notebook in the bag. Ina's angry shout suddenly stopped. The photos? No way. Photos and notes were lying scattered around the notebook. There were also documents in the Beastars contestants. Detected. It wasn't just a notebook in the messenger bag. There was also a tablet, photos, and documents about the contestants. He lied about not having anything else. Give them back! Seil snatched a few things out of Gyuhook's hands. I'm nothing like a stalker. Hyosung would have eaten you alive if it weren't for me. I tried so hard to stop that from happening. How dare you call me a stalker? I didn't want any recognition, but come on, at least show me some respect. Hey, you! Bah! Seil clicked his tongue and ran toward the central corridor. Wait. Dune reached out his arm, but couldn't catch him. The sound of the closing door echoed around in the ruin. He's gone. Ag! Dune helped Ina to regain her composure. I was right, wasn't I? Bum bum bum! Well, yeah, so he killed Hyosung. Who would have thought? He killed Hyosung! Oh, Lord! Oh no! Hey, he still fully trusts us, though. Let's bring him back. He can't just leave like this. Dune took a step forward, but somebody grabbed him by the arm. Do wait. If we all go together, he would feel threatened. But the attacker might be hiding there. Relax, there was no place to hide. Wait, what if Seil is the attacker? If we go unprepared again, we'll be in big trouble. What more evidence do you need? You saw the tablet in the photos. Let's see what he left behind. 4:35 in the morning. Everyone looked flustered after seeing what was left of the bag's contents. There are memos, photos, and documents of all the contestants. Did a detailed background check on everyone in my band, including me. Doyoon memo. Background check clue. It contains the previous history of Doyoon's rock band Masquerade, which was formed in 2013. Each member's name and rumors about their spoiled debut chance. He even showed up at one of our concerts. Band concert ticket. A ticket for the standing room R section of the band festival held in August 2018. Seil purchased it. The contact info must be his. You can see the detail using show image. Okay. There are also documents on Hyusung memo. The background check clue. This memo says that he was expelled from school in 2016. It also contains information of his criminal records, victim, their parents, and interviews with his classmates. Committee notice. A notification of the results of the committee called in on 2016. They decided to expel the perpetrator of school violence in accordance with regulations. You can see the detail using show image. Cool. Everyone fell silent after reading the documents on themselves. I have doubts about the tablet too. He kept saying he didn't have any smart devices. Tablet was found in Seil's messenger bag. He's obviously the one who killed Hyusung. Not yet, there are still a few things left unexplained. But we need to apprehend him first. No one's getting away until the rescue team arrives. Ina bit her lip and nodded. He's clearly the stalker. I saw this photo on Fader. I was wondering who took it. Photo DY and IH. A photo of Doyoon and Ina taken in September 2018. Something is written on it expressing doubts about their relationship. You can see the detail using show image. Just calm down, let's move on. There are pieces of evidence leading to one conclusion. Why didn't I notice this earlier? If he went to the central corridor, do you think he's in the dressing room? I think so. The staff corridor is small and messy. Hyusung's body is in the restroom. I'm sure he's not headed there. Right away. When the contents of his messenger bag were unveiled, Seil ran toward the central corridor. Will you tell me everything is going well? Straighten out misunderstandings and everyone is happy. That's gonna be a problem. There were tons of suspicions about Seil. We are split, the staff just ran away. That's no party vibe for sure. And being split is no good. You okay, right? As long as you're okay, I'm good. Am I okay? This was totally unexpected. Doyoon unwillingly replied to the message. Who are you really, by the way? Why keep sending me messages and advice? Helping me dealing with S. Sungyeon. You know what? You don't need to know. No, I can't keep hiding things to you, poor boy. Okay, I have a younger sister. She asked me to help you. That's all you need to know. Reason. When asked why he would like to give a hand, he spoke vaguely that it was just his sister's request. Okay. Do I believe you? You're in a dire situation. Don't trouble yourself with other things. You must pull yourself together to get out of there alive. You cannot resolve all doubts in there. Just ignore minor things like who I am and concentrate on saving yourself. He might further resist you, then at least know what you guys are going to say, being in one page, you know. Anyway, take care of yourself for me. You can quietly massage the back of his neck. Everyone's been in shock since the messenger bag's contents were exposed. They shouldn't hurry, and they can't leave him like that either. Ahem! Congestion fucking sucks. Alright. Go after him right away, talk with one another as to what to do, and say to him, then go after him. Well, obviously, this has like the easiest choice of all time. Straight up. But obviously, we talk with one another. Save yourselves first. If early intervention is likely to cause a problem, then agree with one another on what to say first. Doyoon's head was filled up with Plughole's advice. If we immediately follow him and say whatever comes to our minds, it won't be very convincing. Let's hurry up and agree on what to say to him. Ina retreated, having seen that no one was on her side. Fine, although I feel like grabbing him by the collar. Or raise up stuff. We need to avoid danger. By danger, you mean the potential collapse of the dressing room, or someone getting hurt, or the destruction of evidence by the attacker. Both, I guess. We need to get out of here alive so he can tell us what happened. Georg slowly rubbed his hand against his jaw. We shouldn't wait too long. Well, let's start right away. Time to talk. Time to talk. Yusung still posting things. Somber music. Oh boy. Under siege. We have 3 people to talk to. How's the ranks looking? Oh my gosh, Yusung's still getting votes. I'm gonna lose. Oh, we're gonna raise up with Ina. Unbelievable. He's collected so much data on us. There's still more to come. He took some with him. We can't complete the puzzle if he just runs away like that. He's acting all different than usual. Because these are not usual circumstances. There's still some tremors. It's not safe to stay in there. I agree. We need to bring him out. If this place crumbles down while he's inside, that'd be a real tragedy. Let's hear what the others think. We need everyone's opinion on this. Alright. So good thing of note right now is that we haven't missed anything. That's the good news. According to my little help here, it definitely looks like that I need to be very aware of potentially missing stuff in this next part, because we're about to get close to the endings, it looks like. I can't believe this. We just saw what happened right in front of you. There's photos, documents, and stuff. I couldn't talk to him more because he ran away. Does that mean he has no excuse? This won't solve anything. It will only aggravate the situation. Above all, I really worry about his safety inside the room. Maybe he's thinking it's safer to be alone in the room. We'll get out of here altogether, including him. I feel like I also should discuss something real fast, but I'll do that after I talk to Ina. Because I get the feeling, since I'm not really hiding it, people are gonna have questions about something. So I will talk about that in a moment. Let's talk to Ina so we can raise her rapport so that way she's not depresso. I can't believe this. He just disappeared after being so shady? He's practically admitting to the crime by doing that, isn't he? It makes him a stalker, at least if he's not the attacker. He collected so much info on all the contestants. He's gotta give us a clear explanation. Of course. Don't hesitate to use force if necessary. Who would have thought a staff member would send those damn letters? Prying into my personal life like a private investigator? Still can't believe this. Yep. Alright. So obviously, like I said, it's no surprise that I'm like having a guide like slightly help me out with all of the stuff. If you watch me play Xenoblade Chronicles or even AI the Somnium Files in the past before we do our retrospective, there were still like vague guides I was using to make sure I'm like wasn't missing stuff. For the record, I want to say I've not been spoiled on anything. And good stretch. That's good to do right now. 1, 2, 3. Whew. Yeah, no, a guide definitely helps, but the reason I'm bringing this up is because something that happened in Xenoblade that I guess I never really like resolved talking about. I know Xenoblade was ages ago when I streamed on YouTube, but there's something that never really got resolved because we haven't really played a big story game since Xenoblade. Where some people had some issues with the fact that I was using a guide to like find all the quests and just kind of go to locations. I would like to say for the record that I don't use guides when I'm playing games in my free time. When I'm playing games in my free time, I have so much time to do whatever the heck I want that like I can just screw around for as much as I want to. The problem is with the story game is we do need to get through it, and also I want to show everything, right? So if I was playing this game on my own, I'd probably be doing whatever I do, right? I wouldn't be using it. But since it's also a stream, I want to make sure that we're on track and not missing anything. So I kind of want to tie up that loose end because I never really explained it during Xenoblade. I pretty much just took the crap that people gave me saying, why the fuck are you using a guide? And then just like ignored them. There's nothing wrong with using a guide. It helps keep on track. That's true. I think there's also the worry that people thought I would be spoiled on stuff if I used a guide, which has not been the case with the games that I've done. And I think the one game, excuse me, hold on. There's one game that I did not use a guide until the very, very, very end of the game, and that was 428 Should Be a Scramble. Fantastic game if you've never played it. But I didn't use a guide the entire time. And as much as I love 428 Should Be a Scramble, I don't think it was one of my best series. Even though it's probably one of my favorite games of all time, I think that the fact that it was just so jumbled was not good. You don't want to be spoiled for, especially when you've gotten this far. Exactly. So that's why, like, I have to give huge shout outs to Cheese, King Cheese, my mod, who sometimes has shown up during Buried Stars streams, but he shows up obviously for a bunch of other streams. Shout outs to him because he actually goes out and helps with like finding a guide, or at least giving me some like vague information as to like just to help out when in past games. This game, he helped out a little bit with finding a guide, which is the one I'm using right now that does not give me any spoilers for anything. It's the same with Xenoblade. Cheese was the one who helped out with that, and same with 428 when we got to the end. And then the Somnium Files, shout out to Travis, because Travis was my guide on that one. I don't get what people are always so angry about using a guide, like who cares if I spoil the game for myself? I'm the one playing it. So here's the thing. I understand being upset for the streamer or content creator using the guide. I can understand that because they're worried about being spoiled, and that way there's no like legitimate reaction. And I understand why people can get angry with that. If it's in your free time, you shouldn't really care. However, luckily I make sure that the guides I use don't give me any information. And the way I end up finding it when I'm looking up guides myself is I make sure I play through the first part of the game, which we did, play the first game without using anything. And that way I can use that first part of the guide to figure out like what I need to do and see if it's spoiler heavy or not. Which luckily the one I'm using is not. So moving forward, from this point forward, if there are any choices, I'm going to use the guide moving forward. Just for a better stream experience, that way we don't have to keep reloading and everything. Especially now, and I didn't do this before, because I wanted to just do the choices myself without help. But since now that we're aware that there's a bug that caused the music to go away, and the music is pretty damn good in this game, I want to make sure that we don't run into that anymore. So I'm still going to choose every single option, so that way we get all of the options, all the story and stuff. But I am not, if there's a choice, I'm only going to choose what is considered the best choice in the overall. Just moving forward, I just want to let y'all know that that is what is happening. So yeah. So yeah, I think I felt like I just never really cleared up any of that stuff. Just because, you know. Oh, here we go. Documents. Check history. Soul. Founding members, check history. Verdict of school violence. You get this document. Sends a 6 month in prison to your probation. Interesting. Follow magical articles. Had been on bad terms with each other since mid-April last year. Hyosung always interrupted establishing the idea of class environment, exhibited unpleasant behaviors to his class members since the beginning of the school term. Kim Brook, the class president, advised him about his ill manner several times. Hyosung ignored all of his advice and physically attacked him. Kim Brook got heavily injured and suffered from a severe trauma, but Hyosung refused to comply with the school rules and regulations even after that incident and acknowledges his false behavior. Thus, we decided to take the following measures: expulsion and such. That doubly sucks for Hyosung, because Hyosung, as we learned in his whole thing, he never did anything wrong. It was just everybody else just really fucking him up. So that's all good. Common threat. This is the only one we missed something on, and I don't really know what we missed. Oh, we missed 3 things. So... But I'm pretty sure I did, like, look at everything. So I don't think we... I think it must be something later. We'll see. So now we're on A Route 7. Of course, there's a lot of stuff. Yay, lots of stuff to do. 4 profiles. So I'm just doing these real fast while we're here. I was gonna say, by the way, I'm hoping, really am still hoping that we get to the end of stuff, you know, to the endings. Hopefully we're not too far away, but we'll have time. Anyway, we're gonna start talking with the Juyong and go from there. Duyun memo. Transformation history and rumors. How thorough. Are these accurate? Yes, not even a single phone number is wrong. He did much more than revalidating the information acquired from the application forms and interviews. Even the agency contact is correct. Juyong let out a long sigh. In that aspect, things aren't different for us. They contain everything, including where I worked after leaving show business and the contact information of the agency that went bankrupt. Why on earth would the show require this much information? The background check clue. This memo includes the name and location of the cafe that opened in 2012, woman's name and contact, the name of agency, and CEO. Band concert ticket. I was gonna give us a lot of keywords, damn. Did he come to see your concert too? I told B-Stars because the concert was scheduled before we joined the audition. They didn't say anything about coming to see us. Although that would have been unnecessary. Given the circumstances, I can't help but be suspicious of him. I wonder where he went to check that time. I don't know, I've seen all kinds of strange things lately. Might as well believe that he came to see you because he was interested in your music. Man, you've made my sanity go down! Juyong! Why? By the way, Sage, since I know you played the game before, do you know approximately how long we have before we get to, like, endings and everything? Because I know according to this, we're pretty damn close, but I don't know, like, how close, because I want to make sure I count for time. Was Stalker the amount of hustle this guy did for gathering resources be respected? True. Not every reporter would gather information like this. They were being vague about who sung, but... Come to think of it, Seil had been referring to it as fact. It's probably because he already knew everything. Looks like he gathered any data that he could get his hands on. Juyong filled with a small business card. What's that? There's one more conversation section after this one? Dope! So that's pretty close. Good to know. This is some ridiculous stuff. It's the business card of the CEO of the agency that managed Beloved. The agency went bankrupt years ago. How did he... Old business card. An old and worn out business card of Strict Entertainment CEO. Says the company went broke in 2016. You can see the detail using show image. Sure. We'll do that later. Committee notice. You can't obtain something like this just by asking the school for it. He probably obtained it through background checks or taking shortcuts just like other documents. I'm sure he did. I also found a similar document with my name on it. Jen filled it with the folded paper in her hands. What do you think of this? It is. I have no idea. It's a document about my diagnosis. A medical certificate? No way. Yes, my psychiatric medical certificate. How the fuck did he get that? Only a copy, but can you believe it? This came out of Seil's bag. Medical certificate. Psychiatric documents issued in 2015 mentioned anxiety disorder, recurrent depressive disorder, and non-organic sleep disorder. Jesus! How do you get access to somebody's medical records that easily? It's insane. Tablet. I didn't remember at first because I was so shocked. But now I remember the tablet that came out of his bag. You know the tablet? B-Stars issued those tablets to the staff for business purposes. They were given to the main staff only. Juyong wedged in after listening to Juyong for a while. I didn't know. What about the functions? Could the tablet be used to contact someone outside? The model that was given to the staff members. I'm sure it didn't have the phone app. What about other functions? They weren't much different from the watch functions. The model had most of the functions. I'm not sure why he lied about the tablet, though. Tablet model. Seil's tablet model is the same as the one provided to the staff. All functions except calling would have been available. Yikes. So he had access to Messenger. He could have talked to S. Sung-yeon this entire time. Did you see what was written on the back of the photo? It was something like good friends or more than friends. Ji-young flipped the photo for Do-yoon. That's where he went out together after filming to take a walk around the place. I can't believe he took the photo and wrote that without even telling us. That sounds like B-stars. They should have just asked me if they had questions. According to this, we have to hit left. Honesty makes me angry. I'm so pissed off. We're more than friends just because we took a walk together? That's some crazy interpretation. They will always come up with something clever to say whenever there's a boy and a girl together. They probably wanted to use that as a topic for the show. Ji-young gently stroked her hair. Anyways, this was taken without you knowing about it, right? Looks like he zoomed in to get a clear picture. This was planned. A rapport event! Truth. Don't you want to know about the story about the sugar daddy ended? Yeah, it'd be fun to get some closure. Ji-young looked exhausted. I'm ready when you are. Since I brought it up, I'll finish it. Ji-young began to speak in a subdued voice. I went to the hotel as agreed. I arrived a few hours early and sat in the cafe, waiting quietly with my baseball cap on. Interestingly, that was the first time I could quietly think about the whole thing about my life. Then I came to a realization. What realization? About my dream. I had endured so much already to achieve my dream. I made it through the tough training times and adapted myself to a new character. I thought it was just another challenge that I would have to endure to win. But I was wrong. I was supposed to be the captain of my life. Beloved did not own me. It was just a vehicle I took to achieve my dream. What I was about to do wasn't just some challenge I needed to endure, it was sacrificing my dignity. Sacrificing myself for the amusement and entertainment of others. So he got out of there. Yeah, I just left without looking back. I didn't answer my phone for days. Jing's face was hidden behind her long hair. That's how I left the group and how my agency went out of business. You were just protecting yourself, but I failed to find the courage to face the others. Couldn't talk to anyone, including my family and my team members. Had any of them said I could have sacrificed myself for the team, I would have broken down right on the spot. I couldn't even properly cope with the malicious rumors about me. I just cowered, trying to endure everything by myself. I don't regret what I did, but it was painful to keep it all inside me. Her downcast eyes slowly wandered about. And now I see they've spread rumors about me dating someone, because they think I'll keep my mouth shut, like I always have been. Poor Ji-young. Ji-young slowly ran her hand through her long hair. Those assholes don't know how I felt when I went to the hotel, or when I ran away from it. How sick I felt about that shameful memory, relying solely on my family to survive. Having to count on this audition because no one else would bring me back. Ji-young quietly took a deep breath. You okay? Are you having... No, I'm alright. I didn't know why I would bring this up at a time like this. I haven't told this to any of my friends. We would have told it to somebody eventually. It was just a matter of time. I know, but this just came out of me unexpectedly. Reason for hiding. Ji-young felt traumatized and betrayed. Feeling helpless, she remained stagnant for a long time and received all kinds of mockery and cynicism. Poor Ji-young. Truth, she went there as promised to meet a sugar daddy, but changed her mind and disappeared. She was falsely disgraced and suffered pain for a long time as a result. Jesus Christ, this game. Run away! I think Seil kept his composure even after the accident. He's a bit cynical, but he's always been like that. He's passive, but he has his priorities straight. Jing nodded and put her hand over her face. But he became a totally different person after he spilled his bag. I've never seen him so flustered. Given the circumstances, I can understand why he lost his cool, but I think he owed us an explanation. He shouldn't have run away like that. We were getting agitated because he kept just saying he didn't know anything. I hope he regained his composure by now. Change of attitude. Seil had been passive but cynical. That's an understatement. But he got agitated and ran away when the contents in his messenger bag were revealed. Cynical is a good word to use there because, yeah, he's been hella cynical this entire time. He's depresso espresso boy. I can't believe this. Me neither. If they didn't fall before my eyes, would still... Anyone would feel baffled if I caught with these things. But running away like that won't solve anything. We need to bring him out of there. Of course. I agreed to some coverage, not extensive background checks. Jung answered quietly after lowering her gaze. They are not the same. They're totally different. I must go and see Seil if I'm to hear his explanation. Yes, fair. Old business card. Strike Entertainment. It was the agency for Beloved. I could never forget it. The fact that the CEO's business card was there means it's possible that he met the CEO in person. I wonder what they talked about. And I wonder what he thought of me after hearing those stories. Ji-young grabbed her long hair. I don't want to imagine things, but I can't help myself. You okay, Ji-young? Yeah, actually my head feels clearer. I just have to make sure that I hear from him. I will no longer accept any fabrications. Man, Ji-young has definitely grown through this, that's for sure. I'm proud of her. Medical certificate. You managed to obtain my medical certificate. I remember sending it to the agency when I left Beloved. Oh, that's why. Okay. Do you think this came from the agency? Ji-young carefully inspected the paper without giving an answer. Depression, anxiety, insomnia, my good old friends. At times it was painful for not being able to part with them. It sounds like you're okay with parting with them now. They used to be part of me. They don't just disappear even if I force them out of me. Sometimes it will weigh me down and sometimes it will just stand by my side. That's how I got back on my feet. People who only saw this piece of paper know nothing about this. She has grown. I'm proud of her. Tablet model. That tablet, isn't that expensive? It's a lower tier model, ideal meant for business or education purposes. But I don't remember any staff members carrying the tablet. Ji-young pouted her lips while staring at Do-yoon. I'm sorry. It's always hectic before going up on stage. They're always running around, so how are they supposed to check the tablet? They might drop it on the floor. Some of them carried broken tablets. I guess they didn't allow for replacements even if the devices had been damaged. But the question is why Seil lied about the tablet. Very true. Why did the cynical Depresso boy hide his tablet? Was it because he was secretly taking pictures of Ina this entire time? Is he a pervert? Is he a pervert? We don't know. There's another thing that surprised me other than the fact that he became a totally different person. What he did to Ina before he ran away. He got angry and yelled at her, as if to say, you can't do this to me. Considering the circumstances, it was supposed to be the other way around. Do-yoon began to speak after pausing to recollect the moment. He said he tried to stop Hyo-sung, but without being seen. Was he just saying it because he was angry? But it was so specific. His remark either carried a message or was incomprehensible. What he said still lingers in my ears, bothering me. Rage. Before running away, Seil was mad at Ina. He couldn't understand how she was treating him after all he had done to prevent her from becoming Hyo-sung's scapegoat. Something sounds like murder. Who wants to talk about murder? Rage. Based on what he said, you'd think he was the victim. I can understand that he gave special treatment to Ina. He said she would have been destroyed if it weren't for him. Was he talking about the time when Hyo-sung called us one by one to talk? When Ina left, Seil immediately followed her. I was thinking the same thing. So what was it that he did without being seen at the time? The two of them fell silent for a moment. A chill went up the backs of their necks. Well, we need to hear it from him. My imagination is running wild. I'd better meet him as soon as possible. Don't worry, we shall, but at the same time, I'm going to reload the game. Excuse me. Alright. Yuck. It is your turn. Man, there's so much to do. Hi, Yuck. You also dug up random information about your band. But that information has already been shared to some extent. Did you think I was hiding something? You probably did. Yuck continued after a brief pause. As for me, he investigated stuff about my university and accident. If he investigated something about the university, was it about the scholarship? Yes, and about the accident. You already know. That's horrible. He even discovered my uncle's phone number. But he wouldn't need that kind of information for the show. I thought he might have investigated it, but the information was too detailed. Gyuhuk memo. Background check clue. It contains the names of students who lost his scholarship opportunity as professor. The investigation results on Byung Lee's accident and relatives' contact info. I'll just kind of go through it. Whoops, I didn't mean to. Oh, let's see. You went to see your concert? The date. It was in the middle of the audition period. After the regional preliminaries, the concert was scheduled before he joined the audition. He never told us about having been to the festival. I heard about it for the first time today. Gyuhuk's face was hidden behind a shadow. As for me, they called the school's general affairs department. Why would Beastars call your school? They asked the school to validate the facts regarding the scholarship. I guess the show wanted to turn that into a discussion topic as well. Fax copy. A fax reply from Bakwang University in 2018. It could not disclose the meeting notes for when the scholarship recipients were chosen and concede the detail. So much to talk about. So much to talk about. Even investigating Husung's school assault scandal. When did he have the time? It's pretty detailed. It contains information about when and how it happened, plus interviews with the parents and classmates. It covers information about the entire incident. Gyuhuk paused and licked his parched lips. Sungyeon and Seil, they both knew about these stories. I just watched and didn't even give an explanation. Why? Because this would have attracted more attention from the viewers when left as controversy. Only one person knows the answer at the moment. Yes, and I wonder. Did he want it, or did Beastars want it? I wonder how they got a hold of this. They even hired background check agencies. Does it have something to do with a private investigator? So... Gyuhuk frowned and closed his mouth. Gyuhuk, what's wrong? I also found something strange in my report. They even did a paternity test to see if he was really my biological father. That's horrible. What's ironic is that I never gave them my consent for this. I wonder how this was possible. That's what creeps me out the most. PI reports. Before the end of the Beastars preliminaries, a PI sent this result of Gyuhuk's DNA test, which was to confirm if Gyuhuk is the biological son of Byung-hee Lee. You can see the details of Rage. Well, actually, we'll just kind of go through it slowly but surely. So we'll just kind of keep going through the line. That was uncalled for. Almost had a heart attack. Ina also went nuts. I thought something horrible was going to happen. Yeah, there almost was a death, like last time. The two of them calmed themselves down. We didn't even see everything in the bag. We don't know what else remains in it. I hope there are no more surprises, but who knows? Getting surprised or going nuts only leads to accidents. We need to quiet our nerves before going there. I know. We all need to be careful. You too, Duyun. Ease your mind first. Photo DINH. The photo of you and Ina. Did you read the memo? Do you think Seil wrote it? Probably. I don't know what his handwriting is like. It was a printed photo, so there was no metadata. Although the original copy could be in digital format. We need to see the original copy to be sure. I wonder who took it, what they took it with, and how. Yeah, that should also tell us if the photo was taken by Seil. We won't know anything until then. However, the fact that they were in Seil's bag, and Seil's sneaky behavior so far, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but I keep having my doubts. Photographer's alias, as in Sungyeon's case, the details of Ina's photo must be thoroughly examined to determine who really took the photos. Probably will see. Do run away. Plus, this game feels like it's counting how many privacy violations a company can commit. It's very true. This game talks a lot about like invasion of privacy as well as social media usage and how it affects people. It's kind of interesting. He ran away after spilling the contents of his bag. He was under so much pressure, but he knew he was in trouble. He insisted that everything was a coincidence and a misunderstanding, that he didn't feel things were fair. But everything has been turned upside down after what just happened. No wonder our suspicions have grown out of control now. He can no longer make any excuses for his strange behavior. Gyuhuk took a deep breath. Running away wasn't his only option, but he's the one who chose to run away. He ran away from the suspicions and controversies surrounding him. In the end, he got himself in a jam. Ill-advised. The contents in Seil's bag were enough to cause suspicion. Seil must have known that this could be controversial. Privacy violations. The game. They already knew a lot about Ju-young. I can't figure out when they started to investigate her though. They knew everything, but they released them in pieces on purpose. Hey, good morning, Warren. Thank you for the 19 months of Tier 1. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, War. Just like they produced the show was by editing the video footage. It's like they edited and displayed a person's life. This is too much to bear. I've seen too many things while buried in here. Even things I didn't wish to see. Man, you depressed me. I need to know. There's been music this time, right? I started to not notice that there was not music. It's very quiet. But yeah. Old business card. At first, I thought it was a business card for my father's agency, but it wasn't. Strike Entertainment was Ju Young's agency when she was a member of Beloved. Why would they want to hear from the CEO of a company that already went bankrupt? Probably as an item for the show. Dreading it because workmen are going to be making a lot of noise in my office today. We'll help you get through work painlessly. Hope it goes well, War. Apparently. They could have asked Ju Young if they wanted to know about that period. Did they think that Ju Young would try to hide something? Still, this is wrong. A rapport event! Fact. You know what? There is something I haven't told you yet. About Seil? No, about my mother. Gyoek lowered his gaze. People don't really know what happened to her. I want to tell you myself. Weird, huh? At a time like this. I'm always ready. Just tell me when you feel like sharing it with me. Okay. Gyoek smiled weakly. My mother... She killed herself. With an insulin overdose. Dune sadly looked at Gyoek. She had been fighting her disease for so long. It was years of neglect and abuse, those she had to endure. I knew her depression was irreversible, already over the limit. But I just ignored that, just saying there's nothing I could do. And I'm the one who found her dead. Also a therapist, true. Her withered body scattered insulin syringes in the suicide note. I still remember the moment. We were having the same thought, that our presence was only a burden to the other. Although I never blamed her for anything. In fact, I was able to live on because she was standing by me. Gyoek, I should have told her earlier. The thought that she could have misunderstood me until her last day has been a weight on my mind. I hope she didn't misunderstand me like that. I'm sure she didn't. Gyoek nodded quietly. Deserted by everyone, we were solely relying on each other. And then suddenly she was gone. You joined Beastars to overcome your past, right? Not with such wishful thinking. My mother told me to always keep my chin up, so that's what I decided to do. That's how I got here. After all, we are in this mess right now. Is it our fault? We're not the ones who destroyed the stage. This hell will be over soon. Gyoek slowly nodded. Yeah, it won't take too long to get out of here. We'll rely on each other to make it out of here. Then I should be able to start over again. Reality of death. After a lengthy battle with diabetes, Gyoek's depressed mother killed herself by overdosing on insulin. Gyoek never fully recovered. His mother committed suicide. She had suffered from disease for a long time and purposely overdosed on insulin. It was Gyoek who first found her. Man, this game is depressing. Jesus. This game is hella depressing. Medical certificate. Obtaining documents about someone else's diagnosis is illegal. I don't understand why they would try to dig this far. What's clear is that they never hesitated to use any means necessary. I said I would get on stage, but I never agreed to any of this. I'm sure none of the contestants did. When these activities get exposed, it will lead straight to a big scandal. Like you said, someone will have to take legal responsibility. Do you? And that person is already... Oh yeah, she's dead. Right, she's gone. No, I'm gonna do that later. Still, this stuff won't go away. I'm gonna do that before we, like, move on, if that makes sense. Because I know I skimmed through Do-Yoons, but I do want to read all of them. I might not read them all out loud, but I will read them for my sake, so I can kind of get up to speed. Tablets were provided to the main staff members. Have you seen him carrying it? Not really. More importantly, why did he hide the tablet if it was for work? From what I've heard, he can't make calls with it. That's another reason why there was no need for him to hide it. He could have just told us that he had a tablet, but that he couldn't make calls with it. He kept silent about it, and it resulted in more doubts. We want to know why. Change of attitude. He was totally different. He's sensitive, but he never exploded. He took off immediately, so I couldn't even talk to him. I don't think we were able to have a proper conversation. I don't think Seil was friendly to us from the beginning. From the beginning? Is that how you felt? Of course, Ina was an exception. It says left. Sounds a bit cynical. I think he was cynical. It's like he was feeling frustrated when he was with us. Yeah, as if he always felt like we didn't know anything. Maybe he looked down on us. Yuhek frowned. After seeing the contents of his bag, I think I know a little more about his attitude towards us. You can look fancy on the stage, but still, I know what you really are. I guess that's why he was even more perplexed when he spilled his bag. Then do you think Seil showed his true colors when he ran away? If you're asking me, yes. I think that's when we all realized our true colors. Yeah, another reason why I'm not checking the memos is because we don't even have Ina's yet. So once we get all of the documents and everything, I'll check it. My freaking nose, man. I hate having allergies. Fuck off. Did I save? I'm scared that I didn't save. Man, short-term memory loss is a crazy thing. Rage. You seem to have flipped out. He said he supported us behind our backs without us ever knowing. Supported Ina, to be more specific. He also mentioned Hisung, that she would have been destroyed if it weren't for him. Kyoek spoke after a little pause. Is he talking about Hisung's threats after the accident? He implied that he was the one who stopped Hisung. Stopped him? How? Can't figure that out at the moment. We're probably overthinking. Yes, I hope it was just overthinking. Yeah, but like... But like, Hisung... But like, Viking, listen, I know you want to think that's a red herring, but I think all things point to, Seil. They're conducting extensive investigations into lots of different matters. If you look at the names, it's not just guesswork. Yuhek bit his lower lip and checked the documents repeatedly. Are you alright, Yuhek? I'm a little dizzy, to be honest. He had all this info, but he pretended to know nothing about it. I wonder to what extent he shared this information. What do you think he said to people that were mentioned in this report? We can only guess, but now it's time to get some answers from him. Do you think that's possible? He's been keeping quiet about the whole thing, and he might continue to do so. Fax copy is good. What were they up to? I don't know. The school didn't provide them with the answers they wanted. Of course not. What school would provide information just because someone asked for it? That's true, but too many people are in trouble because of me. Yuhek, don't think too deeply. If you did something wrong, go out and apologize. I know, I was telling the truth. Yuhek gently massaged the back of his neck. I wonder what they did with the other contestants. How far do you think they went to pry into their private lives? Oh, we'll learn. We'll learn about our others, that's for sure. How was this even possible? Paternity test and family relations? That's crossing over the line. I wonder what they would have done if the test result came out as negative. Would they have aired that too? Yuhek's face was hidden behind a shadow. But that would have required hair or a fingernail. How on earth? I can't even imagine. Well, we shouldn't. We'll just disclose everything after we get out of here. Don't worry about me. I'm neither angry nor hurt. I'm just taken aback and sad. Photographer's alias? We won't get anywhere concerning the metadata of the photos. We'll have to talk to the person who actually took the photos. Do you think it was Seil? If he says he took them, I'll have lots of explaining to do. I don't think he'll admit it easily. I guess if he had, we'd already have our explanation. Dean clicked his tongue and shook his head. We'll need to think about what to ask and what not to ask. We won't be able to ask all the questions and get answers for them. It's true. Ill-advised. What came out of his bag, we can't just let him slip away. Seil seemed to know about it. Everyone was shocked. But we can't leave him there. You're right. We'll have to wait until he calms down. Says right. Fear of contents being exposed. I think he was scared after the contents of his bag were exposed. That's why he was getting angry. To be honest, I had a similar feeling. Yes, he was feeling scared after spilling his bag. So I guess I wasn't the only one. It's true he was being pressured into a corner. He ran away when his bag became a problem. His impatience was clearly caused by fear. Here, Seil ran away because he feared the contents of his messenger bag would be exposed, not because he felt victimized. We got our first. Oh my gosh, that was our first one. Jesus. Yeah, we'll go back to Julian later. Let's go for Ina. Sorry, just doing here. This is weird. There's only 2 dots, but it goes 3. Whatever. Do your memo. You got picked clean too, huh? Do you think you would post your band history on the Beastars website? Ina closed her mouth and frowned. I wonder when he gathered all this information about me. Do you think Beastars looks for staff with private investigation experience when they're hiring? If I somehow forgot about myself, I should check this data. Ina shook the documents before her eyes. It contains all the information about the people I know, where they live, or what is odd about them. Is he planning on writing my biography? Ina memo. A background check clue. It contains the dance crew's studio address, leader's contact number, nearby school's application form addresses, and comments about some mail. Band concert ticket. I'm sure he didn't go to the concert to get a better understanding of your band. Why on earth did he go there? Well, I guess I'm asking the wrong person. Ina straightened herself up. I don't know. We sang a couple songs and came down. He was probably trying to dig up some dirt by interacting with the staff. Now that I think about it, it seems that all of his actions were based on his intentions. Do I sound strange to you? If I think about what just happened, it makes me go crazy too. You're right. You need to make him talk, and that's the only way. If this continues, I'll just go nuts. Let's quickly wrap things up here and get him out of there. The Hugh-sung memo. Once I get her last documents, I'll check the memos and then I'm gonna use the restroom. Hugh-sung, what he did was awesome. If I read it right, he beat up the son of a 3-time legislator. He should have checked about the kid's parents first. Ina clicked her tongue disappointedly. Even if he got his ass kicked, it would have been the end of him. He was just reckless with him getting to the very end. Ina fell silent after finishing her remark. Ina, are you okay? No, I'm not. I feel strange. It's going to be even stranger if I think about him after getting out of here. I didn't notice. Excuse me. Hugh-sung, despite all of his fancy talk about weapons and whatnot, he has also been exposed. It would have been easier to steal a court order than collecting all this crap. Did he have an obsession with collecting things? Why on earth did he gather all this nonsense? Ina fiddled with a few envelopes while biting her lip. What's that? Curious? This stuff is ridiculous. Looks like he found my mom's house. Ina unfolded the envelopes. It's some mail that was sent to my mom's house. He's been so diligent as to steal these. Mail. Some mail brought from an address in Busan in summer of 2018. Seemed to be sent to 3 different people. Can see the detail using show image. Tablet. Liar, liar, pants on fire. What, lost the phone? No other devices? He's such a liar, isn't he? True. He was so ambivalent when we checked the belongings with Hugh-sung. I guess this is why. Of course. I shouldn't have stepped in. We should have checked everything he had. Ina took a deep breath. Anyhow, we'll be able to figure out why he lied to us in no time. Of course, there was a reason why he was carrying it, as if it was a precious treasure. Lies. Seil hid his tablet in his messenger bag and said that he had no other devices in the lost cell phone. Photo of DUI and H. I remember when. The day I was with you was because we got off together. Yeah, I could tell by looking at the clothes. What's so special about this that he'd take a picture? More than friends after writing down this kind of crap? And that came out naturally. Because I didn't know someone was taking my picture back then. Anyway, that's important. That's not important right now. Why on earth did he take all these photos? Ina spoke disappointedly while breathing uncomfortably. Sungyeon promised me a complete change, but the actual role given was to play the snobby troll. It wasn't agreed on? After accepting the promise, it gradually turned into a demand. Coercion. Sungyeon promised her some kind of change, but she was given the role of an arrogant troublemaker. The promise became pressure. It was already inside of me. You know what I'm like when I get mad? I'm kind of lost since everything's so mixed up anyhow. Need to put aside the photos in front of her. I need to hear why he's been digging up dirt behind our backs. Photos of Ina. Photo of Ina's life, both on and off the stage, around the time that the Beastars finals. Notes below seem to indicate where the photos were taken. You can see the detail using show. Okay. Run away. He kept blaming things on Sung Yeon, as if he had nothing to do with any of this. Come to think of it, he worked with her. But they didn't look close. Who knows what they were like when we couldn't see them? Jiyun spoke to Ina, who was breathing heavily out of anger. What came out of the bag? Do you think Seil's responsible? If he isn't, why would he carry it with him at all times? If he isn't, he should have given us an explanation. If he just lashes out at me and runs away like that, how are we supposed to figure out the extent of his involvement? No need to waste our time. Let's hurry up and talk to him. Distrust. Number of background check documents were found in Seil's messenger bag. It was unknown how actively engaged in the background checks. All right. Let's go check the data real quick, and then, like I said, I'm gonna use restroom real fast. So it is images. Just kind of click the. Should get some poor images. Attachments. Yuhak's old photo. Jiren's old photo. Ina's old photo. Hyusung's. Still missing 2 photos? 3 photos. Interesting. Document. So this one is essentially talking about the founding members. Daejeon. Somehow offered record deal, so it could be a rumor. So this is just saying, hey, like, they just got that. Friends are more than friends. That's Seil's probably handwriting. Applied musical department, Baek Gwang University of Art. Sang-Sop Lee scholarship recipient. So this is the person who got it. Accident date 2016-6/28. All died, including his partner, wife. Myocardial infarction occurred while driving at night in the rain. What? What? Proof you Seil try again. Again. So the dude who was supposed to receive the scholarship died in an accident. I think is what that said. Private investigator. Retest confirmed. Blood relation and difficult to collect DNA of the deceased person, thus incurring extra labor cost. Here, Lee was listed in the family registration document as a legitimate son. The job included extra labor costs. For details, please see the attached bill. Please pay the rest of the money to the following account number within 5 business days of the day of sending the account. Please suck on. Okay. Scholarship documents. Sent there. No, that was talking about Byung-hee. Oh. But wait. His wife? If that was talking about Byung-hee Lee, Yuhak just said that she died from insulin shots overdose. Unless there was like another wife that's involved. I'm confused. Sorry to inform you that our meeting minutes regarding scholarship recipients 2014 cannot be personally requested by individuals. I'll have to go through legal procedures. Okay. Back we'll check on Ina. Dance Crew Rebirth. Young Sung Ko. School, no one knows. Address in the application form in Busan. Mail. His mother, Ina O. Oh, so he didn't know that Pilwoong Yu was her father. Moon Yoon Hee Oh father. Female name, the male. What? She trans? Happy Young Dong. What? I'm very confused. Oh yeah, we knew that. Yoon Hee Oh from dates to card to Pilwoong Yu. So it goes for one of each. Okay. Too young, part-time job. Compensation. Diagnosis of panic disorder. Materials proving her withdrawal from the agency confirmed. Love, strict entertainment. Business card. Kim. Phone. Went out of business. Medical certificate. Female. Panic disorder, anxiety, recurrent depressive disorder, non-organic sleep disorder, anxiety disorder. Personal information was erased. Then we got Hugh-sung, who was the victim of school violence. And then the results, which you already read. Interesting. So much interesting stuff. Interesting. So, like, they got some of the stuff wrong, too. Anyway, when we come back, well, I'm just gonna be on for like a minute, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and I also just realized during that like very quick piss that when it said female to male, Seil was confusing Ina's original name with her dad's actual name. That makes sense. I've learned. Anyway, Jung, did you learn this from Esangyeon? Look, it has the name and address of the cafe. Looks like he's been acting up with this in mind. Ina tapped her watch screen. He should have at least bought a cup of coffee after he found the address. That sounds unlikely. Of course, he just wrote things down, sneaking around. All these records reek of cowardice. I don't like it. Why would he investigate Ju Young's family business when she joined the audition just to sing? Old business card. It was Ju Young's agency. I heard it closed down after the incident. Is that why the business card looks so old? I think so. I'm not sure how he got a hold of it. Ina stared into the distance while biting her lip. It's not like any of these guys would say something positive. I guess the show was aiming for some corny comments. I don't know about Beloved, but I'm sure Ju Young isn't fond of her memory about the CEO. True. It's a medical record. It's a serious crime. Now I can understand what Ju Young has been through. It was no fake illness or whatever those fools are blabbering on about out there. But it's not like they asked for the records in order to create a character. Why did this come out of Seil's bag? Does this even make sense? No, not at all. I must hold them responsible. Everyone, including whoever gave the order and whoever carried out the dirty work. Ina rested the side of her head on one hand. But the one who gave the order is already gone. Rapport, let's go! Truth. Some never look back. That's my life lesson. Ina bit her lip hard until it turned pale. It's the only lesson I learned from him. From whom? In Choluyu, the pathetic criminal who used to be my mother's husband. He swindled almost everyone in our neighborhood and disappeared. They barged into my house for the money he took. They harassed me and my mom, like dragging us around by the hair. He showed up again after things were settled a bit. He said his victims deserved it because they were dumb. He also said he would come back after he was established in another country. Another country? He was going to flee the country? Yeah, he was going to take off by himself. Throughout the course of events, he never apologized. He told my mom to pack his luggage, so I intervened. But then he kicked me and slapped me around. He hit you? That's abuse. Ina clicked her tongue after staring at Duyun for a moment. I was used to that. It was my fault to be born as a girl, Pilwoon. Ina put her hands together on her jacket and fiddled with her fingers. One of his fraud victims hanged himself at the door of my house. My father was virtually a murderer, but he blamed them for the lack of luck and wanted to run away for another chance without an apology, telling us not to snitch on him. He was selfish to the bone. Ina lowered her hands and stared at Duyun. That's why I did it. Did what? Report. I reported him to the police. That's how he was sent to prison. Mom was still treating him as her family, but I wasn't going to. I called the police and told them that a crook and murderer was in my house. He got arrested while leaving our house. Were you okay? Me? I was so excited that I laughed hard at him through the window. Ina smiled, looking nervous. He looked at me and our eyes met. His eyes, I still remember those eyes. Dune spoke carefully. I'm glad he got away from him. The funny thing is, we're still not free from him. I forced my mom to divorce him and we moved several times after I changed my name. Although we were still in Busan since she didn't want to move out of the city. But every time we moved, he somehow found our address and sent us letters. Sometimes apologies, sometimes threats. How did he know your new addresses? I guess the authorities told him when he said he was repenting for what he had done, and he would reunite with his family once he got out. What a joke, so his letter never failed to reach us no matter where he went. That's why I hate letters, especially those from anonymous senders. Makes sense. That's why you... Putting aside that, who likes anonymous letters anyway? I just don't want my bad memories back. I was weak, I allowed him to get violent. That was my first victory, sending him to prison. Ever since then, I've been striving to change myself. Unending shadow. Even after Ina informed the police and he went to jail, her father continued to contact her and her mother. His letters and stalking disturbed her. Truth. She was a victim of domestic violence and reported her father for fraud and murder to have him arrested. She changed her name and appearance and moved several times, but his letters kept finding her to terrify her. Well, that is hella depressing now, isn't it? Tablet model. Most of the functions work except for the phone app? If Junyoung said it, it must be accurate. But there's still a possibility. What possibility? Didn't you get a hunch when you saw the tablet? He could be the one who attacked Hyusung. The left must have lured Hyusung with something. Are you saying he used the tablet to call out Hyusung somehow? Now we're talking. If I can make calls, then it'd be the end of the story. But even if it doesn't, there's still a possibility. Ina stood in front of Duyu. This is how I see it. He uses the tablet to contact Hyusung. He lures Hyusung into the restroom by using something unfavorable to Hyusung as bait. And in the restroom, he conducts his business. But if we change the premise that he had no way of contacting Hyusung, there wasn't when we didn't know about the tablet. But now there is. We can figure this out as soon as we secure that tablet. The reason he ran away right after he was caught with the tablet, that must mean something. Possibility of crime. Seil must have used this tablet to contact Hyusung. There's a possibility that he lured Hyusung to come to the restroom to kill him. There's our second one, finally. Change of attitude. Change of attitude. Fuck. Change of attitude. His precious tablet has been exposed. Who cares about being polite, huh? You were expecting he'd flip out? Of course not. I was shocked too. I thought he might come clean when he spilled his bag. Ina gently kicked the floor with the tip of her shoe. But no, sir. He got angry and took off, and what came out of his bag was beyond our imagination. It's like he's not even aware of his situation right now. That's not going to make his things disappear from his bag. Rage. Excuse me. Do you remember what he said before he ran away? He said that I would have been eliminated already by Hyusung if he didn't help me, and that he tried to stop Hyusung from behind the scenes. Ina raised her head after mumbling something to herself. Could it be? When he said I would have been destroyed, he was referring to Hyusung's threats to disclose something. And when he said he tried to stop him without being seen, that meant he made Hyusung quiet forever. He made Hyusung keep quiet? That way all the threats and disclosures would be gone. But later I pushed him into a corner. He might have showed his true intentions without even realizing it. I never asked him to do anything for me, but he thinks it's unfair. Ina quietly continued while staring off into the distance. Hyusung wasn't aware, but his aces were prepared by Seil. Of course, the aces could have destroyed me. Because Seil knew about this, he made the move ahead of Hyusung. How about it? Do you think it's my imagination running wild? I think this might be true. Handling. What is it that he did for Ina? What Hyusung was going to disclose was related to Ina, so Seil might have taken necessary measure. There. Memo time. I guess someone did lose the scholarship. I dropped out of school, so I don't know much about this. But I can't help but wonder why Gyuhuk took the scholarship when his family had all the money in the world. Feeling comfortable, Ina rested her chin on her hand. Aside from the accident, why would he look for his relative's contact info? Where is... This is what I'm looking for. Perfect. Maybe they were digging to find something out of the family members too? Ina frowned. That may be the case. Beastars is a bittersweet business. The loop of endless ups and downs. But do they really have to pry into people's private lives just for the sake of the show? Apparently, as literally Viking already said it clearly, this game is just talking about getting into private lives all the time. Looks like Seil was pulling all kinds of tricks, even faxed the school. Maybe he should have joined an investigative journalism program. If they did a program like Unsolved Mysteries, they probably would have won an award. Ina put her hands in her waist. He should have just remained with the production crew. Looks like the school didn't give him a chance. Maybe something was really bothering him. I think Gyuhuk was wrong about the scholarship, to be honest. Still, why would he carry something like this? Good question. Yeah, I report. That's horrible. They made such a big fuss about having the son of Mr. Lee in the show, but behind the scenes they did a paternity test. Is it even possible to do that when they're not related to him? Not normally. That means they used an abnormal method, right? Yes, it was abnormal indeed. Ina frowned and mumbled something under her breath. They had been investigating all kinds of nonsense. Exactly, we're not here for an FBI interview, but an audition. They're planning on investigating every single relative. Why on earth would they go through all this trouble? True. Very, very true. The Beastars is just corrupt. Is it important if the photos are taken by him or not? What if the photos and documents were taken and gathered by someone else? Does that make the problems go away? The documents, photos, and background check report? The fact that he carried them with him was the problem. And he didn't give us any explanation. Ina leaned her body forward without even realizing it. That's the biggest problem. It's all a coincidence. They were gathered by someone else and I don't know anything. That's not going to end this. Metadata? Whose camera? Beastars did it, an individual did it, blah, blah, blah. That can't be the reason. We can worry about them later. I still want to know who took the pictures if it's not Seil. It's probably Seil, but besides that. No wonder, he ran away because he knew he was in trouble. He was being pressed into a corner even before that, but the decisive moment was when he spilled his bag. We didn't even have time to stop him. He lashed out at us and ran away immediately. He knew he was faced with a serious problem. We don't even have to talk about this. I know, but I want to because I want to talk about all the things. Let me talk about shit. Let me talk about all the things. Ina memo. I knew he would investigate my crew. They didn't tell you anything? They probably didn't want me to worry. That's how they play it. They know I hate talking about my past. And they let me write down their address on the application form. They must be good people. They are my family. Ina tossed her hair back and fell silent. So he bothered my crew members, I can understand that. But why did he investigate the school I went to? And what's this about mail? That means he found my mom's house. Which is unfortunate. Which is pretty damn scary. Mail. Here's the mail, it never sorry. What is he, a hoarder? I'm just glad he didn't take a door or window from my house. So much for writing down my crew's address. Digging up my home address and stealing mail? How dramatic is that? The envelopes in Nina's hands crumpled. We shouldn't let this pass. Of course, we'll pick him clean. We'll have to explain what's so unfair. I need to hear it from him. Don't worry, we will question this man later. Soon, actually. I know also they kept talking about the fact that they need to like quickly talk to Seil. But just let it be known that that's not happening. Also, did I ever write down what my saves were here? Sorry, I didn't know if I did. I didn't, so this is gonna be my save thing. Lies. That was the most disappointing part. I can't trust him anymore. How can he not know that? We'll meet him and ask again, but as to why he didn't tell us the truth. Ina tapped Yuyun on his shoulder. Okay, you talk to him and see what he has to say. I'll check his bag inside and out. Then he'll tell us the truth. He might try to resist us. Even now, there are 3 of us. We're not going to use force. How else are we going to make him show it to us? We'll need to beat the crap out of him first. Let's not do that. God, I keep pressing the wrong thing. Also, I want to just check something here. Sorry, I'm checking something real fast. Sorry, I'm just checking something real fast. Okay. So, save. I just need to make sure that I have the proper saves according to this. I just want to check real fast. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we're good. Sorry, so there's just one save that I need to make sure I had. Is Photos of Ina. Wait. Here. Okay, there we go. I studied them repeatedly, but they're similar. What about the photos? Remember how my photos topped the trending chart? I didn't even know that someone was taking my photo and they were uploaded by someone else's account. There's no music anymore, is there? Oh, it's controversial. Ina wiped the sweat off her forehead. Yes, they accused me of using a Smurf account to post it. They accused me of uploading my own photos to try to go viral. But that happened often. I had to comment on my account used for uploading the photos, and that created more controversy. Come to think of it, Seil might be the owner of that account. False charge. Ina used to be the limelight by her personal photos posted by another's accounts. Some suspected that she used other accounts. Let's see if I can reload. Because all of a sudden, the music died again. There we go. Alright, distrust. Wait, when Hyosung wanted to talk to us, he called us out one by one and blabbered on about a weapon or disclosing something, right? He did. What if he got that weapon from the documents in Seil's bag? Ina licked her parched lips and continued. We said the same thing back then. He must be so confident because he got the information from Sungyeon. Just in time, he found those from the staff members' bags, which means he probably knew what Hyosung was talking about. That's plausible. That's plausible. He also said he had a hunch from the get-go. You remembered, then it's pretty obvious, right? If Hyosung started running his mouth, his source would have come out too. If it came to that, Seil would have fallen into a more difficult position earlier than what he expected. Duyun barely managed to open his mouth. Are you saying that's the motive? He would have been caught somehow in the end. In that case, he could avoid being caught if one person became quiet. Early recognition. Didn't Seil know what Hyosung was going to reveal? The details might have endangered Seil himself. Interesting. False charge. Everything's suspicious now. Someone posting photos that I'm not even aware of. Someone else adding or deleting friends on my own account. Letters with no name on them. Seil had nothing to do with them? Maybe he has everything to do with them. We should think about it after hearing his side of the story. Ina turned around to face Duyun with a worried look on her face. Duyun, think about it. Why just me? Why just me after gathering all that extensive data? I don't think so. Maybe not. The documents we saw were about power. Yes, we didn't even see the rest. He packed his bag and left. If we go and see what's inside that bag, we might be able to figure out all the things he did behind the scenes. The problem is that he could be destroying the evidence right now. Ina put her hands on her knees and leaned forward. A drop of sweat fell from her forehead. He was annoying at times, but I trusted him. This is too big of a betrayal. Secret action. The strange incidents happening around Ina must have been caused by Seil. Had he done anything to the others? Well, we're getting some more... We're finally getting some more stuff there. Early recognition. We didn't see the rest of his stuff in the bag. He took the rest with him. The bag might contain something that's related to Seil. Something that might hurt him more than us. Are you sure? Think about it. He dropped everything but took the bag with him. Ina nervously rolled her eyes. We'd better go before it's too late. He could hide somewhere and destroy all the evidence. Then it will be too late. Well, we're finally done talking to Ina. Let's go back to Ju-young. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff. Yu-hak memo. Aside from the professor's contact information, he also found the guy who lost the scholarship. If the show had cajoled this guy, they would have been able to create a very negative issue, although Sung-yeon was quick to utilize it before they did. This seems to be the starting point of the scholarship episode mentioned by Sung-yeon. How did he find the guy who lost the scholarship? He probably acquired the information from the school staff. But you can't acquire something like that through normal means, though. But they've been holding on to it without leaking it. Looks like they used all means necessary to gather information and took a wait-and-see attitude. Maybe they kept it as an insurance policy. Insurance policies. Back stuff, whatever. He even asked the school directly. He was surprisingly careless. Usually the school posts the qualifications for scholarships. There was no need for him to ask this question since it was no longer valid. Diyun raised his head after a brief pause. Could it be that he was trying to establish the story where he asked the question but the answer wasn't given? This way it will sound like there's something fishy about this whole thing. That might be true. He can make a fuss about it as if it did a favor for Yu-hyuk. If this was his intention, he's an evil person. Frickin' Seil. Being evil. What is this? PI report. How did he manage to do a paternity test on someone else? Forget the method, it just gives you the creeps that anyone would come up with something like this. Yu-hyuk said Mr. Lee was his father, so why did they have to investigate this? This is way beyond validating information. This has more to do with distrust. Jung held herself with one arm and shuddered. Why on earth would they do something like this? Beastars, I don't even know what Sung-yeon was thinking. Some people are really curious about this. Seriously? Yep, because people are fucking whack. Let it be known. People are freaking crazy. Y'all know some crazy people, trust me. I'm just trying to make sure that the music. Maybe this isn't that important at the moment. There's a different reason why we're having this conversation here. We'll also need to reveal things like the metadata of the photo, but not now though. That's what's more important than this though. What's more important? I think I missed the point. This is what I think. It doesn't matter whose it is, whether it's a photo or document. It came out of Seil's bag, so he must have known. By the way, did we check everything that was in Seil's bag? No, we only checked some of the things. Yeah, Seil packed everything and left. This is how much we found so far. Maybe there's something else in his bag. Yes, don't you want to know what else is in there? I can't even imagine anymore. More things to hide. Aside from photos, there was a notebook he had always carried and a bunch of papers. More things might be hidden. There we go, 5 out of 7. We're getting close. There's so much reading though. My poor throat. 8 things left for Ju-young. He ran because he knew. Things weren't looking up and he got caught while he was being pressed into a corner. He wasn't supposed to get caught with them. So it's strange why he would carry them around. Jin raised her hands and held them together. When it's urgent, it's faster to grab things with your hand. He was meticulous and always kept taking notes, right? More importantly, he wouldn't have expected the stage to collapse. And look where it got us. He should know running away can't be a solution. Early recognition's the last one, yeah. So I'm just gonna go through these and then I'll save them as part 3. It looks like he was somehow trying to pry into Ina's past that hadn't been previously revealed. He investigated everything including the dance group, schools around her home, and her friends. So how much does he know? He probably came out with nothing. Even up until now, her past had never really been discussed. Jing nodded. They would have discussed it already if there was something, or they might bring it up if it became necessary. But it's no longer an ace in the hole once it is on the table, right? The scariest weapon is the hidden one you threaten with. Because it makes you imagine its identity and power. Let's talk about the mail that never fails! He brought mail, which means... It means he visited Ina's home. I'm guessing he didn't ask her mom for permission when he took the mail. If he did, he would have brought something that had some significance. Jin quietly put her hand on her forehead. What is he, a spy? No matter how petty, this is still a crime. Why didn't he just ask if he had questions? Before everything else, I'm worried about Ina. She must be in shock. Lies. Do you think he forgot about the tablet? Nope. He opened his bag when he first took out his notebook in front of me. So even if he forgot about it, he must have seen it when he opened the bag, right? And I guess he did hide it. Ji-young closed her eyes and let out a sigh. But I can't help but wonder why. Pretty clear now that he ran away like that. He could make things worse when trying to resolve the issue. For now, let's focus on what we can do. Photos of Ina. These are also Ina's snapshots. Some were taken by the stage and some were from other places. You can check the memo to see when the photo was taken. The memo was written with a pen after the photo was printed out. I guess the staff members could also carry the printed photos for personal reasons, but after the earlier incident, I'm having second thoughts. This also looks like a document with a certain purpose. Exactly. And it bothers me that most of them are photos of Ina. I wonder how far he went while following and investigating her. Distrust. And I'm curious as to how far he got himself involved. I don't think it's about just holding on to someone else's stuff. That won't work. The look in his face when the bag was mentioned and the decisive fact that he ran away. Just these two can be adequate reasons why he cannot move on after blaming someone else. Jung stared at the central corridor door at the other side. His weary eyes came back after wandering around the surroundings. We need to get him out of there before things become more dangerous. Whatever it is, we'll have to meet him to hear it. Now that it happened, I must hear it. It doesn't have to be a complete explanation, but I need some comprehensible answers. Oh, false charge. She must have been frustrated since she didn't do it. I know because I've been hanging out with Ina ever since the finals. Some say she asked someone else to do it. Nope, unless someone took the photo and uploaded it without telling her about it. She never resorted to expediency as they claim. I guess, why would she pretend it wasn't her? You get the best response when you take the photo and upload it yourself. Ji-young nodded briskly. They're just waiting for her to make a mistake. Ina might crash and burn, but she will always take things head on. The Fisher and Fish, they both have it wrong. Well, luckily nothing happened during all 8 of those things, so let's talk about this. The results of the investigations were extensive. We might be able to figure out what Hyosung had in store for us, whether it was a threat to disclose something. I don't think Hyosung was capable of digging up dirt by himself. I would say it was something that was leaked by Beastars. Then he must have also figured out the source of information. It was the background checks by Beastars, according to this. You probably realize that there have been background checks too. Of course. In the process, he naturally acquired a weapon against Beastars as well. Ji-young slowly opened her mouth after some pondering. It was also Seil's weakness. If Ina found out about it, he could have degenerated into becoming a stalker. That's probably why he immediately followed Ina. Aside from carrying out the role of the staff, he was on the verge of falling into his own predicament. When Sang-yeon was babbling on about killing the contestant, with that, Ji-young covered her mouth with her hand. Dune, we shouldn't go any further than this. Couldn't agree more. I don't think we should have a conclusion in mind. I think we should. Yes, the sense here. Gag. Sensing that Hyosung would expose him, Seil silenced him by murdering him. He probably wanted people to believe that Sang-yeon had killed him. And then the game reveals that it was Seil! Oh shit. Sneezing time. A sneeze so powerful that knocked my headphones off. I told you it was Seil! If I'm about to be proven wrong elsewhere, I told you it was Seil. Not a red herring. God. Ina memo. They investigated Ina's dance crew as well. They even checked the schools around her home. Didn't Beastars know about her past? There must be a reason why it wasn't mentioned. If it's about Ina, it's possible Seil personally gathered the data. The photos that came out of his notebook were only related to Ina. York raised his head and stared at Duyun. Maybe Ina was right. Prying into people's private lives and stalking. These were never allowed. We need to call for their explanation, either from here or after getting out of here. Yeah, we do. But you depressed my brain, buddy, so now we got to reload. Mail. Here's the mail. Stealing other people's mail is a federal crime. If this gets out, Seil will have to take responsibility. Gihok gently put his hand on his chin. It's definitely something a stalker would do. Then, let's not think too deeply. We're only speculating at the moment. Jesus, dude. Ju-young didn't even depress us once during that entire, like, huge thing. Meanwhile, Gyuhuk over here is like, depressed. Like, come on, dude, please. Lies. Seil was hiding his tablet. He said he lost his phone and there were no other devices. He also told me that he'd be using his notebook to write things down, but in his bag. Dune let out a groan. He ran away after spilling his bag. He didn't give us any explanation. The tablet contained something he wanted to hide. Maybe he was afraid of revealing the contents of the tablet. Considering the things that came out of his bag, it's possible that the tablet contained problematic things. There's no other way to see it. I wonder what was on the tablet that would make him want to run away. Gyuhuk paused to stare at the other side of the stage. For now, we can only imagine. We'll find out eventually. Why he lied and what's on that tablet. Reason to hide it. He ran away when he got caught hiding his tablet. Isn't it because there was something controversial in his bag? Dun dun dun! And that's all of the stuff, but we still have things to talk to Gyuhuk about, so we will do that first. Photos of Ina. Time and location seem different too. These photos were taken throughout the show. There's also a photo of the stage exterior. And there are snapshots different from photos taken by other people. Good point. They silently flipped the photos. We would have discussed the details with Ina. She might get stressed out by just looking at them. Maybe we shouldn't agitate her. Let's be more careful. Distrust. We can only guess since he's not saying anything. What's clear is that the documents came out of Seil's bag. And think about his suspicious whereabouts. It's only natural for us to believe that he's deeply involved in this. Yes, unless he tries hard to explain himself. Seil blamed Sung-yeon every time there was something that made him look bad. Sung-yeon couldn't refute anything, since dead men tell no tales. Yes, that's where the missing piece was. Sung-yeon never did the dirty work herself. The person who did it for her was the missing piece. False charges. Ina said she didn't post it, right? She's too busy for that. Even Hyosung, who was so passionate about Fader, couldn't run multiple accounts. Yes, it's just all hearsay. But it's true Ina's photos were being uploaded by an account unknown to Ina. Then it must be another person. So do you think it was Seil? It's reasonable to say that it was Seil. Maybe Seil did it, considering the photos that came out of his bag. Ina also mentioned the viral rumor after seeing them. Why do you think he did it voluntarily? Maybe it's part of the special care Seil was talking about. Maybe he thought Ina would benefit from him doing that. We'll have to hear it from Seil to be sure. Yes, we'll have to hear it from Seil to be sure. Although I'm not sure if he'll tell us the truth. And last but not least, early recognition. The ace is in the hole that Hyosung mentioned. Yes, the background check results were reported to Sung-yeon. If Hyosung's information was acquired from the background checks... Now I know why Seil said he knew what Hyosung was going to say. He had the same information. At the same time, I can understand why Hyosung was so confident. Gyuhuk paused to stare at Ina standing on the other side of the stage. Seil looked anxious when Ina went to see Hyosung. He said nothing was going to happen, but the worried look in his face was telling a different story. He probably guessed that Hyosung actually had some kind of info, or he thought Hyosung knew about Seil's involvement in acquiring the info. Gyuhuk turned back to Do-yoon again. If it's the latter... Gyuhuk, you're not saying Seil and Hyosung couldn't get along with each other at all. Maybe because Hyosung was always ready to pick a fight with him. It's possible that Seil was feeling anxious. Dun dun dun! And with that, we're gonna make another safety save on second victim. Because we need to. So save 14 is under siege. I spelled siege wrong, but don't worry about that. Boing! Let's go. She got 28 and 4. Yep, we did. Let's go. And Seil being absent. My sanity worsened. How terrible. The group gather in one place after finishing the conversation. I guess we've talked enough. We'll just be repeating ourselves. Okay then? You think Seil ran off because he was afraid of being exposed as the attacker? Du nodded his head reflexively. I think so. What we need now is Seil's clear explanation. I have a different idea. Seil got scared after his past had been revealed. All we know is that he didn't want to go into detail. It's funny how differently we interpret the same story. Ji-young, you know the other way also works if you slightly change your view. There was a storm of thoughts and reasons coming from each person. Ji-young crossed her arms and looked towards Do-yoon. Okay, I'll tell you the reason briefly. Possibility of crime. And handling, and gag, and fear. Everything changed once the tablet came out. Above all, Seil had a way of contacting Hyosung personally. Until then, we thought that was impossible. In other words, we thought it was impossible for Seil to contact Hyosung and meet him in the restroom. Seil got mad at Ina before he ran off. He claimed he had helped Ina in many ways without ever telling her. That just came out of the blue. When Hyosung warned us about exposing her past, Ina grew so restless that she eventually decided to meet him alone. He said he did something for Ina at the time without anyone knowing about it. It might have something to do with the violence in the restroom. To sum it up, Seil attacked Hyosung to stop him from exposing Ina's secret, and around that time, Sung-yeon was the prime suspect. Maybe Seil thought he could lay the blame on Sung-yeon. Seil ran away in a hurry, not because he felt offended, but because he was afraid. He was afraid of getting caught. Ji-young already mentioned that Seil ran away because he was afraid, but our focus here is what he was afraid of. Bada bing, bada boom. Did you read my mind or something? I completely agree with you. Don't you think you could be overinterpreting things? He threw a fit at me, remember? He was like, you can't do this to me. He felt betrayed by you. The question is, why did he overreact? I mean, what on earth has he been doing to help me behind? Sense of betrayal. As the suspicion grew more and Ina began to blame Seil, he seemed to have been embarrassed and felt betrayed by her. Ina can come with us, but she shouldn't speak to Seil. Why not? He could just lock the door in that case. If things get physical, hey, I could take him any day. That's what Gyuhuk is worried about. What if he's not the attacker? What if he just didn't want to be questioned about the contents of the bag? Hyosung was attacked after threatening to reveal her secrets. After the contents of his bag were revealed, maybe he thought he'd be the next target. That's a possibility, provided that he's not really the attacker. Targeting. Seil seemed to be afraid that the contents of his messenger bag would make him seem suspicious. Okay. I guess we're done talking. Let's go, he might be bored by now. It's important that we persuade him to come out. What if he doesn't listen? We will physically drag him out, this time for sure. Let's go, we're going on our way. Bum 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 bum. Seil! How meticulous, he even locked the door. Wait, let me talk to him. Seil, open the door, let's talk. Are you capable of having a rational conversation? Hey, you ran away when we were about to have a rational conversation. No, you were about to jump on me like I was the murderer. That's not what I... If you're not the murderer, then come out and explain. Didn't we agree on something before coming here? Oh, you want me out? Fine. Ina put her hands up and stepped back. I'll patiently listen to everything you have to say without accusing you, I promise. You know what kind of character you are in Beastars, right? Hey. Let's talk face to face. Can you at least do that for us? Nope, can't do that. Stop waiting and go back to the stage. It's dangerous in there. Probably more dangerous to be with you. Hey, open the freaking door. You want us to break in? Seil stopped answering. I guess he needs some time alone. This is somewhat expected, but... We can't leave him in there. I know we came here to bring him with us. We really should drag him out of there. But it's locked. There's a rear door from the staff corridor. It's closed, it won't even budge. Then what, bust the door open? It could cause further collapse. Everyone fell silent. Gyuhuk, who was rubbing his hand against his mouth, suddenly raised his head. Master Key. Master Key, is there such a thing? I heard some staff members have them. Only staff member locked himself in there. There's one more. Sung-yeon. Oh yeah, the body of Sung-yeon. That makes sense. There weren't any keys when we checked earlier. We only checked her wounds. We didn't check the whole body. Well, there's no guarantee that she has it. It just flashed across my mind. Ji-young slowly nodded. It won't hurt to check. We need to do anything we can to get him out of there. Do you? Can you? I'll try to talk him out of it while you're gone. I'll go with you. Jooyoung, are you sure? We should be able to find it faster if I go with him. I know, but... Jooyoung, you're not alone. Let's go. Alright, if you're okay with it. Yoo-hook also gave him a glance. And we'll try to bring him out before you come back. Be careful and just check for the key. We'll be right back. Heading out to the dead body! Jooyoung nodded and headed to the corner with Jooyoung. Now that I think about it, we haven't been experiencing any tremors. I hope the collapse stopped for good. It could happen again at any time. We need to get Seil out of there before that. That's true, but you spoke too soon because there's gonna be a tremor. Oh, never mind. Let's go find Sungyeon. Go find them. It was near the judges section. Yes, follow me. Sungyeon's body still looked horrible. They reached out carefully. They checked her jacket and pockets. I don't see it. Let's check her other pockets. Do you think the other two will be okay? Yes, Yoo-hook will take care of the situation. Nina can play her part with no problem. They couldn't find the master key. Jooyoung stopped looking at her watch and raised her head. Her employee card will be of no use even if we take it. You could use it to lockpick. Sorry. Oh well. Well, we tried our best. Jooyoung had a disappointed look on her pale face. Jooyoung checked his watch to see what time it was. It's not worth it to spend any more time here. Let's go back. Yeah, I guess we have no other choice. How did it go? Didn't find anything. Where's Ina? She went to the staff corridor by the rear door of the dressing room. We wanted to guard both doors. Yoo-hook stepped back and Jooyoung knocked on the dressing room door. Open it up now, Seil. I have nothing to say to you. Go away. The door was still locked. Yoo-hook shook his head while fiddling with his watch. Ina was not with them, but it didn't make any difference. Is there really nothing we could do? They blankly stared at the closed door. Another tremor! There we go! Ina! Ah! Ina came out running from the staff corridor. Ina, are you okay? I thought the whole place was coming down. Jung patted her on the back, waiting for the rumbling to subside. That's not good! Is Seil dead as a result? It's not like the others were tiny, but this one was big. I think this was the biggest one yet. What do we do now? We're running out of time. Let's force ourselves in. What if it collapses? We can't ignore the possibility of the dressing room coming down either. We need to make a choice, whatever that is. We can't just leave him in there. Hey, Bossy, how's it going? Jooyoung finally agreed with him. We need to get him out of there first before anything. Get back immediately if something goes wrong. Sure. Jooyoung, let's give it a go. Jooyoung and Yoo-hook stood in front of the door side by side. Seil, we're coming in. Get back. No response. Suddenly, a leery feeling lingered in the air. Why isn't he answering? Seil! We need to go in now. Yoo-hook! They threw themselves at the door. The door budged but did not open. Ah, come on! They rammed their bodies against the door again. The door catch fell and the door slightly opened. The light was off. Is Seil dead? Is Seil dead because of the collapse? He unwillingly followed Yoo-hook. Let's see what's happening. Let's turn it on. Oh! He hung himself? He hung himself, or somebody hung him. Seil, did he commit suicide? Seems like it. I thought he locked himself in here to save himself. He stood against the wall and panted heavily. Do you think it was over for him? If we had acted sooner. Everyone collapsed out of despair. No. Jooyoung slowly stood up. I need to see it. See what? The truth that Seil was carrying with him. I can't let this end without knowing about it. The rest of the group gathered around Jooyoung one by one. Investigation started. I don't really care about Seil, I'm gonna be honest. Literally, I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, he's dead. But like, he's kind of been an ass this entire time. Like, I really don't care. He moved closer to the body, but nothing changed. Seil was no longer alive. Other than the neck wound, no other wounds were visible at first glance. There are wounds on his fingertips. His nails are broken and his fingertips are bloody. The fingernails on both of Seil's hands are damaged and bloody. Yoon barely managed to look towards Seil's neck. The bruise was visible around his neck like a thin string. I need to see what happened. There were little wounds around the bruise. It was clear that the cause of death was hanging. Seil neck. The wound from the belt wrapped all the way around Seil's neck. There were also some small marks in the front of his neck. Belt. Yoon saw a strap under Seil's chin. A leather belt was hanging on a metal hook by a high shelf. Where did he get the strap? That jacket over there. It's a belt of some sort. I'm sure it was removed from a piece of clothing. Yoon took a deep breath, barely managing to speak. Seil belt. Seil pulled out a belt from a costume in the dressing room and tied it in a steel ring on a shelf to hang himself. There was a notebook near his feet. See what's in the notebook. So this is the notebook. Yoon slowly picked up the notebook. As he opened it, the last wrinkled page caught his eye. I was expecting something exciting, but it just wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. I've hit rock bottom. Also, nothing's ever going to change, I'm sure of it. For sure, what am I supposed to do? I'm an incompetent fool controlled by others chasing some vain dream. Can't escape this endless cycle of sin. Yoon can sense the feeling of shame and despair from his writing. Notebook last page. Seil's last diary entry said that he found something exciting, but it wasn't fun and nothing would change. He called himself an incompetent fool controlled by others chasing some vain dream. Yoon let out a groan. What does it say? It must be his diary. Yoon flipped through the pages. When did he start writing it? According to the diary, the beginning of this year. The page was densely filled with letters. Feeling dizzy, Yoon closed the notebook. Seil kept a diary, contestant memos, documents, and photos in his notebook. The dates in his diary suggest he'd been using the notebook since the beginning of this year. With that, some photos fell from the notebook. He picked it up without a second thought. Sungyeon and Hyusung. Spy shots. A photo of Sungyeon and Hyusung apparently taken secretly. The date of the picture is from around the end of the preliminaries, which is when their relationship got broken off. He couldn't read the entire diary on the spot. Yoon took a step back from the body. The table, and surrounding area caught his eye. The things around him looked a little messier than before. Sign of struggle? Seil surroundings. The area around his body is disorganized. It looks like it might be from a struggle, but not a previous mess. Yoon slowly looked around. He checked the messenger bag. A small pen, coins, receipts, and the tablet were there. Yoon took out the tablet to examine it. This is broken. There was a large crack on one side of the screen and the battery had swelled. Is it on? Yoon tried to turn it on, but it didn't work. I don't think it's working. Seil tablet. A questionable tablet found in Seil's messenger bag. One of its edges is broken and the battery is swollen. It doesn't turn on. Yoon checked everything and his eyes could see. Yoon moved back from the site, staggering. Everyone was shocked by Seil's death. Yoon seemed particularly affected. We shouldn't have been looking for solutions. We should have forced in earlier. Forced entry. They looked for ways to bring Seil out of the dressing room but failed. In the end, they tried to forcible entry. Never imagined he would do this during that short period of time. Close call. They forcibly entered into the dressing room while Seil became silent. They never expected to see an extreme situation in the room. Do you think he felt falsely accused? But think about this. Ina stepped forward with the notebook in her hand. Think about his secret background checks on us, and this wrinkled page is like a suicide note. We weren't mistaken about the tablet either. He ran away before he found him out, right? If he felt frustrated, he should have explained himself. Why kill himself? I wanted his explanation, not a suicide. Ina handed the notebook to Yoon and covered her face. Maybe Ina was right. Suspicious clues, the diary, depressive contents, and the decision to leave everything unexplained. How did it go? All fine? All settled? Motherfucker, plughole, I don't care about you. The end. Yoon looked toward the watch. Is this the end? Yoon wanted to ask himself. Background checks a suicide note, a diary, then actual suicide? Why is it letting me press enter now? Seil did all that? Why is it not letting me click this anymore? I guess I have to hit enter. I thought he would explain himself. Calm down. Did you process everything and accept them? Maybe. I see. I guess it is better to resolve the rest after getting rescued. You ask a pharmacist for prescriptions, a doctor for treatments, rescue team for help, and the police for investigations. What do you think? Seil was probably the culprit and committed suicide after being cornered. Is it all over then? Is that what you wanted? He bit his lip after reading the last message. What I want. He came this far while turning a blind eye to it. He closed his eyes, shut his mouth, and put that aside. I want the truth. Not yet. This doesn't mean it's over. What a surprise. You're different from what I thought you would be like. This is what I think. If you want to know the truth, then don't turn your face away from the problem. Problem. Hope the typo didn't ruin my cool advice. There must be clues and facts. But you already have casualties. Seil either took his own life or was murdered. Considering your mental health inside there, you don't have to dig into it. You have an option of sticking together with one another until you safely get out of there. Your goal is survival. That's all you need to focus on. Let's say you've really found out the truth. Can you really deal with it? Fair. Can I face reality? Did I press something that just caused this now? I feel like I never noticed it. Can you face reality? Probably. I can figure this out. Not too bad. I've come this far. After all, this is as far as I can come. And I'm going all the way. Time to slow down a little bit. You could get into an accident if you keep accelerating. I'm sorry for saying this. But you should carefully check through his diary, including that suicide note. That kind of writing often contains a hidden clue. Although the writing might express a wish for death, ironically, it might not show a strong will to live. Dune recollected the distressing feelings he felt when he read the wrinkled page. What was it? A feeling of resignation or rage? Dune opened Seil's notebook again. He could still sense the complexity of emotion from the last wrinkled page. He flipped the page. October 1st. There was a live show that day. 2 contestants were eliminated, leaving only the top 5. You two will crumble if you face reality. I guess you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Read the letter from an unknown someone and slowly retrace what you have done. Interesting. Notebook Diary 1. On October 1, if the identity is revealed, someone will fall. He wrote that he will have to reflect on what he has done until sending an anonymous letter. This event would be fun. Dune flipped through more pages. August 30th. The Beastars preliminaries were nearing their end. Hyosung's still the favorite due to Sungyeon's backing. His manner and remarks, was just unqualified to be the winner of the audition. He's like a ticking bomb. Nobody ever knows what will come out of his mouth. If Sungyeon continues to ignore my advice, I'll deal with him myself. I'll expose his past and he will fall. That will be the most appropriate for him. No matter what, he'll never make it to the finals. I'll make sure of it. I have that power too. Ina will just have to trust me. I'll help her in my own way and see how far she can go. She doesn't have to know what I'm doing. I just want to prove that I have an eye for talent and power to change the game. Sorry, Sungyeon, but you are not who you used to be. I don't have to follow your every order from now on. Diary 2. On August 30th, he criticized Hyosung for using his connection with Sungyeon to stay alive. He wrote that he would expose Hyosung and take care of Ina to prove himself. Dune gulped and read earlier entries. August 13th, the preliminaries were ongoing. Did I join her to do this crap? Sungyeon, you're inhumane. You treat me like a slave. Diary 3. On August 13th, he seemed to be furious at Sungyeon for some reason. July 27th, the beginning of the Beastars preliminaries. Beastars preliminaries have begun. Watching the contestants' performances reminds me of the old days. Seems I still got it, though. Most of the contestants that I had my eye on got great scores during the preliminaries. Not all of them, actually. There were a few imbeciles. But I guess they got through because they had something to show. I was eliminated because I didn't even have that much. I have no intention of getting back on the show. That dream disappeared long ago. Still, watching the contestants blabber on about their dreams in front of the camera is fun. I hope they get to show off their skills to the fullest, unlike me, except a couple of incompetent ones. They don't deserve it. They should just pack up and go back home. Diary 4. July 27th, the day the Beastars preliminaries started, he wrote about his experience and evaluated the others, commenting that untalented contestants would be eliminated. June 18th, just before the Beastars preliminaries. I totally lost my confidence. I've been thinking a lot about after hitting the bottom. It might get better once Beastars preliminaries starts since everything will be so hectic, although that'll be only a temporary solution to my problem. I'm the problem. I guess Sungyeon shows no respect to me because my work is always incomplete. I have a feeling that this will never end. It's horrible. I always imagine what would happen if I jump out of the window. But as always, I don't have the guts to do that, even if I do get the chance. Going to go to bed, but I wanted to ask you where the stream paused for that game. You can still stream, but you can't make the VOD public. Go point slowly after the last conversation section. Yeah, I know about it. I am actually fully aware from it because I do know my friend SHSL Blaze streamed the game in full. That's why I've been playing this game. and he told me about how it works. So I'm already well aware of how to edit it and everything. So we're good, no worries. But thank you, and I hope you have a wonderful night, Sage. Take it easy. On June 18th, it seems before the preliminaries of Beastars started, his message said that his self-esteem was destroyed, so he wanted to commit suicide. The oldest one was from May 22nd of this year. It was a crappy day as usual. My subordinates don't listen to me and my boss is nagging at me like hell. What the heck do you want from me? Sungyeon is the biggest problem of all. I'm getting sick of her treating me like a loser. I've worked for her for over 4 years. How many more freaking years do I have to spend to earn the tiniest bit of respect from her? Looks like she's forgotten what happened 3 years ago. She knows she'll be in big trouble if I open my mouth. She really needs to treat me with much respect. When she tried to hire me, she said that I reminded her of herself. And now, thanks to her change in attitude, all the other staff members are treating me like a loser too. And now, thanks to her change in attitude, all the other staff members are treating me like a loser too. If she keeps this up, I'm not going to just sit quietly. I'm writing this so as not to forget how I feel right now. Notebook Diary 6, on May 22nd, he expressed complaints that everyone ignored him. He worked for Sungyeon for at least 4 years. He wrote that his exposure on the incident 3 years ago would damage Sungyeon. There was a business card in the front page. One was an old business card with Seil's name on it. Scoop. When he took a look at it again, he found that its name and logo belonged to WBSN. It was the former name of the current WBS responsible for producing and broadcasting Beastars. The business card was old and worn out. Seil's business card. Seil's business card that fell out from the notebook. It's from the program Scoop. The WBSN logo indicates that it's an old business card. On the page before that, there was another card from the same program. This is Sungyeon's. The program name, department, and logo were identical to Seil's. Sungyeon's card. Sungyeon's business card that fell out from the notebook. The program name, department, and company logo was the same as Seil's business card. There were also background check documents. It wasn't as bad as what you saw earlier, but it still went far beyond the scope of their initial agreement. Info on contestants. The personal information of the top 5 contestants on Beastars Season 4 was found in his notebook. They appear not to have agreed to disclose the information. Dude, your hands are trembling. I'm okay. Stop lying. Look at all this mess. Do you think he really gathered all the information on his own? I guess so. We're seeing the evidence right now. So he'd rather kill himself than get caught with it? The only secret more serious than this has to be something with Hyusung. Duyun thought again about what was written in the notebook. The letters and images danced around in his head. Did Seil really commit suicide? Could the last diary entry be the suicide note? Was Seil trying to hide the fact that he murdered Hyusung? To find the answer, Duyun began to retract the clues again. Let me go back to what happened before Beastars. Both the notes are written before Beastars, so it's Diary 5 and Diary 6. Before the preliminaries began, it was June. Seil completely lost his confidence. He blamed his incompetence for failing to earn Sungyeon's respect. He was so depressed that he even thought about killing himself. He said that he didn't have the courage to do that as usual. May, before Beastars even began, Seil wrote that he had worked with Sungyeon for over 4 years. It seemed that he joined the staff right after getting eliminated in Season 2. He always felt that he wasn't getting the attention and respect he deserved. He mentioned he was willing to expose what happened 3 years ago if things went on like that. It seemed that Sungyeon had treated him pretty nicely in the beginning, but then belittled him from then on. What in the world happened 3 years ago? Sure. Seil was chosen by Sungyeon 4 years ago after he got eliminated from the preliminaries of Beastars Season 2. It was after the video of his miserable failure at the audition went viral. Sungyeon seemed to have coaxed Seil by praising how special he was, so he joined the staff. But her attitude seemed to have changed after he joined the crew. If he quit, he'd be known special. If he continued, his self-confidence would crumble. Within that month, Duyun can sense Seil's anger at Sungyeon's disrespect and the shameful feeling for his incompetence. Okay. I guess he didn't even have time to think. Duyun thought about himself. The training for the finals was much harsher than that for the preliminaries. Then nobody had the peace of mind to care about others or what had happened during the finals. The contestants didn't trust Duyun nor care about what had happened in the past. The invisible wall set up by Sungyeon. Inside the wall, Duyun overcame his confusion and regained stability. But was it really stability? Complacency. Hard training and a circle of friends and competitors kept him busy. In reality, he simply ran away from the reality he had to face. I just stopped thinking for myself and ran away. Duyun paused for a moment and slowly shook his head. I should focus. He began to focus on the diary again. The commonality in the 2 diary entries. A sense of inferiority. A very self-destructive inferiority complex. Sense of inferiority. Seil wrote about his feelings of inferiority and the self-contempt deep in his heart. He even mentioned death, complaining about the gap between his desired job and reality. Another passage grabbed his attention. The part where it said she would be in big trouble if he opened his mouth about what happened 3 years ago. The part where Seil said he might not keep his mouth shut forever gave a clue that something fishy had happened. The clues from the notebook which occurred around that time were... Oh, it's Sungyeon's card because they're the same. Sungyeon's business card from the previous job. Sungyeon and Seil worked together for over 4 years. The WBSN logo indicated that the business card was issued more than 2 years ago. He recalled that the name of the program on the business card Scoop. Dooyun had seen the name of the program in an article about the new season of Beastars. I heard it was the program that helped Sungyeon to achieve her sensational career. He had never actually watched the program because that's when he was concentrating on the band. He was not even sure if the secret mentioned by Seil was really related to this program. Maybe I should ask the others about what kind of program it was and when it was broadcast. Dooyun made a mental note of the name Scoop. He moved on to the entry written before the preliminaries. Around June, Seil wrote about having suicidal thoughts. It was written a few months earlier. How was it during the Beastars preliminaries? Which is the other ones? End of August, near the end of the preliminaries. There was a line about how Sungyeon had saved Hyosung from elimination, and Seil swore that he would eliminate Hyosung, whom he felt was unqualified from the audition. Seil also said he would show what he's got by backing up the Ina behind the curtain. It must have been written when Hyosung and Ina went off at each other during the team mission. Middle of August, that was during the preliminaries for sure. Dooyun could sense the feeling of betrayal and rage from the short passages. This crap, inhumane, broken promises, so on. Was he forced to do something unreasonable? End of July, that was when the preliminaries had just begun. Seil recollected his memory as a competitor as he watched other contestants' performance in the preliminaries. He complimented his discerning eye when criticizing some contestants. He wrote that he had no intention of getting back on stage. However, what I sense from his writing is not the feeling of resignation, but of regret. I don't think he had fallen into despair during the preliminaries. He felt contempt toward Hyosung for advancing to the finals by pulling strings. He felt betrayed by Sungyeon for a complete change in attitude. He was determined to prove his own power to her by influencing the auditions. What made him so angry in August? Seil was infuriated with Sungyeon and expressed his feeling of betrayal. He used the words "this crap" and said that Sungyeon had treated him like a slave. Wrath. What Seil wrote during the Beastars preliminaries indicated no feelings of despair. However, he was infuriated with Sungyeon about something in August. It seems like this was the time where he began to take his own course. What did he mean by this crap? Probably info. The contestant's personal information. Seil said the contract with the background checking agency was unfairly terminated. Various materials, records, and photos of the top 5. Did Sungyeon have forced Seil to check the contestants' backgrounds in the mid-August? Collaborator. Seil had carried out background checks on the Beastars contestants. After Sungyeon terminated contracts with some background check agencies, she ordered him to continue the task. Damn. Rude. Seil tried to keep his self-esteem amidst the extreme sense of inferiority. However, he was forced to carry out background checks on the contestants. Manipulation. She exploited Seil as if he was her marionette for a long time. She even used him to find out about the past of the contestants for Beastars. Sungyeon constantly bugged and controlled Seil. Maybe she had been trying to do the same thing to Dooyun. She had comforted him by saying that it was all part of the show and that his reputation as betrayer would disappear by the end. She never hesitated making promises. And how did he respond to her? What was his mindset like? What did he feel when he saw her body at the collapsed stage? It was clearly the feeling of ambivalence, shock, fear, anxiety, and ambivalent. He thought about Sungyeon. She was supposed to help him clear his name, but now she was gone. When he saw her body, a wave of mixed emotions washed over him. Dooyun shook the distracting thoughts out of his head. He decided to focus on Seil's diary again. Sungyeon ordered Seil to do a background checks on the contestants. This was something annoying enough to explode Seil's long-suppressed anger. In the previous entries, Seil was showing a lack of confidence and disappointment at Sungyeon's mistreatment. But as of this entry, there were no more signs of such disappointment. Of course, that was just Dooyun's assumption. The anger led Seil to support Ina from behind the scenes on his own into the blackmail that had been sent to Sungyeon in early October. He was planning something on his own. Sadly, there was no way of hearing about it from him anymore. He's dead! Plan. Taking into consideration Seil's previous remarks about his management of Ina or taking his own measures, he must have been up to something. The last page indicated that nothing could comfort him anymore. It implied that nothing would change and that he would give up and continue with his wrongdoings. Seil attempted something on his own to change his situation, but to no avail. It was obvious that he felt underestimated. His self-esteem was constantly going up and down. Diary. The rest of his notebook was filled with diary entries showing a sense of inferiority and shame. Had he really killed himself? The question brought him back to square one. Were these bad enough to induce Seil's suicide? What if it wasn't suicide? This question kept ringing inside his head. There's something that troubles my mind. It's... the small marks on the front of his neck. The wound on his neck. His chin was barely hanging on the belt, but the wound was circling around his entire neck. How's it going? Not so good, I guess. Took a look. It was plug hole. You need to help me. It's hard to make a guess from my side. But there must be ligature marks on the front side of his neck if his full weight was applied. I'm not 100% certain about that. Plug hole agreed with Duyun's idea, but sounded doubtful. It won't hurt to consider it. Neck wound. The belt was hanging under his chin. The wound wrapped all the way around his neck. You okay? Anyway, your survival is my top priority. Why? Why not? You don't want to survive? Knowing the truth is important. But safety comes first. Safety. Is it dangerous to know the truth? Suicide or not, if it is, the reason he killed himself. There is no decisive evidence to any of those. And what if he didn't take his own life? Then what? What happened twice already can happen once more. Is he worried about me? See. Thank you. Duyun dropped his hand and turned around to face the rest of the group. Can you hear that? It's getting louder. It's dangerous in here. Yes. Let's move to the corridor for now. The others pulled Duyun out of the dressing room. Man, there's so much stuff going on. Excited. Ina patted him on the back after arriving at the corridor. How can you be looking at the watch at a time like this? I had to check something. Neither here nor out there, no good news. Found the attacker, right? I'm not really sure. Why would he do that if he wasn't the attacker? That's true, but he chose to end it that way because he was guilty. What else is there to think? Duyun's eyes dropped to the floor. Yoak stepped forward, trying to calm people down. The rescue team will arrive soon. Let's just think about that for now. It's natural for a sinner to pay for a sin. Ina was firm, but her face was somber. Look. I am the attacker! Ha ha ha! It was the worst atmosphere. It was time for him to step forward. He remembered the story of a man who escaped depressing moments with his good sense of humor. He could do this. He is the awesome rock star who can enlighten the mood with good jokes. He can unite this group by creating a pleasant mood. I was hesitating a bit, but I guess it's time for me to say this. Phew, breathing in and out. Okay, I'm ready. Oh, I feel it. It's coming. Your attention, please. Oh my god, all eyes are on me. Feeling awkward, Duyun rambled on. With everyone staring at him with confused look on their faces, Duyun felt more nervous now than on the live stage. Actually, I am the attacker. Ta-da! There was a heavy silence. Geez, these guys are taking his joke seriously. The V sign, which Duyun confidently made, began to tremble. Duyun, you are the... Yoak dropped his jaw in utter shock. Oh my goodness, I knew this was an age of distrust, but... Ina also cursed and backed off. They were taking it too seriously. Everyone had been under great strain for a long time. The possibility that his brilliant joke would fail had never crossed Duyun's mind before. Duyun's whole brain started working at the speed of light. Rockstar should always know when to step forward and back. He already knew how to best escape this kind of awkward situation. Come on, you fools are just kidding. He tried to keep a poker face, but ended up choking. Duyun should have said it in a more relaxed manner. The silence was unbearable. No one could liven up the mood anymore. Ha! I knew it! To tell you the truth, I didn't die! Detective So, go arrest him! Alright. Alright! Yusun came out of nowhere and twisted Duyun's arm. Ugh! He tied up Duyun in no time, and Duyun fell flat on his face. Phew, case closed. So took a walkie-talkie out of his messenger bag and muttered something. Where did that come from? Before he knew it, Ina moved closer and put her hands together. Wow, you rock. By the way, I don't know what's going on here. Will you let me go? Who would accuse you of anything, my lady? If there's one thing I could accuse you of, it would be stealing my heart, sweetie. Ah, sweetie, you creep. I got goosebumps all over. I'm gonna beat you up. Ina clenched at her shoulders and screamed. Hey, what do you think you're doing, Seil Chang? Seil Chang, right, I like that alias. It's not my real name. My real name is Seil Holmes. Does it remind you of Sherlock Holmes, the world-famous detective? Holy crap, I love this. That's... Ju-young, it's surprising, right? Do you think he's related to Sherlock Holmes? Of course I am. I like a distant cousin of his relative's brother-in-law. Is he a fictional character, though? I pardon your ignorance. He was a real person according to my family history book. His true existence has been hidden from the public to maintain his gifted lineage. I continue his legacy as a phenomenal reasoning skill. Got it? Word? That's why you look so damn smart. That's the spirit, Detective Holmes. You're so cool. Oh, Jesus Christ, you guys buy that stupid story? Sherlock Holmes is a fictional character. I hear a dunfly flapping its wings. Oh, Mr. Du-Yoon's bloodthirsty Han, why don't you confess to the bloody crimes that you've been hiding under the nice-looking mask? Feeling confident, Seil Holmes didn't hesitate to make a more daring statement. Excuse me, Detective Holmes. Yes, Gyuhuk, what is it? What if Du-Yoon, our suspect, was really joking? Good point, Gyuhuk. Hee, thank you. What's with the tone? My chief investigator will answer your question. Who the heck is your chief investigator? There she is, over there. You guys are doing a good job without me. So the betrayer was the murderer again, huh? Don't you get sick of betraying people? How are you alive? Sung-Yoon Shin? I thought you were dead. Dead? Wow, you're a master of psychological tricks. I ain't dead, I just had a terrible hangover. But the pool of blood. I had tomato juice and vodka. What about the wound on the back of your head? I threw up and fell after drinking a couple pints of that vodka. It's got over my head. My dear chief investigator, getting tomato juice vomit in her hair is nothing to sweat about. That's gross. Why are you acting like a germaphobe all of a sudden? Hey look, shoo, I'll wipe it off of your shirt. Don't! Stay away from me, please don't! Gyuhuk twisted his body to dodge the vomit and Sung-Yoon chased him. Du-Yoon pushed them away and squeezed in. Enough with your nonsense! Is this the confession scene that always appears in this type of genre? I'll play some moody background music. Please don't. I'm serious, don't. Listen to me, we have Seil Hyusung Sung-Yoon here. But nobody really died. How can I be a murderer? There was never a victim in the first place. What the? That was as sharp as a razor blade. I've proven my innocence, yeah! At the moment, Chief Shin whispered in Seal's ear. Tell you the truth, Du-Yoon Han. Is the one who blew up the stage! The stage was well constructed, but suddenly collapsed to the ground. So the attacker was Du-Yoon Han. Wow, I didn't know that. You're so smart. Screw you. You were framing me as a murderer just until a minute ago. You must have had a bad dream. It's okay. Confession requires courage. I understand. As the saying goes, love the saint, hate the sinner. Did I say that right? Anyhow, I've succeeded. The legacy of Sherlock Holmes continues as long as I live. Stop pissing me off. I have a question. Are we done here? Of course. What about the rescue team? Huh? We have good news. The rescue team is going to teleport here. How convenient, huh? Teleport, huh? What's with the theme of this, huh? Dragon Ball? Whatever, let's just call it a day now. Are you kidding? Gyuhuk! I'm sorry, but do I know you? Hyusung tied up Du-Yoon. Du-Yoon wasn't even able to resist anymore. You've done it again. Great job again, Detective Holmes. Seil put on a warm smile, which I'd never been seen him do. It was an easy case. Never stop being my loyal minion. I'll be forever at your service, Your Highness. Well, aren't you as cute as a little puppy? Should I pet you? Woof woof. Stop your delusional freaks. Okay, let's put this notorious criminal away and throw a party. I feel like having a Philly cheesesteak today. Now I want some pasta. Peking duck for me. I don't know why I did that voice. I'd like some sushi. I'd prefer some spicy Thai food. Justice has been done. Who cares if we can't agree on what to eat? Let's go, my treat. Bam! Seil Holmes led the way and the rest applauded. Du-Yoon was dragged away with a rope tied tightly around his waist. Wow, what is this? What are you loonies up to? That's a good question. Seil moonwalked toward Du-Yoon and stopped in front of him. I've got to tell you. It's game over. Seil pulled up ahead again, horse dancing to the beat of Gangnam Style. Hey, what game over? You call this crap a script? Are you kidding? Does your employer know about this? Seems like I'm attracting animosity from everywhere. I need to end this now. I'm running up against a deadline. We're almost done here. What in the heck are you talking about? Hey! Goodbye then. Hey, wait, that's not it! I told you, that's not it! That's pretty funny. I like that joke ending. Game over. Bad ending. Try again 2020. Hint. Know when to act up or not. Yes. That was pretty great. I like that. So, let's talk a bit more. I want to talk to you about a little bit more. About what? About what we saw in the dressing room. Is something bothering you? Well, nothing in particular. Dune saved his words. Although it's unlikely it was still a possibility, Seil could have been murdered, and the real murderer could be one of us. He really didn't want to think that way. But the more he thought about it, the stronger his doubts grew. That's why he saved his words. He had to talk to them at least. That's all he could think about. If nothing came to mind after talking with them, if everything that had happened was simply as it appeared, it wouldn't be too late to get rid of his concerns. Fine, what about the other two? No idea either, I'm almost dizzy. Well then, we'll go with the majority rule. We can't be talking about this for too long. I know. Autosave checkpoint. End of all suspicions. 12 things! Jesus. Right here. So rescue team is almost here. So we got 30 minutes till the rescue team goes in. That was pretty funny. All right, so we're gonna do end of all suspicions right here. Not 14, we're gonna do 13. And let's do our phone calls. Because we still got time. I'll do view hook first. I don't know what to believe. You must be terribly confused, just like I am. Since the end, Seil attacked Hyusung and killed himself? Seil went too far, to the point of no return. I don't know, something's not right. It's too much for us to handle. Yeah, I'm exhausted after all these troubles and tragedies. You and the rescuers will arrive soon. Then it'll finally be over. Just forget everything else. Need to stay focused till the end. Till the end. Yes, till the end. Thanks, friend. I appreciate you. Yes. Nope. Phone. Ju Young. This isn't what we wanted. Did we push him too much? Only he could tell. We only know what we've seen. Seil hanging himself. Some more clues from his notebook and messenger bag. What should we make of these? Is it worth piecing together all the puzzle pieces? I mean, I guess it's important. Let's talk to Ina. Ina. So we'll go phone, Ina. I didn't expect this to happen. Why did he die? He had tricked and hurt others. He should have repented and made up to them. He thought he'd never be caught? Did he really commit suicide? What else could it be? You need evidence? This is insane. I thought we were close sometimes. But what is this? This is the end? You know, are you okay? No, I'm not okay at all. I'm totally lost. That makes our sanity go up. Hooray! All right, let's talk to everybody. Ina. His hands. There were wounds on his hands. The kind of wounds that are made unconsciously. Ina massaged her eyes with both hands. There was a brief silence between the two. When a person hangs themselves, their body still feels pain, and they will instinctively struggle to cut or tail the rope in order to survive. Although they wanted to kill themselves, their body would still resist. Left, please. Ask about any other side. Are there no other signs? Tell me if you have more information. That's all I know, and I can tell you 2 things. Ina raised her head and stared at Duyun. If you think it might not be a suicide because of the wounds on his hand, you're probably wrong. No matter how closely you look at it, it's obvious he took his own life. Fingernail wounds. Even if he hanged himself, he might have involuntarily struggled to get out of the belt, resulting in wounds on the fingertips and the neck. Crazy, crazy shit. Neck. I'm not sure if I can say this. Do you think he really wanted to die? Maybe he wasn't considering his death. What do you mean? We were right there all together at the door. The door was locked. We wanted to talk to him up until the last minute and even considered forcing the door open. So he probably thought we were going to save him right away and... No point in talking about it. It's pointless. We can't get any answers from him anymore. Don't you think I know that? I wish I could revive and ask him to tell me the truth. Did anyone say we wanted him to die? We only asked him to come out. Now it's like he admitted to everything. Fair. That one didn't matter, by the way. Seil's book. He used the one in the dressing room. If he hadn't seen the jacket, if he had used something else other than the belt and somehow broke. Ina closed her eyes and moaned. If the shelf gave it into his weight and fell down, if the metal hook had bent, this wouldn't have been in the end. I thought Hugh-sung was going to be the last. It's fair. And there's a lot of... What do you think are there? Oh, there's not too much. Okay. The last page of the notebook. To be honest, I didn't really see the last part. I'm just sick of the hearing about the thought process and excuses from a criminal. I'm gonna reconsider if he explained everything after coming clean. But you shouldn't blame others for your own mistakes, right? Ina wrapped her arm with her hand and asked quietly. Seil told us nothing until the end. Yeah, he only left us with more questions. I can't understand it. I won't understand it. That's the only way I get to pull myself together. He said something about me too. Did you see it? He said I just needed to do as he said. I never asked him to make me popular. Ina sagged her shoulders. To be honest, I don't know what to say. Right. He just wanted to satisfy himself. He intervened only for his self-satisfaction. Make me popular? Support me? That's ridiculous. To be honest, I was curious what you were going to say. I agree with you. He tried to control all my actions and followed me around without a word. He said he did those things for me, but I can't acknowledge it. Ina closed her mouth and fell silent for a moment. It all boils down to his defiance towards Sung-yeon. He tried to use me as his pawn. Was he going to claim that he attacked Hugh-sung for me? But I never asked him to invite me into his little power game. The truth, it's just his self-satisfaction. Counterattacks. Seil's diary said that he would help Ina to become famous. He seemed to view it as an act of defiance towards Sung-yeon. A rapport events, let's go! Resolve. Duyun, and that's all of Vina's ones actually too. Duyun, did I do anything wrong? I'm not qualified to make any judgment. I wanted some kind of explanation at least. Rather than silence for good like this. I wasn't expecting this. Ina lowered her head. Haven't I changed after all? You've changed a lot. I did change my facade and show myself in public. I accepted the character they proposed for the show. I dressed differently, talked differently, and acted differently. But now I'm back to square one, I guess. I was just brainwashing myself as if something had changed. I'm still Pilwon Yu inside. After all these years. I don't know that girl. I only know Ina Oh, Pilwon Yu, forget her. I want a real change, but this is not the real me either. What was I wanting for? You can't find your ideal self that easily. You just have to keep looking for it. I'm no different than you. Ina let out a deep sigh. Others cannot change me. It was not about others in the first place. Nobody will live for me. Nobody will take responsibility for me. I was just running away, feeling okay as long as I was away from where I was. How come I never knew what I was doing before? You'll get out of here soon. You'll find the truth as well as your future. So what I found in the end is that I still don't know anything? It took me quite long to find that out. After experiencing so much. Ina shook her head and whispered to herself. Resolve. She wanted a clean break from her past and start over anew, but pressure from others made it impossible. She finally realized that true change comes from within. Good stuff, Ina. Good stuff. Spy shots. What's this photo? It's the photo of Sungyeon and Hyusung. Was this also part of the investigation? Ina tiredly stared at the photo. It feels weird to look at them through the photo again. I didn't really like them, but I didn't want to part with them like this. You're right. That's why I'm feeling uncomfortable. We should stop looking at this. Alright, still surroundings could be bad, so let's do this. It's very clear he committed suicide. I even had a thought. I thought that there was a murderer who killed Hyusung and he also killed Seil in the dressing room. Ina slowly shook her head. But there was no time. At least 2 of us kept guard by the dressing room. Yes, we all talked to him together for a while before entering the room. If someone forced themselves in, there would have been a struggle. But the dressing room wasn't that messy. There's only one answer. It could be. You guys, one of you could have. The tablet was completely broken. The screen had cracks, the battery was swollen, and it wouldn't even turn on. He broke it after he ran into the dressing room. If not, there's no other reason. There's no reason for him to hide these things, and there was no reason for him to run away after spilling his bag. So the only conclusion we can reach is that he broke it on purpose. Guess so. I guess he wanted to hide something. Even if we couldn't see it, we would have had to reveal it after we got out of here. He would have had to submit it to the police. He was just trying to avoid the situation at hand. Ina's blue eyes turned dark. I'm almost sad. He could have just shown it to us after deleting what he wanted to hide. What he did was pointless. Damaged tablet. Ina claimed that the broken but still powered on tablet was intentionally damaged after Seil hid in the dressing room. So much shit. So much. Forced entry. Should I have screamed? You and Ju-young went to the stage and I went to the rear door. I thought he might try to come out through the rear door. Ina stared at the door to the staff corridor for a minute. I agonized over whether to say something to him or not. In the end, I said nothing. I closed my eyes and ears and just stood there. Ina, should I have said something? In the end, I didn't hear anything. Close call. I called out to him when the tremor died out, but there was no answer. When we forced ourselves in, it was already over. There wasn't much time. Ina nodded weakly and continued. That's why I feel like my head is about to burst. I was one step behind. This is apparently the right choice. It's my fault. I stopped the others instead of chasing him. I don't need to hear that, you fool. If we all went and banged on the door, it would have happened sooner. That's how I see it. Ina closed her mouth and sank her head. We didn't have enough time. You and Ju-young came back to the corridor and talked to Seil, right? Yes, he wouldn't budge. That's when the tremor came and you came out to the corridor. When we called him again, there was no answer and we forced ourselves in, by the wall of the dark dressing room. That's where we found him. It happened only a few minutes before. Yes, just a few minutes. That's when it happened. Regroup entry. They briefly had a scuffle with Seil when Do-yoon and Ji-young got back. When things calmed down, they tried to force their way in. They found his body in the dark dressing room. Yeah, unless there's a different party, there was no time to do anything. WBSN was the name of the broadcasting company. It's WBS now, so it's been a few years. Ina suddenly stared at Do-yoon while mumbling to herself. According to Seil's diary, how long has been working with Sungyeon? But first, I think it was about 4 years. Yes, 4 years. WBSN changed its name to WBS about 3 years ago. Ina tilted her head. P-Star Season 2, where he was eliminated in the preliminaries, was held 4 years ago, so he joined the staff immediately after getting eliminated. I guess that's how he got this business card. He's been in show business for some time now? I can't believe he's still doing background checks. Rendezvous time. WBSN printed on Seil's business card was renamed WBS 3 years ago. Looks like Seil joined the company about 4 years ago, right after his elimination from B-Star Season 2. Sungyeon's card's good. I guess it had some kind of meaning. He almost had Sungyeon's business card. Or he also had Sungyeon's business card. I just thought it might hold some meaning since he kept it. Yeah, how would we know? Ina nodded and shuddered. We can't even tell the truth from lies. It feels like it's been ages since we found Sungyeon. I'm not even sure if the rescue team is really coming. They're making their way in right now. Yes, we need to get out of here, so that we can learn the details. I hope they hurry up. I might go crazy if I have to stay down here much longer. That's fair. That is very, very fair. What about the info of the contestants? Looks like he's been doing some gathering. Did he really have to work this hard just because Sung-yeon told him to? Did he want her approval or just wanted to avoid getting fired? Now that I've seen this far, I'm not really sure. Ina grabbed Do-yoon on the shoulder. Do-yoon, let's get out of here now. The audition, the discussions, mysteries, it's all over. We need to get away from here. It's not the time to think about why or how he did it. I mean, we still need to figure out the truth. But like, now Ina looks suspicious, but I still think Seil killed Hyosung. Like, is it bad? Is it bad that I still think that it's still him? Excuse me. Whew, I didn't get a clear look. I barely managed to keep myself together after Hyosung's incident, but I think this is as much as I can bear. Jiren braced herself with both arms and shuddered. He could just pay for his wrongdoings after getting out of here. What we wanted was his confession, not this. I feel the same. I guess I can't stop talking about it, because even for me, it's hard to accept what happened. I think everyone knows that we must stop thinking, that we need to calm down and let the police take care of the rest. My mind knows that, but my heart isn't ready to accept that. A rapport event! And this should be our last one too, by the way. Let's go. Lancer, is this the truth? I've never wanted this kind of ending. Ji-young touched her forehead with her hands through her long hair. Seil might have run away, not being able to face what he had done. Maybe. Everyone is afraid of something. Ji-young raised her head again. I need to start facing mine. Everything is clearer now. I'm not running away this time. That guy who thought he could sell me, the rich businessman who thought he could buy me, I'm not running away from them anymore. I'll fight them head on rather than dying with my mouth shut. Ji-young shook her head and straightened herself. I'll tell the members about what happened. I'll tell them how lonely I was, how difficult it was to handle all that at that time, and how sorry I am now. So much sneezing, so much sadness. A dim light cast a shadow on the side of Ji-young's face. Dean took a step forward. Do you think I'm weird for telling you this? You're much stronger than I thought. You did something I failed to do, Dean said to himself. I'll probably get battered more. Maybe. But I'll pick up a spear rather than a shield this time. You said your shield has been turned into a spear, right? Yes, and it suits me well. I want you to watch me fight. Because I will win the revenge match. That's Ji-young. Resolved, Ji-young made the best of a desperate situation. She had protected her honor, but suffered for it. She vowed to overcome it once she got out of this mess. Good for you. Good for you. We're getting like a lot of closure, which is good. I'm sorry, but I can't really talk about that. I can't even bear to see it, okay? I shouldn't have said that. It's okay. Ji-young took a deep breath with a worried look on her face. I thought he got angry and ran away because he wanted to survive. I was sure of it. Then how should we interpret the situation, a result of his despair or confession? My thought was way off the mark. I was completely wrong. Yeah, everyone's just kind of traumatized by now 2 dead. Well, 3 dead, essentially, right? Because of Sung-yeon, too. How did he think of using the belt? He probably happened to see it hanging there. It was always hanging there. Maybe. But something bothers me. Seil barely came to the dressing room. We mostly used it and the stylists. It wasn't long before he entered the room after we talked to Seil. During that short period of time, he found the belt and hung himself. Ji-young put her hands on her chest and took a short, deep breaths. Easy, Ji-young. Catch your breath first. Yes, I'm doing that. It will all come out in the wash after the police investigation. I mean, okay. Realistically, it is possible now that Ina's the murderer because, well, okay, it's... Oh, it could be Gyuhuk. Oh shit, it could be Gyuhuk now. Could be... Notebook, last page. The last page. I think he gave up in despair. He was having severe mood swings. It was the last diary entry in his notebook, and I don't think his emotion ended there. Jung stopped herself and let out a sigh. I should stop comparing a situation with my experience. Your experience? What kind of... While I was away from this industry, I wrote in my diary whenever I had a hard time. If someone read it, they would have thought I was very depressed. And if I had done something bad to myself, they would have regarded my diary as a suicide note. Jung shook her head as if to shake off bad thoughts. Only the last page of Seil's diary was crumpled. I thought he did that to overcome his painful feelings on that day. But in the end, it really happened. Seil's notebook. He wanted to hide his mind till the end. The hatred against Sung-yeon and himself. Every time he tried to do something, he always took a step back and gave up. And the collapse and unexpected events followed. Ji-young stopped there and closed her mouth. I might have done something that cannot be undone. That's the truth we've learned so far. But I keep having doubts somewhere deep inside my head. Is this real? Is this really the end? We can no longer hear Seil's explanation. We should have stopped him from running away. Spy shots. The photo with the date on it. Those in the photo and the one who took the photo are all gone now. Can you believe that everything happened in just a few hours? Ji-young closed her eyes and fell silent. What was going on in the scene and why the photo was taken don't matter now. Was it also part of a background check? No, we know why, but don't worry about it. That means Seil tailed Sung-yeon too. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting scared of digging for the truth now. Listen, we have to find the truth. I mean, in an ending, we'll probably not find the truth, but we still will find the truth. It was messy, but not as messy as we thought it would be. Seil was the only person in the dressing room. Maybe the room got messy because of the tremor that occurred before we entered the room, or he was struggling at the end and Ji-young covered her face behind her long hair. The rescue team will arrive here soon. We need to pull ourselves together until then. Oh shit. I know, but it just happened right before my eyes. It just can't let the thoughts go away. Hella true. Hella true. When you experience something like that, that shit sticks with you. Something fierce. Something hella fierce. Sorry, checking something there. Seil's tablet. We couldn't check his tablet. It didn't even turn on. I saw the swollen battery. Swollen? Yeah, the device was swollen and the screen was broken. The device is swollen, you can consider it as totally broken. When was it broken exactly? When do you think the tablet was broken? Devices don't swell up like that all at once. It must have been a while ago. At least a few days. So it's very likely that he never used a device while in here. You're right, unless an expert repairs it. Ji-young put her hands on her sweaty forehead. So why was he carrying it? Why did he try to hide it? And why did he run away after some things were revealed? We'll never know why. What I know is that the device was broken a long time ago. Broken tablet. Ji-young checked the broken tablet and said it was broken a long time ago, considering the cracked display and swollen battery. Got it. First entry in close call. There's no music anymore. Why is there no music again? Mother of God. Not again. Like, I think it's when I click off. When was it broken exactly? Yeah, that depressed her. Well, hold on. Save. I'm gonna save this as number 4, and I'm gonna load number 3 again. So tablet. We know about this. Already did 4th century. There we go. Did I actually listen to 4th century? I don't think I actually did. Brothers. Should have stayed by the door and kept talking to him. No, maybe we should have forced the door open. Ji-young mumbled to herself with a confused look on her face. Ji-young, we were looking for solutions one at a time. Went to look for the master key because we thought it would be dangerous to force ourselves in. But I keep thinking about other possibilities too. But at the end of the day, I end up blaming myself or the others. I'm not trying to hold any one of us responsible for Seil's death. I know, even if you go over what we could have done to prevent his death, nothing really changes. Nobody wanted this tragedy. But we couldn't persuade him right away. So I think all I did was like lose some... Maybe I lost a little bit. Like a little bit of rapport, but we'll build it back. Close call. He was alive behind the door. He really was. We talked, I asked questions, and he answered. But then in an instant... June paused for a minute and covered her mouth. You okay, Ji-young? Just a little dizzy, but okay now. Ji-young raised her head while taking a deep breath. Ji-yoon, what did we have to do to stop him? I don't know. It pains me every time I think about another possibility. And I'm not sure how I should organize my thoughts. So I think the reason why, if I ever like Alt-Tab or something, that's what causes the music to go away. And then if I try to play it again, like the music stays off. That's, I think, what the whole bug is. So just gotta make sure I don't click off. Seil's business card. He had his old business card with him. It had the floor director title printed on it, so he must have received it when he became a full-time worker. Jung briefly stared at the logo on the business card. How long did they work together? For 4 years? He had been dealing with those self-destructive thoughts for that period, I guess. I don't think he felt that way from the beginning. Yes, everyone feels fresh in the beginning. Although we will never get to hear what he felt like in the beginning. Well, Sung-yeon's card. He also had Sung-yeon's old business card. The same TV program which Seil had worked on. She was a producer even back then. Does that name of the TV program ring a bell? Skip enter behind? I think I saw a news article about it, but I don't know much about it. Jung-yeon briefly stared at the logo on the business card. That's a TV program that made Sung-yeon famous. It was a celebrity gossip show. A gossip show? She was notorious for her persistent and aggressive coverage. They chose provocative items and achieved great success. Oh, she probably did that by using Seil. I guess the background checks to tradition began at that point. Even after joining B-Star, she maintained her style. Maybe for Sung-yeon, it was a guaranteed formula for success, and we were the variables. Ji-young shook her head bitterly. Another producer is still running the program, but it's not as popular as when Sung-yeon used to be the producer, though. Do you think they'll talk about us on the news? Old program. Scoop was a celebrity news show produced by Sung-yeon 4 years ago. Her aggressive coverage brought her huge success and made her a star. Seil joined her around that time. Info on contestants. Why even bother to obtain our consent? If they were going to just keep digging. True. Actually, their privacy policy didn't mean anything. The contract only contained a clause to obtain our consent. It's literally unfair. Ji-young stared at the far corner of the corridor with a bitter look on her face. Do you think it was the same for the staff who did background checks? Yeah, they were probably forced to do background checks, honestly. Maybe he was forced to conduct background checks. Seil's diary proves it. You're right. You saw how scared and desperate he was. B-Stars terminated its contracts with the background check agencies. It's clear they continued the background checks internally. The feeling of embarrassment and anger from Seil's diary. He didn't conduct the background checks voluntarily. He felt a sense of shame while trying to justify his actions by saying that he was only following orders. His depression continued. Then, triggered by the collapse here, he ended his own life. Forced in, after terminating contracts with the background check agency, Sung-yeon forced her staff, including Seil, to complete the background checks. Which is really fucked. Like, super fucked. Alright, time for Gyu-hyuk. Our last one. There were wounds at the tip of his fingers. Wasn't it already there, or maybe he got the wound while digging through the debris. I didn't see it before. Gyu-hyuk hesitantly opened his mouth. Maybe he held onto the belt around his neck. Maybe he decided to take his own life, but later regretted his decision. I have no way of knowing. It's the same for everyone here. You need to stop empathizing. It's too dangerous. Calm down. Gotta do what we can do. Oh, fuck. Man. Chose the same thing twice, I'm sorry. His neck. Excuse me. Dude, you need to pull yourself together. I'm fine. Something's just been bothering me. The wound went around his neck like a circle. Did you look that closely? Don't overdo it, Do-yoon. Seil didn't die because of you. No need to punish yourself. I know, but I need to think. Do-yoon, you need to focus. You need to get out of here, physically and mentally. The belt. The jacket that the belt was pulled out from. It was mine. He used that to... Yuha quietly sank his head. If you look around, it sticks out immediately. The jacket was always hanging over there. Not sure if he did it at his own will. Did he really do that to himself? Didn't he run away to survive? Why? Yuha quietly bit his lips. I think he acted on impulse. The door was about to burst open. He looked around and found the belt from the jacket that was always hanging by the wall. The other end was attached to the metal hook on the shelf. Yuha, stop it if you're going to blame yourself. Your clothing was always hanging there. It wasn't meant for him to use. Right now, you need to focus on the remaining people. Impulsive act. Since the leather jacket was hanging in the dressing room, anyone can easily find it. The same goes for the belt. And it's time for the rapport events. The last one for Gyuhuk. Wreck. Are you alright, Gyuhuk? What about you? You must be shaken. I'm confused, to be honest. Just hang in there and relax. Okay, you too. I'll be okay when you are. Gyuhuk moved closer and patted Do-yoon on his shoulder. You're the only one who knows about this. Gyuhuk raised his tilted head. It's weird, I've never told anyone about this. Maybe I was able to tell you that because we were in an unusual circumstance. Gyuhuk shook his head and then looked at Do-yoon again. I was able to open up because it was you. If you didn't save me when the stage collapsed, I would have been gone in silence with everything buried. Gyuhuk paused momentarily. His wandering eyes were fixed on Do-yoon again. When I was alone, a voice came to me. It was trying to take me somewhere. It was saying I would bring destruction to everyone's life and survive alone. I was desperate for anyone's help. I might have been wanting to have a brother. Together with him, I might have pulled myself earlier from the abyss. Spending some time all alone is not a waste of time. It was just too long and difficult. I'm not that strong-minded. The weak-minded couldn't make it to the stage. Think you're fine as you are. Aw, friendship. Gyuhuk squinted under the blurred lights. The same goes for you. Don't care about what others say, just believe in yourself. Weird, I've never said this kind of thing before. Gyuhuk raised his head again. Do-yoon? At any cost, I'll get you out of here safely. Not just me, all of us will make it. Yeah. Friendship. We'll get out of here soon. Friendship! So much friendship! Resolve. His life has been bittersweet and he longed for love from his family. The unit saved his life, so he was determined to get him out here safely. Friendship. The last page of the notebook. You read it, right? He was angry, disappointed, and had expectations, but in the end, he gave himself up in despair. Do-yoon thought about the page of the notebook. That he'll be swayed by empty dreams and continue to commit sins. But still, you shouldn't run away. But he should have not have ran away, throwing away his own life like this. There were several chances to turn things around. Gyuhuk slowly nodded, and each time he failed to be honest. What Seil wrote in his notebook probably reflects his true thoughts. Do-yoon, don't go too deep. That diary entry was a suicide note. Gyuhuk slowly opened his eyes. Don't sink into the swamp of despair before your eyes. Last diary entry. Seil wrote down his feelings of despair, depression, desperation on the last page of his diary entry. It somewhat read like a will. True. Alright, now we can save again. Okay, it's still going. I was like, no, not the music again. I thought I figured it out. So the notebook was his diary after all. This is probably what he wanted to hide. Maybe. There was something else, but he destroyed it. Gyuhuk quietly looked around the dressing room. For now, we are only aware of the outcome. We ran here and this is how it ended. Since Seil decided to keep his mouth shut, all the other theories are just wild speculation. Spy shots. He must have had a reason for carrying that photo. A secretly taken photo of Sung-yeon and Hyosung. Gyuhuk slowly continued while looking at Do-yoon, who remained quiet. I think the two of them had a relationship beyond what we know. I also saw them meeting each other in private. Witness, he had seen the producer and Hyosung meet in private. At the time, they were just the producer and the contestant. Do-yoon caught his breath. You saw them together? Did Seil investigate that much? Did Seil investigate that as well? Since Sung Yeon was also involved, I guess Seil did it on his own. He was probably thinking of exposing it when he couldn't bear her anymore, sniping both Hyosung and Sung Yeon with one lethal shot. The date on the photo is September 15th, near the end of the preliminaries. Now those in the photo and the one who took it are all gone. Secret relationship. Sung Yeon and Hyosung's relationship seemed to be something more than just business. She had also apparently approached Gyuhuk in the past. Damn. So what I'm actually going to do is, I'm going to do the last one, which is forced entry, and then we're going to do the rest of them in another save. Dude, you look really upset. Makes me think I should have moved quickly, before Seil decided to take his own life. Nobody thought this was going to happen. Even Seil probably had no idea about this outcome. I'm clearly responsible for this situation. I could have changed the outcome. Gyuhuk shook his head firmly. You chose the way that was less dangerous. Taking a leap at the door was your final decision. You even took the risk. But I'm the one who was helpless while standing in front of the door. I sent you and Ju-young to the stage for the master key, and I just waited there even after Ina went to the rear door. I'm the one who's solely responsible for this. Gyuhuk, that's not what I wanted to hear from you. I'm sorry, I'll try to calm down. Take all the time in the world. Don't blame yourself. Deadlock scattering. After confronting Seil, Do-yoon and Ju-young went to the stage to find a master key. In the meantime, Ina and Gyuhuk kept an eye on the front and back doors. Now we could just move on, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go number 2, and then we're going to do the rest of Gyuhuk's stuff, regardless of what it gives, and then we'll save, and then reload the other one and go from there. It's a little messy, but it's not as bad as when we first came in. Does this mean he did take his own life? It's not proof of suicide. We don't know. We can't be sure of it. Does that mean someone attacked Seil too? But we were all around. It's impossible. Gyuhuk slowly nodded. Seil made a mistake and he chose to run away instead of confessing to it and taking responsibility. You might think I'm trying to match the evidence with the conclusion, but this is what I believe. At least we should be able to keep everyone that remains sane. Tablet. The tablet wouldn't turn on. I think it was broken. The exterior was damaged and the device was swollen. When do you think it was broken? Maybe he said he didn't have the device because it was broken in the first place. But do you? In that case, people usually say the device is broken. They don't say that there's no device. The police will check what's on the tablet, but I don't think they will tell us. We might never know what's on it. Close call. Maybe he thought he couldn't change things and was waiting for his imminent doom. Sung Yeon might have protected Seil. After all, he was following her order, but she's not here. If everything had been revealed, his career would have been in jeopardy. I think he only worked as a staff member after joining B-Stars. That's why he chose such extreme measures? I could only imagine. Gyuhuk slowly opened his eyes. When you're in despair, your thoughts can wander. Seil envied and hated Sung Yeon. He left her and fell into disarray because he followed her order. And in the end, he probably chose to follow her. Seil's business card. He had his own business card. That and his diary in the notebook were his only belongings. Did it have an important meaning? Why do you think he carried it with him? Proof of Sung Yeon's recognition, probably? Probably shows that Sung Yeon recognized him for his performance. One was Sung Yeon's, 2 business cards for the same program. What awaited him at the end was reckless background checks and exploitation. The relationship was doomed. Gyuhuk, of course he didn't know how this would have ended. Gyuhuk held Do-yoon by his arm while he was sinking in his head. Do-yoon, don't let the thought consume you. Stop blaming yourself. Everyone's in the same place. You need to pull yourself together. Sung Yeon's card. It only proves that Sung Yeon and Seil were in this together. If you see the diary, it's been over several years. Sung Yeon asked him to conduct the background checks. Gyuhuk blurted out with a grim look on his face. Seil came back to V-Stars even after he was eliminated in the preliminaries. How do you think he felt while digging up dirt on contestants? He was clearly angry, but he successfully completed the given task. Maybe the relationship between Seil and Sung Yeon was that of love and hate. Well, I think it was at least for Seil, although I'm not so sure about Sung Yeon. And info on the contestants. It didn't have to be the show. He could have leaked the info here and there to create issues. Or they could have released the news article via Fader or other media. Not so different from what Sung Yeon did. We had to face him every day when he was doing this kind of work. I wonder what his thoughts were when he was looking at us. Seil and Sung Yeon. Neither of them are here now. Gyuhuk nodded slowly. His wandering eyes turned to Do-yoon again. We'll never get to hear it from him. But still, I'm just really curious. That's fair. completely fair. Now we're gonna reload the save, and then we're gonna save again, and this is gonna be another save. Save 13, please. Save 13 will be our one, our big one here. And then if the screen shows up, I do want to mention, if the screen shows up saying that like, hey, like anything past this point can't be like uploaded or anything, we'll just like stop the stream there. So that way like that stream can be its own thing. 12 and 4, which we did get. Let me see. So there's a lot of trophies that we gotta get, so hopefully if it does pop up, then we'll go from there. His head was about to burst. I'm a bit worried. Transfer keeps failing. Plug hole. A dry verse emerged from his parched lips. I don't know how far you want to dig into. To be honest, from here, I don't know what's really happening in there. Don't look at other people's reaction, but also all the clues and review the whole thing again. I'm not sure this message will reach you, just hang in there. The clues, even the conclusion. Feeling someone's gaze, Dune turned around while mumbling to himself. It's over now, right? Seil's the attacker and he killed himself when he was cornered. There's nothing else to think now. As she finished talking, she quietly bit her lip. I think we have no choice now, although it's not easy to accept it. Jiren's face was pale and Gyuhak stepped in to help her. Dune was now the only one whining and who couldn't accept the reality. So, for the first part of the ending, we need to let this choice run out. Get over it. There's nothing left to do. Duyun, let's get back to the stage. Jiren slowly walked toward Duyun and grabbed his arm. Her pale complexion blocked his view. I don't want to accept it either, but we need to hand this over to the police. Duyun asked himself over and over. He wanted to stop grilling everybody, including himself. Duyun let out a ruffled sigh. They were right, he had done his best, he had no more strength to cling onto it. Seil despised Hyusung. Seil murdered Hyusung, who had tried to find an unusual way to survive the auditions. Seil locked himself in the dressing room when his crimes and past were about to be exposed. At the edge of fear and despair, he chose to take his own life. This is what had really happened. Everyone saw, experienced, and justified it. This was the truth everyone wanted to believe. Keyword is wanted. Dune weakly lowered his head. You're right. It's a definite fact that Seil was in the dressing room alone. Nothing can overturn that fact. I was into my thoughts for too long. The storm of thoughts began to die down. Everyone moved closer to Duyun. Duyun patted his shoulder gently. I just have a feeling that we won't be able to figure it out in here. Maybe I just want to get out of here as soon as possible. Duyun, do you think ending it this way is the right thing to do? Duyun silently met Duyun's eyes. Nobody knows if it's over or not. We just can't handle this by ourselves. If there's a truth to be revealed, let it happen in time. Until then, we will just have to deal with our own fights. You fight to rid yourself of the betrayer label. And I'll fight my own issues. Our own fight. At least we know what our own truth is. Keep your head up. We have survived so far. Gyuhak, do you think this puts an end to it all? Gyuhak silently stared at Duyun. You don't have to deal with those agonizing questions. Look at me. I'm here talking to you, all because you saved me. I can tell you my deepest secret, which I've never shared with anyone else. It's my turn to pay you back. I'll tell everyone once I'm out. They will get to know your heroic nature. Focus on that for now. I would have asked you to look yourself in the mirror if you had one. Your face is all dirty now. Ina put her hand on Duyun's shoulder. Why don't you just think like I do? They all paid for their own sins. Sungyeon, she exploded the workers, resulting in the shoddy construction of the stage. Hyusung threatened others using the information he had collected. Seil collaborated with Sungyeon and attacked Hyusung in a fit of anger. So you're convinced that Seil did it? Does that put you at ease? I learned something after I sent my father to jail. Sinners never repent. The longer you hesitate, the longer they harass you. You'll end up regretting why you didn't take measures earlier. That's what I think. Man, this is a downer ending. At that moment, there was a roaring sound in the distance. The entire corridor began to shake. Oh man, this is something big. Watch out. Ah, he's coming down. Hug. Ju-yoon! I'm okay. Where are Ju-young and Ina? We're here. The tremors are getting stronger. Is the whole place going to come down? The end. Gyork grabbed Do-yoon on the shoulder. Do-yoon, let's go back to the stage. The stage, yes, to the stage. Suddenly, his legs gave out. Gyork helped him up. Wake up. Okay, I'm okay now. Gyork stared at Do-yoon nervously. Do-yoon, can you bring Seil to the stage? He will be buried away if we leave him here. I'll go find Hyusung. Do-yoon recovered his senses and nodded. You two should go to the stage first. Try to call the rescue team. I'll see you at the stage. Be careful. Gyork quickly disappeared. Do-yoon also leaped into the dressing room. Time to grab her body! Heavy breathing. Do-yoon panted heavily, running towards Seil. He lifted Seil's body from the belt. It was heavy. Seil had looked so light when he was alive. It was the full weight of a person. Do-yoon pulled the body off the belt. Ugh. Do-yoon put Seil's cold arms around his shoulders. Okay, I'm going back to the stage. Do-yoon carefully headed to the door while trying not to lose balance. Heavy breathing. Upon reaching the stage, Do-yoon laid Seil on his back. Hazy lights illuminated Seil's discolored face. You came alone? Where's Gyork? Over here. Gyork put Hyusung down and walked toward Do-yoon. Do-yoon, was everything okay? I got the call from the rescue team after arriving here. They couldn't approach through the corridor, so they'll come through the ceiling instead. They'll be here in no time if we just can hold out. Ah! Screaming noises. Gosh, it scared the heck out of me. The door to the central corridor disappeared behind the wreckage. Ina cursed at the ceiling. Jesus, they're going to rescue us or bury us. We need to trust them. I'm going nuts. Ina put her arm around Ju-young and curled herself up. This is terrifying. Under such great strain and lingering anxiety, they had lost track of time. Watch your head. Watch out. Ju-yoon snatched Ina by the collar. A large steel frame came crashing down to the floor. Thank you. More coming. Wait, look up. There's light. With that, the ceiling came down. Wow, they fucked that rescue up majorly. Did they actually get rescued? Move back. Watch out for the debris. Ju-young plopped down on the ground as her legs gave way. Ju-yoon lowered his head. The watches flickered with a torrent of incoming messages and replies. He closed his eyes. It felt like he was caught in a nightmare, where the killing was still going on. We're... Ju-yoon raised his head and saw Ina. Alive! We're alive! Yes, it's over now. Is it really over? Ju-young, we won! We won because we survived! Ina sounded as if she was casting a spell on herself. He felt extremely fatigued, as if he had run at full speed. There's nothing he could do, he just has to face what's in front of him. This will never end. A flood of tears gushed out of indignation or sadness. Ju-yoon himself wasn't certain. He stood amongst the ruins under the thin light crying. One month later. Hey, he lived! Ju-yoon stood by the long corridor. They're all alive. Let's go. Except for the people who died. But besides that, we're good, I think. Late afternoon sunlight shined through the window. Ew. He watched the clouds float by slowly. A month had passed since the accident. Buried Stars, the survival audition show was to be continued. The stage collapse, casualties, suicide, disciplinary actions against the officials, and investigation. The unprecedented bedlam put the program at the center of national attention. Seil's suicide. The police determined that he had taken his own life as a way of escape after his crimes were revealed. The unfortunate story of Sungyeon Shin was presented as the tragedy of a genius producer. WBS didn't miss the Ghost Golden opportunity. WBS could declare the continuation of the show. To keep the dream alive for the deceased contestants, the viewers responded ardently. It's all settled pretty nicely. I don't think you want to go to the police and cause any unnecessary trouble. Let's put an end to this once and for all. It's not that hard, right? Doyoon decided not to join the show. He could no longer participate in the show. More importantly, he didn't want to. The protection measure and interrogation also ended by that time. He couldn't get in touch with Plughole anymore, who had been sending various messages until the rescue team came. A month had passed since the rescue. He could finally walk the corridor by himself without any help. This is a depressing ending. After recovery, Ji-young sued the CEO of her former agency, and the entrepreneur tried to solicit her. The ex-members of Beloved began to voice their own opinions regarding the matter. Although some were not favorable to her, most people supported her brave decision. However, there was a rumor that most agencies were hesitant to sign her. They were trying to ditch this whistleblower. But Ji-young didn't give up. She decided to join the 5th season of Buried Stars, which was scheduled to resume soon. The crowd applauded her unyielding spirit that she's still shown through the tragic accident and the collusion of many agencies. Alright, if that's your choice. Still, will you be alright? Yes, I'm done with audition. And to be honest, I don't think I can beat you. You're now sane enough, since you know how things will go. No kidding, it's pretty obvious. You know how excellent my judgment is. I don't have your kind of courage. The two of them fell silent for a moment. The murder at the scene. The others who couldn't make it out of there were still vivid in his mind. Yeah, it's a little disappointing. I'll support you whatever you decide to do. Ji-young stared at Doyoon for a moment. Her eyes were kind. Doyoon choked up when their eyes met. You should thank her. You too should kiss! Doyoon had to say thank you. Though the experience and conversations with you, I was able to make a decision to do my homework. She thanked him? You should thank her. You're going to make me blush. I can't even scratch my arm because of the bandage, so please don't. Can't you use a chopstick or something? Ew, then how am I supposed to eat? Ji-young smiled and lowered her eyes. We'll see each other again, right? I'm not going anywhere. No, I can't go anywhere yet. She picked up her bag that was sitting next to the bed. Ji-young turned around at the door. Will you vote for me? I'll have all the patients and staff vote for you, don't you worry. You go, Ji-young. Go beat them all. Breakthrough. She sued the person related and disclosed the reason why she had to leave the team. The agencies ignored her and the public sentiment wasn't positive, but she didn't care. She was determined to join the new season of the audition and go all the way this time. She smiled and walked out the door. Doyoon prayed for Ji-young to achieve her dreams. Battle resolve. Ina decided to drop out of the audition after getting out of the hospital, because she wanted to get some rest in a quiet environment. Hey, I like this look. What's with the bandage? What are you, a mummy? You took out your contacts. No more blue eyes? Ina blinked. Nope, I don't have to stand in front of the camera anymore, so who cares? I felt like my eyes would pop out every time I wore my contacts. Now that you're done with the audition, what are you going to do now? I'll change myself again to someone I really want to become. Ina's confident eyes began to lose their edges. To be honest, I'm not still free from the memory. The last moment right before we got rescued. The dead people. The murder at the scene. After mentally shaken a countless number of times, they barely made it out of the hell. After the question if she's going back to Busan, Ina shook her head. My crew is like my family, but there's something else I want to do. Like what? I found out that I like the stage itself, not necessarily performing. I want to study. The stage directing. I've been so busy running away that I forgot how to study. Ina stopped talking for a moment. Any words of advice? As Doyoon pondered what to say, Ina scratched her neck. Silence is not appreciated unless you're stunned by my beauty. I must confess, I'm not stunned at all. Actually, you don't need my advice. You found what you want to do. Go enjoy it. That's all that matters. I knew you would say that. Aw. Good shit. Ina turned around near the door. You'll come back to the stage, right? Huh? Are you gonna hire me or something? I'll prepare a special stage for you if you come back. Don't go off the grid just because you're depressed, okay? What else can I do? That's what I'm saying. I'll wait for you to come back. Jade, she started to study performance production after discovering she was interested in it, but not all of her problems have been solved. She's still trying to find the best way forward. But what about Gyu-huk? Just like that, Ina was gone and she was forgotten from people's memories. Doyoon sometimes thought of her last remark when he saw her last time. He wondered if he would ever get to stand on one of Ina's stages. His heart began to race whenever he pictured that day in his mind. With both feet? Seil's notebook was released to the media to stir up the community. A background check exploitation and the staff member who was harassed but mesmerized at the same time. There was an article about a publishing company contacting the family of the deceased. The company wanted to publish a book based on their story and the notebook in particular. The publication of the book was making steady progress while feeding people's criticism and curiosity. One day, Duyun recollected a moment he had with Seil. There was a time where I thought I could stand there on the stage. Seil had blurted out while watching a stage rehearsal. Duyun, standing right next to him, turned to see him. Oh yeah? Why don't you compete in Beastars again, or join it in any other way? Seil answered while staring at the stage. I know by now that some are meant to go up on the stage while others are meant to watch it. Duyun fell silent after hearing his self-critical remark. Could he have said something else back then? Duyun sometimes thought about what kind of response would have been better at the time. Still, it wouldn't be possible for him to undo what had been done or what had happened to him. Everything had already happened. Worrying and speculating were for the living. On safe ground. The song Hyosung had performed during the finals topped the music charts for a while. The practice take he recorded on his smartwatch was also scheduled to be released after processing. There were growing concerns over the social phenomenon where a school bully's song was topping the music chart. The scandal with Sungyeon didn't have any further impact now that both of them were gone. Even Seil's notebook didn't stop people from paying their tribute to the young talent. There was some criticism that the deceased were being exploited for profit. Now that the controversy was at its peak, Hyosung was the center of attention. The sad thing was that he was not in this world anymore. I'm sure you didn't want this kind of end. Duyun sometimes thought about Hyosung. He behaved for his own pleasure, threatened the others in rage, expressed anger and fear. One minute he was a sweet guy, and then suddenly he got all mad. Which was his true side? Duyun shook his head. He knew it was hard to define a person's personality with a few words. Would he be able to get to know him more if he was alive? Everyone thought they knew Hyosung, but he died leaving behind the mystery of who he really was. Belated rebound. Gyuhuk decided to join the 5th season of Buried Stars. The news kicked up the dust again. An agency even offered him a record deal. But he rejected all offers, saying that he wasn't fully prepared to make his debut yet. It didn't make any difference since he was already a mainstream star. You look somber again. Hey, looking good, dude. What's on your mind this time? Just a few things. Aren't you supposed to be busy? You visit me every day. Busy, but I always have time to drop by to see you. How are you feeling today? Duyun touched the windowsill with his hand. Complicated, considering what happened to them. Focus on yourself for now. He fidgeted as Gyuhuk patted him on the shoulder. I'm sorry. No, it's just that I'm still recovering. Just take as much time as you want until you're fully recovered, and I hope you can stop worrying so much too. I'll stand by your side. Duyun raised his head to listen to Gyuhuk. He was staring at Duyun with an affectionate eye. You and me, we've survived. Lean on me when things are rough, and I'll always be there for you. I'm standing here because you saved me. I'll never betray you. Duyun's eyes blurred and tears rolled down his cheeks. The faces of their departed friends glimmered under his eyes. I'm okay. Gyuhuk patted Duyun on the shoulder again. We'll watch each other's backs. Duyun lowered his head and grabbed Gyuhuk's arm. The sound of the rattling window hit the walls of the still hospital room. Duyun, get over it. You have me. His kind voice seemed so distant. Mutual reliance. Sungyeon Shin, the chief producer of Buried Star Season 4. Her brother tried to receive the insurance money and compensation. But their estranged parents appeared to claim it too. Their parents had gotten divorced long ago. The remaining family members quarreled with one another over the inheritance. Amidst all the conflicts, it was newly revealed that Sungyeon had been abused and neglected for a long time since she was little. The media predicted a long and messy legal war among the family members. Then they poured gossip about the tragic family history of the genius producer who died at the early age. Truth, her divorced parents appeared in court due to their daughter's insurance money, resulting in exposure of her past. Sungyeon used to cook up other people's stories as she pleased to achieve her career success. What would she think of all the gossip about her now? Duyun was often curious about that. On the flip side. He shook his head to clear his mind. He raised his head to see the dazzling sunlight filling the entire window. He squinted as if trying to see through the sunlight. The sharp light stabbed at his eyes, head and chest. Even the prickling pain couldn't erase the lingering doubts. Was it really Seil? Had Seil really done it all? Stalking background checks murder-suicide. Duyun skimmed through Seil's notebook memorized in his head over and over. His head was about to burst with never-ending questions, and he was barely able to stand himself up. We did it! We're gonna speed through this. So for essentially ignoring the truth, these are the endings we get. With the game essentially telling us, hey yo, you fucked up. You reacted way too rashly. So we need to pick this back up. Let's try again. Let's run it back. Run it back. Normal end, rash verdict. Keep your sanity and bring up the right suspicions to reach the final reasoning. You should get the achievement, rash verdict. Yep. This is getting the normal end for us just straight up giving up. However, luckily, we have a load. So let's continue on. So now we need to choose the left choice. Seil and Hyusung. I don't think it's over yet. Still not sure if Seil's really the attacker. Do-yoon. Everyone's upset. Are you playing detective right now? Do-yoon, you did your best. It's not our job to speculate what's obviously true. Jung panted heavily. You okay, Ju-young? I'm fine. So what's bothering you so bad? It's true that Seil was at the end of the central corridor during Hyusung's accident, but there's no proof that he knew where Hyusung was headed, nor that he lured him into the restroom. But we saw the tablet. He could have used it to call Hyusung out. You saw him running away after he dropped his tablet on the floor? Yo, but, you know, the tablet's broken. Ina. When I saw the tablet in the dressing room, it looked like it had been broken a long time ago. I couldn't even turn it on because the battery was swollen. It's impossible to contact anyone with it. We've been here for over several hours. He could have destroyed it several hours ago if he did it right after murdering Hyusung. Wait, the battery. It takes more than several hours for the battery to swell up. Really? Are you sure? I'm sure. The tablet had been broken for a long time. Ina just stood there and stared at the dressing room door. He had the motive. The diary entries in the notebook. You guys all read it. There were pages describing how he wanted to kill Hyusung. Motive for murder. Was he angry enough to kill Hyusung? Maybe he messed with something that he shouldn't have. Seil was feeling a sense of inferiority and Hyusung must have hit a nerve while trash talking. Why am I expending everything here? Wait, did you really notice? Did you notice something other than intention to kill as you read his diary? I get my bleh. Wrath. Enforced it. He just felt discontent. He didn't intend to murder someone. He was just angry. Untalented contestants and Hyusung trying to pull all these strings. The things he was forced to do, everything together set him off on an emotional roller coaster. He was upset about the things he was forced to do, like the background checks on the contestants. Once the contract with the agency was terminated, Sung-yeon used the staff member like Seil to carry over her dirty work. The sadness and anger we saw in the diary must have been related. Then, he was angry at being ignored and for being forced to do something illegal. He even wrote something about fighting back. I think it's far-fetched to think of it as intent to kill. Are you saying that can't be the motive? Oh, so if he's not the killer, I'm wrong. Alright. Overinterpretation. In the diary, he expresses anger and defiance against Sung-yeon and constant feeling of despair, but they don't seem to add up to a murderous or suicidal intent. Maybe just by looking at the diary, is it possible that Seil was in a fit of rage? I'm not saying it's impossible, but if we stick to the diary, that's an overinterpretation. The group briefly fell silent. So what do we do now? Ina slowly opened her mouth. You guys are saying that he had no motive, it could have been a murder and blah blah blah. Then how on earth did he die? How? 4 of us were standing in front of the door before entering the dressing room. We forced ourselves in when Seil asked us to leave. Suicide is the only way to explain the situation. Exactly, that's what I've been telling you. Are you saying all suspicions are pointless? To be honest, yes. Am I not right? Do-yoon asked himself over and over. Plughole advised him to review not only the clues but also the conclusion. But what is he supposed to do? He wanted to stop grilling everybody, including himself. Do-yoon let out a ruffled sigh. They were right. He had done his best. He had no more strength to cling on to it. Seil despised Hyusung. Seil murdered Hyusung, who had tried to find an unusual way to survive the auditions. Seil locked himself in the dressing room when his crimes and past were about to be exposed. At the edge of fear and despair, he chose to take his own life. This was what had really happened. Everyone saw, experienced, and justified it. This was the truth that everyone wanted to believe. Okay. Gameplay broadcasts. Oh, here we go. Gameplay streaming is allowed from now, but the redistribution and revenue setting is strictly prohibited. This prohibition of spoilers is to protect the rights of other game purchasers. We really appreciate corporations' understanding. This means that we cannot proceed further in this route until we do this again. So, here's what's going to happen. We get to unfortunately have to end this here. Because if I were to continue from this point, right? If I were to continue from this specific point, the VOD has to be unlisted. Has to be completely unlisted. It cannot be seen. Okay? Cannot be seen whatsoever. Which means the past 5-6 hours that we've been streaming, because before my internet cut out, kaput, gone, all that sort of stuff. Like it's just not gonna happen. So if we end it right here, that is the best way to essentially like kind of continue forward. Okay. Like that way, this is all its own VOD. Okay. Now, let's talk about the next stream of this game. As this says, gameplay broadcasts. Gameplay streaming is allowed from now, but redistribution and revenue setting is strictly prohibited. This prohibition of spoilers to protect the rights of other game purchasers. We really appreciate cooperation and understanding. So, according to how this all works, the next stream that we do of this game will be after this point. I'm just going to speed through it and get to this point. We can stream this, and we can go through all the other endings, which we will. So we will go through every single ending that is left to be done. Excuse me. There are what looks to be, according to this, 4 endings. There are 4 more endings that we can get. Those 4 will be shown next stream. It will be streamed. Obviously, there'll be no revenues, like it won't be monetized or anything, especially and what. But redistribution, according to their thing, you cannot publicly redistribute the endings and such. It cannot be made public for other people to see. This is how they want people to like not be spoiled or anything. However, you can unlist and private it. That is what a lot of people have done who have streamed this game. I will be doing the same, so that way it's not public. You can watch it if you absolutely want to. But it would be completely hidden, so that way it is just completely unlisted, so that way no one can like actively like see it and like searching it and whatnot. You'd have to access it through a playlist or what. So we will be doing that next time we play this game. However, we have a little bit of an issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to gameplay capture, hide this, click this, and then we're going to go close window. Boom. So that way we didn't go any further. So here is kind of where we're at. I'm going to move to intermission so I can kind of discuss this.